All right. What's going on, guys? KingSithis here, back at it with another live stream.
If you're into sports and enjoy smart strategies that stack the odds in your
I don't have
favor,
my earphones on.
I've been using a method that's pulled in over $40,000 in the past 3 months.
I didn't realize.
It's totally legit and doesn't rely on guessing outcomes.
All right. So let's get Turtle Wow going, and let's hope people join up. And let me invite some people, more friends of mine. Oh, hey, hello. Someone joined. Oh, hey, Tex. What's good, brother?
What's up, nigger?
Oh, don't. I'm live streaming, bro. I'm live streaming.
Oh, you're live stream. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, don't say stuff like that. That's an off live stream thing. Anyways, no, I'm just kidding. I don't say stuff like that. How are you, man?
I
Good.
do. All the time.
I thought I did all the time.
Yeah, by the way, I have a get out of like slurs free card because my son is part black, so it doesn't count coming from me.
Oh, YouTube doesn't care.
Oh, fuck YouTube.
Yeah. So
it's good to 3D. It's good to 3D print guns. You can get the files from GrabCAD and print a Glock lower, and then you just have to order. You just have to order a slide and a barrel and rails and shit. But none of those are regulated parts. You can just order them.
It'll be a ghost gun.
Every YouTube should print ghost guns and manufacture silencers. You can do it using a it's a oil filter they sell on like Temu, or at least Wish did, like special oil filters that are basically you just unscrew a thing and you have a silencer. I mean, you have to add threading for your specific gun. I think they even have them that are like have that threading. Like when you screw off the cap, it's like it happens to be 9mm threads or something.
KingSithis tired of streaming to zero?
Yeah. I would. I don't own any guns personally. So. What are you, in the middle of the road or something?
I'm driving. Yeah, I'm always driving. Like if I'm on Discord, I'm probably driving. I do this while I Uber. My job is Ubering, and I pass the time with Discord.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes other shit, music and audiobooks and shit.
Yeah.
I listen to audiobooks while I'm at work.
96.
I'm playing World of Warcraft.
97 barrels of fish. Have you heard that?
No.
Man, Economy, and State, Rothbard.
Oh yeah. No, now I know what you're talking about. I can't get myself to finish reading that book because it's just so long and there's so many examples and it's just I get it. I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like
audiobook. You have to sit and listen to charts getting read out loud.
Yeah, basically, like I just it's almost torture to listen to that full book. It's really hard.
Good morning.
97 barrels of fish. One horse.
Hello, Gucci Loafer. Man, bro, you got a lot of no background noise going on. Maybe turn down turn up your filter or something. Do. Yeah.
Can you go to the mailbox?
So Gucci, what do you already know about Ancaps?
Yeah, you Ancap.
Not by definition, but I think we spoke previously. my man got me back into flirting with the ideas. But I've always been a small government guy. I think we need to go more extreme though. That's why I'm here. I like hearing your guys' thoughts.
Oh, you're a minarchist.
I was a minarchist.
Very minimal. Yeah.
Yeah, minarchist is basically like as minimal government as you can get, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was a minarchist for 4 years, from the time I was 14 to the time I was 18. I came to realize two things. The first thing I realized, which was very disconcerting, but the spirit of intellectual honesty required me to not try to deny it, basically, to myself, which is that there is no limiting a government. It's all or nothing. A government, by definition, has a monopoly on force. They have the overwhelming violence. If they don't have that, then they're not a government. But if they do have that, then they can't be limited. That is, something with an entity with a monopoly on force doesn't have to let you limit it, and it's not in their interest to let you limit it. They don't want to be limited, and if they have a monopoly, they don't have to be limited.
Is that turtle whoa?
There's been all kinds of attempts at trying to limit the thing, you know, with a carefully written document, you know, constitutions of the United States, or for that matter, similar constitutions with bills of rights of the Weimar Republic, which became Nazi Germany, as well as the Soviet Union, China. Even North Korea has a constitution. Oftentimes, these constitutions have all kinds of measures in place that are ostensibly going to limit the scope and size of the government, but they don't do that. They never succeed in doing that. Molyneux has made the case, I think, persuasively, that the government that begins the smallest will always end up the largest, because the government that begins the smallest will have that country have the greatest degree of economic prosperity. But the more economic prosperity you have, the more wealth you have, the higher is the Laffer curve point, and the more wealth can be taxed from people, both by percentage and by total volume. So you'll end up with the most bloated government, starting off with the smallest one. All this to say, I don't think limited government is on the table. I think the options are an ever metastasizing, ever growing government, or no government.
Can I jump in?
I wanted to say the second point.
Sure. Go ahead. Finish your point. Go ahead.
The second point, the one that brought me from minarchist, from a minarchist for 4 years to full-blown Ancap, was realizing that there is no service that can be provided by a forcibly funded monopoly, a state, that cannot be provided better on the free market. Mm-hmm. I tried to come up with exceptions to this. The hardest ones to figure out for a lot of people are things like protection and law and defense. But you can work out the economics of it and spend a lot of time thinking about it, and you, as well as just review the history of it, and you find those are better done by the market too. And so you whittle away previously thought essential government functions, and you have nothing left that can only be done by a state. The only things that require a government to be provided are things that have a greater cost than benefit. But in my book, things that have a greater cost than benefit ought not be done in the first place.
Yeah, and to add on to that point, basically, anytime that you lower taxes, the state ends up getting more revenue because people are allowed to keep more of their money. That then generates more revenue because those people use that money to create more economic value. And as you lower your taxes, you end up getting more and more money. So yeah, like as it ends up that then it's once you get more money, that incentivizes you to like get to that like so basically as you lower taxes, the state could get stronger and stronger and stronger, basically, because they're making more people are making more money, basically.
That's true up to a certain point, and that point is called the Laffer. It's called the Laffer curve point. Mm-hmm. Laffer curve point is the tax percentage, where if they taxed any more, they would make less money because of how much it would stifle productivity. Mm-hmm. But if they taxed any less, they would also make less because the country can afford to pay more. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If right now, hypothetically, the government changed the federal income tax or some shit to 99%, well, they would be bankrupt pretty quickly. We all would.
Well, Thomas Sowell said that in one of his writings that as you lower taxes, people get to keep more of their money and then they spend it and then they generate more economic value. And then that ends up increasing the tax revenues that the state gets.
That's true up to the Laffer curve point. That's what the Laffer curve point is the point at which any higher they would not, they would on net be taking less because there would be less
productivity. But does that apply to lowering taxes?
It goes both ways.
Oh, it goes both ways.
It goes in both directions. The Laffer curve point is basically from the government. Let me back up. If the government changed taxes to 99%, that would be horribly bankrupting for them.
Yeah.
But if they moved it down, if they lowered taxes to 1%, that would also be bankrupting for them. Because, well, they would have way less money. Yes, people's productivity would be much higher, but they wouldn't be getting anywhere near what the country could afford to pay in taxes.
Well, maybe in the short term, but I think maybe over time, I feel like that productivity will build and generate more wealth, right?
Basically, all right. Let's say the tax rate right now is 30% and they moved it down to 1%. They wouldn't be getting a net return on doing that, until the productivity has gone up to at least 30 times what it would have been.
Yeah, so let's say if they're at a 30% and they put it down to 1%, they would have to.
It's not clear
it will generate
that
more wealth,
alone,
but not for the government.
Suspend
I got you.
The fact that it would interrupt a lot of the counterproductive shit the state is doing.
Shit, how do you
taxes alone are probably not bringing economic productivity to 1/30th or less of what it could be.
All right. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong, but here's another thing I could throw at you, right? So what about those countries, right? I don't know. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but there's some countries, right? And I'm sure you probably heard of this, where they lower taxes to less than 1%, right? To entice large businesses to get in there. And then even though they're such a small percentage, because those large businesses are then enticed to go and build businesses in their country, it ends up increasing the revenue, even though it's a much fraction. So in other words, right, when you lower your taxes, it isn't just simply the people who are just there, but it will then incentivize larger businesses to then go there, and bring their productivity to that state, then increasing the general productivity of that area. Does that make sense?
Yes, in that case, we're talking about productivity that otherwise wouldn't be happening in that country.
Yeah. But wouldn't lowering taxes, the general arguing is lowering taxes would then incentivize businesses that wouldn't be there otherwise to go there because they want to take advantage of the taxes.
Right, that's what I'm saying, is productivity that would otherwise be in a different country is going to the country with the lower taxes. Oh shit. It's the tax shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I hit a button on my steering wheel.
No, you're good.
And anyway, you should familiarize yourself with the Laffer curve point.
Yeah,
all right,
gotcha.
Maybe this will be.
I'll go read it on my own. I've heard of it before, though.
If the government brought taxes down to 0.0000001% of what it is now, surely you would agree at that point that that's not the optimum revenue from the government's point of view, that they could be making more by raising.
Incentivize more decentralization, since almost every non-domestic transaction is taxed.
I don't know, because it could then
going from 0.001% to 0.002% is going to have essentially no or very, very little impact on the level of economic productivity that's happening in that economy.
I guess it depends on the degree, right? Because it's just like if you're going from like 30% to 1%, I would probably agree with you. But I think if you do it over time, you can definitely make up for it.
So every government in the world sets their tax rates based on the Laffer curve point, where if they were to tax any more, they would end up earning less. But if they were to tax any less, I shouldn't say earning, but you know what I mean. They would end up stealing less. Mm-hmm. But if they were to tax any less, they would also be stealing less.
The only exception I feel is that there are like many countries, right, that are, the thing is like when you lower taxes lower than what we would otherwise be, that then kind of incentivizes other businesses to then bring their productivity to your country, like, and then that then makes your country more what you call it, there's this one country, Morocco or something like that, where they are the Cayman Islands, right, where they have like really low tax rates for like ultra rich wealthy people. So because of that, like tons of rich people just invest as much as they can into the Cayman Islands, and because of that, they're like one of the most highest. They have like the highest tax revenues ever, even though their tax rates are like absorbently low. You know? Yeah, that's the scenario where they're inviting foreign capital. That's a different thing than taxing a domestic population. But I would argue that would be, so long as there aren't any tariffs in the way, and no trade restrictions from outside foreign countries, I think that what you will see is investors from outside the country trying to invest, and then you'll see bring them productivity. Maybe not right away, but as they see the tax rate lowered, over time you'll see is the tax revenues go higher as they make more money. If that was true, every country would have very low tax, would have 1/1,000,000th of 1%. That is, if it were true that just as a categorical principle, the lower the taxes are, the more money the government will make, then every country would have 1/1,000,000th of a percent tax rate. Well, the thing is, most people are economically illiterate. Most people make the assumption that higher tax rates equals higher tax revenues. And people just think, people are just like intuitively think, oh, higher tax rates, more money. But that's like... Yeah. To a point, that is true, though. It is true to a certain point, yes, but overall, like in the... Yeah. So that point is called the Laffer curve point, and how high that Laffer curve point is depends on how wealthy the society is. The wealthier a society is, the higher it can afford to be taxed before the high taxes cause a net loss to the government via stifled productivity. If we're talking about a very wealthy country, like a lot of Western European countries, for instance, they can get away with fucking like 40, 50, in some cases even higher average tax rates without stifling productivity enough to produce a net loss for the government. Well, I'm not saying they can't sustain it. I mean, it's sustainable, but they would be making more revenue if they lowered their tax rates, because if they lowered their tax rates, what you would see is businesses from outside of that country investing, like it has to be too lower than other countries to then compete with them. Yeah. That's why you're seeing a lot of people leaving California and moving to Texas, right? Because they have like much lower taxes and they're competing with them in that way. Sure, but there's kind of going to be a handful of global winners when it comes to becoming a haven for businesses that businesses want to move to. Mm-hmm. There are a few. I mean, there's exceptions like, Malta is specifically for gaming businesses. But there are certain kinds of businesses that go to a specific country because of the laws around that country. But if we're just talking about taxes, it's pretty much, the Cayman Islands. What's the other island? Now I'm forgetting the name of the other island. And what about like the Swiss? They have like Swiss bank accounts, right? Where they're like super unregulated, so everybody always has like Swiss bank accounts, right? Yeah. They play ball with the IRS now, unfortunately. But you know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say, right? Like, Yeah. Call this. You could. I'm just making this term up
but you could call this phenomenon regulatory comparative advantage.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
100%. Yeah, 100%.
It's kind of like, Turkey has travertine and marble. That's their natural comparative advantage. China has a comparative advantage in cheap labor. Well, Switzerland used to have comparative advantage in relatively free banking.
Yeah. Interesting conversation. Interesting.
But anyway, if hypothetically, something like a third of countries were to cut their tax rates down to 1% of what it is now, in all cases, probably in all cases, but certainly in almost all cases, it would be a massive net loss for those governments on net. Which I'm all for a net loss for the government, but they're not.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I guess you might be right. You may be right.
Look, if they could, hold on. If they could substantially increase their revenue by just lowering taxes, then they would all be doing that. Look,
I think the problem is that I think the reason why they don't is because people just assume that higher tax rates equals higher tax revenue because number higher. You know what I mean?
Okay. Keep in mind, it's not everyday people who are setting tax rates. Basically, it's politicians have advisors, people who are schooled in state making. There's a lot of math that goes into the setting of tax rates, even in third world countries. Every government is trying and very researched in how to optimize its revenue to, have as much resources as they can.
Increase tax revenues.
They all know that if they set the tax to 99%, then they would make less. But if they brought it down to 1%, they would also make less. The answer is always somewhere in between those extremes. And where exactly it is depends on the wealth of that country. Yeah. Third world, like African countries, they can't afford a 40% tax. Sometimes they try to get away with it, and it's total, and it causes the governments to be totally weak. And it stifles their economies enough, basically, that the governments end up having on net much less wealth and power than they otherwise could have. Mm-hmm. So I'm not saying that every government does a good job at figuring out its taxes. Where you find very weak and incompetent governments, like the third world, often, it's where they are, it's not only through taxation, it's through general state exertion of control over the market,
KingSithis, the king of
certainly
sticks
including taxation.
Incarnation, come debate us. Sorry, I'm responding to chat. Incarnation, come debate us, man. Come into debate. I'll send you the link. Sorry, go ahead, taxation. Just responding to chat.
Sometimes I forget my name on here is taxation.
Or what should I mean, that's kind of what it is,
Yeah, I guess.
Sure. I'm bored.
I don't know. Most people...
We're friends on Discord, right? I'm in the... Sorry, I'm just responding to my friend. So I'm on the Modern Day Debates Discord. So I don't know if you know what that is. So go find if there's a YouTube channel called Modern Day Debates. They host debates. If you click on their YouTube channel, go onto the Discord. You'll find us in there. It's called Debate and Ancap. Pop in, have a conversation with us, man.
Oh, wait a minute. Modern Day Debates goes on YouTube?
Okay, got you.
Dead and Debates.
I don't remember if I'm your friend yet. If I'm still your friend.
I knew that. What?
Sorry, go continue. I'm just talking to chat.
I know that you broadcast to YouTube. I know that when I come in and talk with you, there's you. But I didn't know that's categorically true of modern day debates. I've said a lot of shit, probably, that I wouldn't have wanted broadcasted. Shit.
Who? Oh, well, that's why I put debate in Ancap live, and then the thing it says live streaming.
I don't mean you. I don't mean you. I mean using this server in general. I didn't realize.
Yeah.
I haven't filtered when I've used this server. I haven't like filtered myself for like what's okay to put on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I feel like this. I've been streaming in this Discord for a while, and I haven't had any incidents of anybody coming in here and saying no crazy stuff because they're pretty strict on that. So that's why I like streaming in here. And most of the time, people pop in and have conversations with us without real issue.
So, Chi, do you have any Ancap questions?
Gucci?
You must have some.
Yeah, Gucci, do you have any questions you want to ask?
Yeah, how what's the whole thing about the borders? I was in another Discord that King, you were talking about open borders.
Oh yeah, we believe in open borders. Yeah.
Actually, we believe in no borders. We don't. But open borders still kind of assumes a paradigm of government.
Okay, so like if I could clarify what I mean by open borders, I mean like we're against state borders, the state's borders. Like if you want borders on your private property, like if you want to keep people off your property, that's one thing, you know. But again, the argument that us libertarians make is not like, oh, we just love immigrants so much, you know, they're just so good, and therefore we need to let them in. No, that's not the argument that we're making. The argument that we're making, I mean, that is a consequentialist argument, but the main fundamental, well, not the consequentialist argument, but the ontological argument is based on the non-aggression principle. We do not believe that the state is the just owner of the land. They did not get it through original appropriation or voluntary transaction. So therefore, we do not consider them to be the owner. So that would mean they would not have any right to exclude any person from entering that land. The only person who would have a right to exclude another person from a land is the owner of that land.
But this is where I'm kind of torn on, is because to simplify it, to overly simplify it, I often make the analogy of there's no reasoning with, for example, there's no reasoning with people that believe that it's okay to kill babies. You know, so the same thing with like borders. I kind of adopt the boomer Michael Savage-esque borders language culture type of mindset to where, I don't want to live next to Muslims. I don't want to coexist with people that believe in female genital mutilation. I don't want to coexist with people that think it's okay to sacrifice and you know marry their cousins. So I think the first safeguard to that is a strong border. So how do you compartmentalize that?
Gucci, you don't need government orders.
I think you cut off a bit.
I was saying you don't need nationalism and government borders in order to not have to coexist with those people. The Ancap economist Hans Hermann Hoppe famously promotes private... Buddy, that's who the rabbit was named after. Anyway, the Ancap economist Hans Hermann Hoppe, we had a rabbit named Hans Hermann Hopper. Hans Hermann Hoppe famously promotes private property covenants and HOA arrangement kinds of things. This is where like a developer builds a development of 500 houses, and with each house there is a contract that said that it's got whatever rules of that neighborhood, and you agree voluntarily as part of purchasing the home. And the developer gets to do that because it's his property. He owns it. So within that paradigm, you can have whatever the hell rules you want. You can have I'm Jewish. If you want to say I can't come into your neighborhood, because I'm Jewish, like that's your right. At least insofar as you can have a property covenant arrangement or something that has a rule about that. Not just national background, but all kinds of things. You can have a peanut-free HOA, just targeted to people with like extreme peanut allergies, or people who, for instance, are recovering drug addicts that don't want themselves and their families around drugs, they can have a drug-free property covenant without infringing on anybody else's right to do drugs. It's just as an expression of property rights. So through the mechanism of property covenants, you can have whatever kind of community you want. And if, down the road a ways, there's another community that includes third worlders or something, you don't have to coexist with them. You don't have to live among them.
No, I mean, I totally understand the argument, or the analogy with HOAs. I think I was talking to King about that the last time we had a conversation. When it came to building roads, but you don't necessarily think that there's Western ideology that has to be safeguarded through recognizing borders, recognizing language, and recognizing a one distinct culture.
You're allowed to do that within the framework of a property covenant. You can have whatever that are promoted.
You're cutting off a bit.
I said you're allowed to do all of that through a property covenant arrangement if you want to. Look, the reality is, regardless of what the law is, regardless of how we might feel about it, things like cultural values and ideology and language, for that matter, all of that is becoming delocalized. That is to say, globally, all of that is increasingly not tied to a location. Geographic locations have less and less to do with what your ideology is, less and less to do with what your culture is. You can be a person who is surrounded by, hardcore Muslims, but in today's day and age, that doesn't mean you will be one. Mm-hmm. Not if you're like online and stuff. The world is becoming increasingly digital, and this takes geographic location increasingly out of relevance.
I mean, with respect, if you are in a predominantly Muslim neighborhood, the likelihood of you finding alcohol, as an example, is very low. So while you may not be a Muslim, you will definitely be affected by the culture of that Muslims have.
Oh, you'll be affected, but no person.
I would even go further to say they don't have the same interest. They will never have the same interest. Their allegiance is not to the community, is not to the HOA in your argument. Their allegiance is to some shithole country abroad, and they'll
not even their allegiance is to a religion.
Why do
the thing is
a religion, but it's not a Judeo-Christian religion.
Can I jump in here real quick?
I can tell you that.
Let me jump in real quick.
Usually,
just because if you're the property owner of a covenant community, and let's say you and a group of white people, or whatever race you are, say, hey, we don't want this group of people within our covenant community. We don't want them within our private property. We don't want to coexist with them. And you create your own little white land. Call it white land if you wanted to. Whatever you want. As long as you're not aggressing against anyone, you're a property owner of that land. We have no problem with that at all. The issue is that the state isn't the owner of the land. That's the issue. That's our only problem.
Freedom of association does entail freedom of discrimination. You can discriminate all you want, property or you have a control.
Well, he kind of cut out a little bit, but basically the argument is that fundamentally, if you're the owner of your property, you're allowed to exclude other people from that property for whatever reason that you want.
Agreed.
By the way, I would point out, take America. You sound American, so let's take America. Within America, you may find more alignment and agreement with other Americans than you usually tend to find with foreign people, but that does not mean at all that you tend to consistently find agreement and alignment with other Americans. For example, if you're from Louisiana, you probably have a very different worldview than somebody from San Francisco. Now, within our system, these people have no power over each other, but within a government system, at least a democratic system, people in San Francisco get to vote in how power is applied over people from Louisiana. People with completely different cultural values, completely different ideas. California.
Wouldn't you argue that the people in San Francisco and the people in Louisiana are different by virtue of having freedom of expression? So the mere fact that they're able to express themselves differently is the reason why you're going to have differences. But what unites them as American is their ability to express themselves freely and openly. That's what makes them American, right? Culturally, that's what makes them American.
Well, people could be American and have different cultures, right?
Those happen to be.
If we're talking about overarching cultures, you're like, well, people from Louisiana and San Francisco have nothing in common. Well, I disagree with that. What they have in common is the fact that they're united by the fact that they're able to freely express themselves, and their ability to freely express themselves is the reason why you have places that are different, like San Francisco and Louisiana. Apart from historical, reasons, like Louisiana being a French colony, but that's
both people in Louisiana and people in San Francisco would, in many cases, both freedom of expression, but in totally different ways. People in San Francisco, for example, are not very unlikely to oppose freedom of expression if what you're expressing is racist, or if what you're expressing is, not PC, homophobic or something. Whereas people in Louisiana, it's far from unheard of that if what you're saying, if you're burning a flag, or you're being unpatriotic, or you're speaking out against religious institutions or something, or maybe if you're in, depending when exactly we're talking about and where, you're promoting a homosexual agenda or something, in that case you may be subject to violence, and many people in Louisiana would support that. So they don't share some bond of like the virtue of American freedom and freedom of expression under the First Amendment and stuff.
Well, yes,
in many
they do.
cases,
Right. Well, no, because then they have the freedom of assembly, right? And they also have the freedom of movement, which means that if, for example, in the continental United States, a gay person would feel really targeted in a neighborhood that really doesn't like gay people, well, as an American, as an example, they would have the freedom to move away from there, right? And they have the freedom as well to freely assemble as gay people wherever the fuck they want to, right? They might have to defend themselves for a little bit, but it's kind of like part of life a little bit, right?
Freedom
I'm
of
not sure
movement
what we're arguing about.
Within the paradigm of countries.
Taxation, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you at all. You're breaking up constantly.
I was saying freedom of movement. It's not at all
Yeah,
to America.
You're respectfully, you're unhearable. I can't hear you.
It's kind of
I'm not even sure what you guys are even arguing about. So, Incarnation, you wanted to talk to me? What's up?
No, I was just saying what's up, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I'm still holding on to your utopia. Yeah, still holding on to your utopia.
Your state religion. You still worship the state.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just as much as you do, right?
No, I would never worship the state. State is a criminal organization.
It's not because you dress up a turd in a different shirt that it's any different,
I mean, a turd is definitely different from a rock, right?
I mean, no, not really. I mean,
okay, so I don't consider, a government to be the same as a state. There's such thing as voluntary governance, right?
No, I mean, a state and a government are pretty much the same. They're synonymous to one another.
It's not pretty much the same thing. They're not so you're saying the only way to govern something is through a state? You have to force people against their will to support your system in order to govern something?
No, but a government would oversee a particular boundary, and that boundary would be called a state.
Yeah, but again, so then you agree with me. You don't need a government to have a state.
Well,
you don't need a state to have a government. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, because as soon as you have boundaries that are controlled by one centralized authority, such as a government, you have a state.
Again, that's not a state. A state is a forceful is a criminal organization that claims monopolistic power.
That's just you coming up with your own definition of what a state is. But we both agree, right, that if you have borders or boundaries, right, that are controlled by one entity, we'll call it, I don't know, a consortium of
okay, let me tell you how I would
right.
Then
you have effectively not only a government, but you also have a state, right?
No. So if I am on my own property and I use a gun to protect my property, anytime someone comes on and I shoot them off, right? I'm a government. I'm governing over my property, but I'm not a state.
And
the reason why,
your borders are your state.
Hold on.
Right? Your borders are your state. Right?
Nope. So a state would be a group of people who govern over a property in which they don't own. I am a private property owner. I'm not a state. I'm governing my property, but I'm not a state. A state is a group of people who governs property that does not belong to them.
Are you insinuating that as a citizen you don't own the country? Like you're not a
the whole country?
The whole country?
No, I don't own the whole country. What would make you think that?
Well, as a citizen, you have access to any public areas. Like you essentially
but I don't.
Part of the
government. I would. Just because I have access to it doesn't mean I own it.
Well, yeah, of course.
I have access to them all. I don't own them all.
Well, I mean, that's only because the private property owner is giving you access to it.
There you go.
Otherwise, in a public property, a property that is owned by the government, you have access to it.
I don't consider the state to be the owner of that property. They did not get it through consensual transaction or homesteading.
But nobody. Well, homesteading doesn't exist in a world that has 8 billion people in it.
They didn't get it through voluntary transaction.
Well, that's doesn't really matter now, does it?
It does matter.
They exist, so
it differentiates. So whether or not you stole something or got it through voluntary transaction differentiates you from an owner and a possessor. Hold on, you didn't even let me finish.
How far back in history would you have to go to have the just owner of something? So, like, let's say, like an area like
you would have to get
6,000 years old. Would you be able? So, would you say that that a state in the Middle East isn't a real state because they can't figure out who the real owner was 7,000 years ago?
It's not about 7,000 years ago. Fundamentally, the people who are claiming ownership of it did not get it.
Okay,
who are claiming ownership now.
Governments...
Stop. Let me finish. The people who are claiming ownership over it now. Did they get it through voluntary transaction?
Yeah, they're going to say that was handed down to them by their ancestors over 7,000 years ago who were homesteaders.
That's not how the state works. It doesn't get handed down to you by your ancestors.
What do you think a monarchy is? What do you think
you're talking... Okay, then you're speaking specifically a monarchy?
Well, a monarchy can be a state. Like, we don't have to define exactly.
No, that's fine. I'm just being clear.
A state doesn't necessarily have to be a democracy, right? A state.
I understand. I know that. I'm just telling you. Okay. So in that situation, it would depend on who would be the rightful possessor of that property. So, if the king's father, let's say my father, passed down the land to me, but he stole it from another person or used money that was stolen from other people, then I would not be the just possessor. I would be just a possessor.
How would you have any way to actually ever substantiate?
So incarnation.
In any meaningful
this is an ethical argument. How you figure it out is a whole different other question. I'm not a detective. I'm not going to sit here and explain to you how we figured out how you don't figure it out. What I'm giving you is an ethical argument. Listen. What I'm giving you is the ethical argument. So, for instance,
let's pull it back a little bit. Let's pull it back a little bit. Let's pull it back a little bit. So you have to have a little bit of logic here first, okay?
Okay.
So if your basis for what a state is, right, the only basis for what actually can constitute as a state is whether or not they gain land through just means, which is an absolutely retarded metric, right?
Wait. It's not retarded because you believe in it too.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Yes, you do. Okay, well then let me ask you a question.
I don't think it really matters because if I'm alive,
can I ask you a clarifying question after you're done?
If I'm alive in a state which I had no choice in whether or not I was born into or not, right? I'm alive in that state. I didn't get to choose whether or not that state gained its land through just means or any of that bullshit.
That doesn't make a difference. That doesn't change anything.
None of that matters. None of that matters to me in the now.
Incarnation.
Right? It really doesn't matter to me in the now.
You agree with... Hold on, Incarnation.
The state that exists right now, right, is irrelevant whether or not it got it through just means.
Okay, Incarnation.
That's just like religious people. That's just like religious people saying that you have
just
to
keep
have
on going for another 30 minutes,
right?
please.
No, but you understand that.
No, I want to give you my hypothetical to prove that you don't even believe this. So you don't believe this. Hold on. Okay, so do you want to hear the hypothetical, or do you just want to keep on and on and on and on?
I'm just telling you.
No, I understand your point. I'm going to give you the hypothetical to prove that you don't believe this. So do you want to hear the hypothetical?
If it's going to be about one person on an island with two people...
Then no, okay, so do you want to engage in this conversation?
Yeah, as long as it's a good faith conversation.
I'm having a perfectly good faith conversation. If you don't feel like I'm being good faith, the door is a click away. So the question is, you're saying, oh, it doesn't matter how you got the thing. If you're in possession of it, you are the owner. The state is not the owner, and you don't agree with this. Here's why I don't believe you don't believe in this. If I came up to you and you had your cell phone and I snatched your phone right out of your hand and I ran off, would I then be the just possessor of your phone?
Yeah, but we're not talking about sole possession.
I'm not asking you. That's not an answer to my question. Not an answer to my question. Answer the question.
It's not a good faith. No, it's not, because it's not a good faith. It's not a good faith question to the subject at hand, right? So a state, right, is a consortium.
Okay, so until you, when you're done, I'm going to ask you the question again.
Right? No, I'm not going to answer your question because your question.
Okay, so then you don't want to engage in good faith discussion. Gotcha.
It's not pertinent to.
It is pertinent
to the actual discussion because a state is collective ownership, right, of land.
Okay.
Right. So you would have to talk. But
how did they get that land?
Which you would have to talk. It doesn't matter.
It does. Okay, so if it doesn't matter how you got your land,
because it matters. It doesn't matter.
If it doesn't matter how you got your land, then explain to me why me snatching your phone and running away from you is not theft. Is theft.
Again, we're not talking about a cell phone, right?
No. We're talking about property. We're talking about property. Do you not know what property is?
Here's how I'll play your hypothetical, okay? Here's how I'll play your hypothetical. If you are, right, something that lives within that cell phone, okay? You're living your life in that cell phone. And the only thing that you know is your life within
When you're done, I'm going to ask you the same question. You're dodging.
What happens to that cell phone in the outside world doesn't matter. Right, so you're born in a state. Who owns how the state came to be is irrelevant to the fact that you are currently living in that state.
So you're saying it doesn't matter how you've gotten your possessions. The claim that you're making is it doesn't matter how you got your possession. If you got your possessions, it's yours. Okay. You do not believe this. If I came up to you,
born with a cell phone
okay, now
in
you're
my hand,
interrupting me.
Okay, here's how I'm going to play your hypothetical. No,
you're interrupting me now. See, you can't because you just can't comprehend an argument.
Here's how I'm going to answer.
I literally allowed you to speak, and now you're not letting me speak.
No. Here's how I'm going to answer your question. If I was born with a cell phone in my hand, okay. If I was born with the cell phone in my hand,
when you're done, I'm going to ask you the same question.
I was born with the cell phone in my hand, right? What do you do in that case?
Okay.
Like I didn't acquire it. I didn't work for it. I was just born with a cell phone in my hand.
No problem.
How do you rectify that conundrum?
I will answer your question as soon as you answer my question. So you're stating that it doesn't matter how the state got its possessions. They are the owner because they are the possessor. You do not believe this. If you believe this,
well, I'm a part owner of the state. I was born.
You do not believe this. Okay, so you're scared to hear the hypothetical, it seems, because you're not allowing me to finish.
Well, no, but I'm a part owner of the state. Right?
I get it. I get it. So you're saying that it doesn't matter how the state got its possessions. If they are the possessor, they are the owner. You do not believe this. Here's why you do not believe this. If I ran up to you and I snatched your phone out of your hand and ran off, would I be the owner? Yes or no?
Would you be the owner of a private property that was established as mine?
That was snatched right out of your hand and I ran off. Am I now the owner of your phone? Yes or no?
Depends in which context. If I don't retrieve my phone,
I gave you the context. What more do I need to add to the hypothetical in order for you to answer the question?
Well, again, if I didn't get my phone through just means, then I guess no.
Listen to me.
Like, that's
listen
your
to me.
hypothetical,
You got
right?
yours. Listen to me very, very carefully. I'm gonna give you the
game,
hypothetical one more time. Incarnation, I don't think you. I
Mhm.
believe you're a lot smarter than. I think you're pretty smart. I don't think you're this dumb. I'm pretty sure you can very easily interpret. I could think you. I'm very. Listen to me. I believe that you're a lot smarter than you put on. I believe that you're perfectly able to interpret my hypothetical. Okay.
That's why I don't.
Listen to me. I believe that you're perfectly capable of listening. Incarnation, I don't want to have to lower your volume because now you're interrupting me. Incarnation, I don't want to have to lower your volume. Now you're interrupting me.
Well, of course, that's what you would do.
Okay, so are you going to allow me to give the hypothetical?
I've already answered your hypothetical.
So wait, what was the answer to the hypothetical? Is it the phone? Are you the owner of the phone or not? Is the guy the owner of the phone or not?
If I, the person who previously had the phone, acquired it through just means, then it would still be my phone.
Oh, okay. Okay, so then you don't agree. Okay, so then you don't agree.
But let me expand on that answer. Regardless of the fact, right? Regardless of the fact that I may have acquired my phone through just means, if I no longer have the phone in my possessions, I am technically no longer the owner of it.
Okay, so are you? No. It's not. I'm not talking about technically. I'm talking about are you the owner from your perspective, right? Because from my perspective, I'll give you my perspective. If somebody came up to me and snatched my phone out of my hand, no matter how far they went, no matter whether or not I'm able to retrieve or not retrieve that phone, I am still the owner. I would be the just possessor. They're not the just possessor. So
well, you're not
from my perspective,
you're proprietor. You're the owner. You're the proprietor. You're not
I am the owner.
Somebody else.
Yeah, if somebody's professor, I am the owner. We agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're the proprietor.
So if the state stole its land or didn't get it through voluntary transaction, right? Because we both agree that's how you get your property. That's the just way in which you get your property.
It's irrelevant because I was born with the property. Right, so I acquired my portion of the state through just means because I was born with it. So
yeah, but you're not the owner.
Yes, I am as a contributor.
But you don't believe that. You don't agree with that.
Of the state, and because I was born as a citizen of the state, I earned my ownership of the state through just means. So yeah, man, I'm an owner of the state.
No, you're not.
I don't see what the issue is.
And you're not the owner. You know why you're not the owner? Because you didn't get it through just means. You did it. The state didn't get its possessions through just means.
I did. Okay, so let me answer this. So if you are born, you're born with a cell phone in your hands. Okay. You didn't earn it. You just came out of the womb. Your parents somehow,
How did the cell phone get in my hand if it didn't just wasn't attached to my body?
You're born with it. Yeah, you're born with it.
It's attached to my body.
You're born with it.
What do you mean born with it?
Body. It's a fully mechanical working cell phone, and it's just a hypothetical, right? So it's a fully mechanical working cell phone, right? And it's not attached to you. Somebody can steal it, can walk up to you and steal it. The only difference in this context is you didn't work a job, right? You didn't do anything to earn it. You were just born with it.
Okay, I just want one question. Before I answer that question, I just have one clarifying question. How does that apply to the state in any way?
Because I, as a taxpayer, somebody who's born into a state, right? I didn't ask to be born into the state. I didn't consent to be born into the state, right? But I'm still an owner of the state. As a taxpayer,
no, you're not.
I still have access. Yes, of course I am.
Did you get it through Did you get it through just means?
Well, yeah, because I was born with it. It was given to me.
Wait, but hold on. But was it given to you by a person who owns that property?
Well, yeah, because it was given to them by their ancestors. And
No, that's not how the state works. The state does not get its property through its ancestors. They get it through taxation.
The state, we are the state.
Unless you're going to argue, hold on, the only way out of this, I'll give you the answer. The only way out of this is for you to argue that taxation is not theft. If you can argue to me that taxation
isn't theft, first of all.
That's the only way out of this argument. That's the only way out of this argument for you.
I can't steal from myself. I am an owner of the state.
But you aren't. You're stealing. The state isn't just stealing from you.
Of the state. So the state isn't. I can't steal from myself as an owner of the state. I can argue that I'm not getting just recompense for my compensation. Sure, but I can't steal from myself.
Yeah, but you aren't the only person who runs the state. The state is run up by millions of people, right? Those people,
right? That's why we have a government.
Let me finish. Allow me to finish.
That's why we have a government, right?
Hold on. Those people are made up of millions of people who are not owners or they're unjust possessors of the goods that they are in possession of, and they are forcing individuals.
They're born. They're citizens. They're born.
Did they get it through voluntary transaction?
Of course, they're born in the country.
So who did you buy?
Citizen.
If you bought your land through voluntary transaction, then you're the owner. But the state did not do that. The state forced
how do you
people to
want
pay.
me to buy the land? I'm born in the state. I'm given a portion of the state.
Again, you are not the state.
By virtue of
Incarnation.
well,
I'm arguing you are not a state. You are not the state.
Is the people, dude.
But no, it's not.
Yes,
it's
when
the
you go
politicians
to court,
and the people who work for the state. That's the state. You're not the state.
When the court takes people, when the justice system takes people to court, it's the people versus somebody, an individual. It's always the people. Why? Because the state represents the people.
Okay.
So in the state,
just because it says it's the people's, the People's Republic of North Korea, that doesn't mean it's the people.
No, so in the way that our system works, right? The way that our system works, especially as a republic, the way especially the U.S. republic works, as a taxpayer, you are a part owner of the country. You own a part of this country.
No, you're not.
Yes.
And the reason why is because the state. Hold on, and you agree with me. The state did not get its property through just means. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Then nobody owns anything.
And if it doesn't matter,
because
then we're gonna have to go back to the cell phone hypothetical because you're saying it doesn't matter.
Right. So then all I have to do is come up with the hypothetical, or come up with this. Okay.
So we got to go back to the. No. I had the perfect hypothetical. I had the perfect hypothetical.
I'm not even going to do hypothetical. I'm not even going to do, dude. I'm not even going to do the cell phone hypothetical is awful. I'm not even going to do a hypothetical.
Why? Why is it bad?
I'm just going to say that humans a long time ago were given land by the divine penguin, and the divine penguin told.
I don't believe in the divine penguin.
And the divine, that doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Says, the divine penguin told us, right, revealed to us that this land was given to us by just means. So there you go.
And I believe in praxionometry, and the praxionometry God told me that the state did it. Now what?
Okay, cool.
Then you're fucked. So your argument doesn't hold shit. Your argument is null.
The state did what? Like, it doesn't matter.
Okay, then your argument is null. I agree. It doesn't matter what your God says. I agree.
It's a useless argument. It's the same thing.
I know. I agree. It's a very useless argument that you're making. Yes, I agree.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing when religious people argue that you have to have a God, right?
I agree that it's useless. You're arguing with a ghost. You're the one that made the point.
You have to know what the beginning is in order to be able to have any fundamental anything. It's literally the same argument.
Dude, I'm an atheist too.
It's irrelevant. Yeah, but it's irrelevant.
I understand it's. Right? I don't know why you're making it up, bringing the point.
Stop. So let me finish. It's irrelevant where the state began. All that's relevant is where it is right now.
The state. No. That's incorrect.
How the state acquired its land 10,000 years ago, 200 years ago is.
You don't agree with this.
The people.
You don't agree with this.
Who are currently living? Yeah, of course.
You don't agree with this.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Okay, so let's say I came up to you, your phone is out, I snatched your phone out of your hand.
We're not. Stop talking.
Am I the owner
personal
of your
property.
cell phone?
Stop talking. This is a useless.
All property is private property. There is no such thing as public property. It's all private property. So fundamentally, if I come up to you and I snatch your phone out of your hand, and I run off, am I now the owner of your cell phone?
You're not. The cell phone is not a state, so I'm not gonna engage in this.
I know the cell phone is not a state. It's a cell phone. Obviously,
it's a fairly useless argument to engage in.
Why?
I own the state. I'm a part owner of the state. So talk about something that
You're not an owner of the state.
So talk about something that I'm a part owner of. So bring a hypothetical.
You are the owner of the cell phone. In the hypothetical, you're the owner of the cell phone.
So maybe we co-own parcel. Maybe we have a large parcel of land. We're brothers or something. I don't know. And we were handed down this massive ranch. And we split the ranch in two, and now we're fighting over parts of land. Like, that would be a better hypothetical.
No, it's talking about. Doesn't matter. Fundamentally, you are the owner of the. Okay, so when you're done, I'm gonna give the hypothetical again.
Because
so go ahead.
Fundamentally, we don't co-own the cell phone. Like, it's a useless argument when talking about like state or large bodies of people. It's bad faith argument.
When you're done, I'm gonna give you the same question. So go ahead.
Bro, I want to get a turn.
So the question was, you're saying, oh, the state, it doesn't matter how the state got its possessions. It's the owner. Okay. You don't agree with this. If you did agree with this, if I came up to you and snatched your phone right out of your hand,
if you're gonna steelman me,
if I took your phone and snatched your phone out of your hand, would I then be the owner?
I'm a part owner of the state. So if hypothetically the state,
so just to let everybody know, the reason why he doesn't want to answer this question is because if he answers the question saying that yes, he is still the owner, then that would completely contradict the earlier assumption that he was making, that it doesn't matter how you got the possession that makes you the owner. If he says that he's not the owner, then he would basically believe in might makes right, which is essentially if someone has a right to take something, then they have the right. So he can't really answer this question without being inconsistent, so that's why he doesn't want to answer this question.
A thesis? Like, just give me your overarching narrative.
I'm saying that the state is not the just owner of the land because they did not get it through original appropriation or just or consensual transaction. If you did not get your possessions through original appropriation or consensual, which would be the first comer, first serve. If there's an unowned land and you mix your labor with the land, you are the owner of that thing. So, for instance, if there's a stick, I'm on an island and I cut it down and nobody owned it before me, I'm not violating anyone's rights by using that thing because there was no prior person that claimed it.
Let Palestinian do it, please.
I was just answering his question.
No, I know. I'm talking to the other guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, like, what state or what country are we talking about right now?
All states.
Well, I mean, sometimes we buy them, or sometimes it's like basically a lawless land and we just put our flag down. Is that allowed?
Well, it depends on how you got it, right? And how you paid for it, right? So a lot of states, they buy land using taxes. But I consider taxation to be theft because that is fundamentally an unforceful extraction of wealth from the innocent. You do not have a choice into paying taxes. And if you don't pay taxes, then someone will come to your house and pull a gun on you and shoot you in the head, or kidnap you and throw you into a cage.
Do you think the average person would be better off if we had taxes or if we didn't have taxes? And
I would agree that people would be better off, but I'm not making a consequentialist argument. Saying people would be better off does not actually address whether or not it is theft.
Okay, when's if something can be considered theft but also be good?
I mean, that's just your moral opinion. So it would depend on.
So if the average person is getting less raped, less murdered, I'd prefer they get thefted on than get raped or murdered as a alternative.
So you're saying basically the utility of taxation outweighs the harm that is being done, so therefore we should have taxation as opposed to not having it.
Yes.
Like we ought to be gay because we were forced to be gay. Okay.
Base. True.
So my anarcho-capitalist argument against that would be, well, utilitarianism. Most people don't really hold utilitarianism very consistently, so I'm just going to test you by picking your brain with a hypothetical.
No,
is that okay?
Let's not do that. Let's just say if the average person will get raped and murdered under your system, why should I ever...
Well, I don't agree that's going to happen. So...
Well, can we look at societies 3,000, 4,000 years ago and figure out...
do you think I support... What do you think I am, dude?
You believe in no government, also known as...
I'm an anarcho-capitalist, right? Could you point me to an anarcho-capitalist country that I said that I supported or defend?
An anarcho-capitalist
he believes in government.
is like Libya.
Okay. If you believe that Libya is anarcho-capitalist, you do not know what anarcho-capitalism is. Respectfully, if you believe that Libya is anarcho-capitalist, respectfully, you do not understand what anarcho-capitalism is.
If you make a presupposition that everyone will be nice and frolic in the fields.
Did I say that?
That's what you're doing when you say
no,
that
I never said that.
Libya emerged immediately out of.
Okay, so one. None of these arguments address whether or not taxation is theft or not. So I'm presuming that you do agree.
I said, let's assume it's theft. Since it is theft, does it stop people from being raped and murdered, like in Libya? Yes, so I agree with it.
Well, that's assuming that the only way to stop someone from being raped is to rob people. Well, there's one way you could stop someone from being raped. You could use a gun and shoot the person that's trying to rape you, or you can hire somebody to protect you.
So what happens if I have a gun, and Jeff Bezos has 500 guns, and he wants to take my house? What happens then?
Or your butthole. Or my
butthole, too.
Okay, well, fundamentally, I'm gonna just grant you one thing. We can all think of a you could think of a situation.
No, I'm saying
Hold on,
that
allow me to
Jeff
finish.
Bezos
Allow me to.
will-
I want to finish. You can most certainly think of a situation. Okay, next time, and next person who interrupts.
I was joking. I was
All right,
joking. I was joking.
I just
my
want
bad.
this to be
Ban
respectful.
Rick.
So if you guys are gonna be rude and interrupt, like then I just want to be
My bad,
cool.
My bad.
All right,
Go
no,
ahead,
you're
go
good. You're good. Just setting the rules. Just clarifying. Anyways, so okay, you definitely are going to be able to come up with a situation in anarcho-capitalism in which where I'm going to say, yeah, I'm going to be fucked, of course. But that doesn't change. That's not going to at all change whether or not I support anarcho-capitalism, because I could very well do the same thing with your ideology too. I could come up with a very crazy, insane hypothetical in which you would say, yeah, I would be fucked, even under your status system. Correct?
Well, my rebuttal to that is that under the current system we live in, billionaires are already having slaves. So what do you think happens once we make slavery legal?
Well, I don't believe in
Or at
making
least-
slavery legal. I'm against slavery.
Decriminalizing slavery is the same thing.
I never said to decriminalize slavery. What will make you think that?
I
believe I'm a- what do you think I
Are there
am?
laws, yes or no?
What do you think I am?
Right.
Are there
Exactly.
laws in
Fundamentally-
anarcho-capitalism?
I'm a
yes or no?
anarcho-capitalist. An anarcho-capitalist is a person who believes very strongly in the non-aggression principle
Ooh,
and
where can I
self-owner.
find the non-aggression principle to make me think it's real?
Where can you find the Constitution to make it think it's real?
It's on a piece of paper and it's backed
Okay,
by guns.
let me go write the NAP down and I'll give it to you. Okay, got you.
Oh, now you have a government, so you're not an anarcho-capitalist anymore.
Again, there's a difference
Exactly.
between a state and its government. A state and there's governance, there's governance, right?
So
If
what-
I'm on my
oh,
own,
wait, you-
okay.
you
Do you
wrote
want to
down
hear
this-
do you want to hear the answer?
Sure, you can write
So
down.
there's a difference between a state and a government. Governance is if I'm the owner of my property and I use a gun to scare off people who are using my property, then I'm a government in that situation. I'm a voluntary government because I am not coercing anyone. Whereas a state, they are a non-coercive government. I mean, they are a coercive government. Sorry, they are a coercive government. They are a group of people who forcefully force people to pay into their protection scheme.
So do we agree fundamentally that a government is a central authority? It can be one person, can be 10 people, it can be 100 people. It's a central authority, right?
We don't disagree with that, but we're not. What we disagree with is that a government is a state. That's the only thing we get.
And a government. Okay, stop. So that's a government. We agree
Hold on,
that that's
can
a
you
government,
incarnation,
right?
please let
Right?
Palestinians respond, please.
Wait.
So my contention with your point would be that this idea that you can have a state that's non-coercive. Well, if it's non-coercive, how do you actually get anything done?
Well,
Because
I don't
there's
think you
nothing
need
to
to.
make
There's
me agree
plenty.
with it.
Not most of the interactions that we have day to day are done voluntarily. I'm sure you could think of many ways in which you can come up with to fund all of these goods and services that are provided by the state. That don't require forcibly extracting wealth from innocent people.
Well, here's the thing. I can go to Little Caesars and I won't steal their pizza because someone will fucking call the cops on me and I'll go to prison or die. So that's why things go smoothly in society generally.
Okay, so what you could do is they could have
Guns are a
privatized
minute away.
privatized security.
Well, Jeff Bezos has 1,000 police and I have 0, and Jeff Bezos wants my asshole.
Okay, so you ever heard of the concept? Have you ever heard of the concept economy of scale?
Yes, I've heard of
So the economy of scale is basically the idea is that whenever you sell a good or service, the more that you lower the price of that good, you then are able to sell to more people because there's generally people with more and less income than there are with people
That's not true.
with more.
No,
There's more
that's
people
not
with
true.
less
Economies
income
of
than there are
scale-
people with a lot of income.
Economies of scale refers to the phenomenon, like in economic production, where expanding the scope of production lowers the cost of that. So, what it's saying is oftentimes it's cheaper to produce 1,000 of a single product than it is to produce one.
There's no
Okay,
economy
so
of
can you?
scale
All right,
that
let me
will-
finish.
wait,
All right, let me finish my argument now.
I wish I was the one that was arguing. So there is no economy of scale that's more efficient than a $0.
Okay, so you guys don't want to hear the explanation? Or-
Well, I never got to respond. Someone else.
No, because you actually threw a question at me, and I was responding to that question, and now you're responding to
Right, you got it.
before I even finished. So again, when you have millions of people, all of those people's combined income will always be higher than one person's wealth.
That's not economies of scale.
And-
It's economies of plurality.
All right, whatever you
That's
want to
not
call
even
it.
true.
Okay, do you want to hear the? I guess you guys don't want to hear the So you guys just want to hear you guys talk?
I mean, if at some point you throw in the sun,
all right. So
blue,
from here on out, next person
wide,
that interrupts me is going to be kicked from the thing, and we're gonna hear from here on out. We're gonna have one person talk at a time. So when I'm speaking, nobody else speaks, and a person interrupts, they get kicked.
Hey,
if another person is speaking,
okay.
If you're speaking, then nobody else speaks, and if somebody else speaks while you're speaking, I will kick them. All right. All right. So
respect, brother.
All right, thank you very much.
Fuck
so,
Rick.
Are we done, or are we?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. So, when you have a lot of people, basically, that's why when you go outside, most businesses don't cater to billionaires. Most businesses cater to your average person. The reason why that is because they make more money off of selling to millions and millions of average people as just selling to one billionaire. And that would also be very true for private security agencies. Even though you have one billionaire who has a lot of money, because there are millions of other people with large amounts of with money, small amounts of money that they could basically cater to all of those millions of people, and be able to make more money than just catering to one millionaire. So when you're in a country of say 350 million, it's going to be very, very hard for one billionaire to spend enough money, to have enough money to spend in order to take over the 350 millionaires. Not only that, but in Ancapistan, it would not be illegal for you to own your own private means of defense, such as weapons or canines or guns or weapons of mass destruction in any way. So, and also there's nothing illegal from stopping you from starting your own militias. So not only would they have to deal with all the other private security agencies within the area, they would have to deal with an armed citizenry as well as all the other militias that are there to protect those innocent people.
So this is assuming that all these millions of people agree to live under one PMC.
No, it wouldn't be one PMC. It would be multiple competing PMCs. That's why if one PMC decides to go rogue and go evil, that we would have multiple competing other PMCs to basically group together who would have signed agreements with each other that would then, kind of like many small countries.
What about the economy of scale thing where I can have one military that is funded exclusively by Jeff Bezos, the money goes direct Bezos to the military. It's efficient. You don't have to hunt people down for money. You don't have to have millions of people who are cooperating.
Yeah, I just addressed this actually. What would end up happening is because there's so much more individual people, right? Because there's so much more individual people than there are.
1.7 times million.
So there's 7 billion people on this earth. If this, and there's only a very few. There's only a couple hundred millionaires, as far as I could tell. So billionaires, as far as I could tell. So it would be I would argue it would be very, very, very hard for one billionaire to be able to take out all the hundreds of or billions of people.
They own all the wealth, KingSithis.
They don't own all the wealth.
The 5 billionaires, the 5 billionaires own all the wealth that none of the other millions of people.
They don't even own 50% of the wealth.
Yes, that's why they're billionaires. They don't own all the wealth. They're the ones who are.
Yeah, you're just factually incorrect.
Could I
fundamentally, I'll let you, Mehmet, after. Just the last one statement for me. You're just fundamentally incorrect when you look at all the income of these billionaires. Most of these billionaires aren't actual billionaires in the sense that they have $1 billion in the bank. What you're talking about is the value of all of their assets in combination with each other. The only way for a billionaire to realize his assets is if he sells all the stocks within his companies, which will be catastrophic for themselves as well as all the other people who work for that company. So this whole idea that billionaires own half of the wealth is just not true. What you're doing is you're adding up all their assets and then combining it and then saying, oh, this is how much they're worth. So they're not actually worth that much money. They're not even really billionaires.
The reason why we say that the billionaires own all the wealth is because all the profits of the companies below or that these billionaires own parts of end up trickling to the billionaires, and you end up making your paltry little piece.
Again,
Mehmet
had said something. Wanted to say something, so I'm going to throw it to him.
Hold on. I don't mind giving my time to Palestinian, and then I'll talk after.
Okay, no, I just wanted to be fair to you, Mehmet.
Okay, in the Ancap paradise, right? The people who are fucking making their living, they're making their living from the billionaires. And the extremely wealthy people, they're the ones who own all these businesses that are giving them a livelihood. So do you think that they're going to be able to sustain their wealth if the billionaires decide to stop paying them? And they decide to rise up against the
Well, the thing about it is you wouldn't really expect a large corporations like you do in anarcho-capitalism under anarcho-capitalism, what you would end up seeing is a lot of these billionaires dissolving as more competition comes in. See, the only reason why you see large billionaires is because they have the state to basically create laws and regulations, as well as zoning laws. I could give you tons and tons and tons of different laws, minimum wage laws, zoning laws, all of these laws that basically make it very illegal or extremely expensive for competitors to come in and compete with them. So under Ancapistan, you wouldn't have any of those regulations, no minimum wage laws, no zoning laws, no rent control. And what you would see is Amazon being taken over by smaller businesses within a second, because there would be no way for them to stop. If there is no patent laws, if there's if there's no patent laws, if there is no regulations, if there is no basically all of these things that make it expensive for these companies to compete, how are they going to stop businesses from competing with them?
I just don't buy this idea that mom and pop fucking computer manufacturer is going to compete with Intel to make a CPU. It doesn't.
Right, and there's not a
They
mall.
don't have the infrastructure.
Right,
they don't have the fucking money. It's not going to happen.
Well, what
and there's
they
no
could
ma
do,
and pa, and there's no stop. There's no ma and pa mines mining your materials. There's no ma and pa forgeries. There's no ma and pa metallurgy fucking places. Like, all of this is done by massive corporations that have billions upon billions of dollars invested into them, and that's not done by the everyday common folk. That's done by the fucking billionaires.
So the economics,
right?
so then when you say,
and then when you say that, like, oh, the smaller businesses are gonna come, yeah, well, the billionaires just gonna throttle the price of the base material for them to make their guns to begin with. So either way,
that's only assuming that they own all the materials. That's just isn't true. Fundamentally, if there's no regulation, hold on.
If they do now with regulation,
no,
why
they
wouldn't
don't.
They
Billionaires don't own everything. What do you think? What kind of dystopia do you think we live in, dude?
Can we get Palestinians input?
Okay, so I just want to make one last point onto the warlords thing. So I posted something into the side chat. If you guys want to look over it too, I'm just going to read a little bit of it. The economics of this defense discourage warlordism. In a free market, defense agencies will fund themselves voluntarily through customers. Unlike the state, they can't tax people against their will. If a defense agency becomes aggressive and tries to take over territory, customers could cancel their contracts, and competing agencies could unite against the aggressor. Aggressing is expensive, risky, and unpopular, and it drives away paying clients. Also, warlords already exist under the state. Governments themselves are essentially the largest warlords. They claim a monopoly over force over a given area, extract tribute, taxes, and punish those who disobey. In a sense, the state is already a warlord people fear, just one that has legalized its actions. Abolishing the state removes the biggest warlord. And that's just the first two. I could go deeper if you guys want.
Okay, can I get a chip in? Okay. So you have yet to actually prove how a PMC. Okay, so one, the operation. Let me explain.
What happened to no interruptions?
So the operating capacity of a PMC is dependent upon their income, and their income is almost always at a loss. For instance, our police forces are generally at a loss, our fire departments are generally at a loss, our military is most certainly at a loss. This large military that keeps the peace operates at a loss to the government, and the only reason we're allowed to have this large military that keeps this peace is for taxation. You've yet to demonstrate how smaller PMCs that would work for individual people would be able to maintain operating costs. That's like impossible. These people do not have the disposable wealth necessary to keep themselves safe. They would inevitably fall under the pooled effort or pooled support of large billionaires or large groups of people that have compiled their wealth, and most smaller groups of people would just end up becoming effectively citizenry of these larger groups. So what you're talking about, this warlords would just take over these roaming warriors, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how the fact that Jeff Bezos, and whenever that's brought up, you sort of just like say, well, millions of people have more money than him technically, right? Well, sorta, but that's not really the point. The point is his wealth and the wealth of those around him pooled together supposedly, or even if they just chose to break off in their own individual little groups and form their settlements. These small peoples who do not have this level of money or the ability to pay for these large PMCs would inevitably fall under their influence, effectively being citizens or just like sponsored by Jeff Bezos as like a corporate warlord or a corporate dictator. That's what would happen. there's no system in where these large billionaires just magically lose their wealth because of some enforcement on the economy. For one, there is no enforcement on the economy without a large general state to influence or to enforce regulations. You have no way to enforce that, and all of these economic presuppositions fall apart when you realize that billionaires are not just going to let themselves dissolve out of existence. They will fight against the system, and they will lever their wealth to do so. And the people are perfectly fine to live in a secure society where billionaires have all their wealth and they are sort of sponsored by them, rather than this like anarcho-capitalist nightmare where they would have to get along with a whole bunch of people they don't want to get along with. And then also it's like competing powers. I mean you've yet to demonstrate any of that.
All right, so for the first claim, you were basically stating, which I feel like this is what it all really hinges on, which is the idea that private security agencies would not be able to be profitable because the state's police are unprofitable. And correct. The reason why the state's police are very unprofitable is because they're fighting. They are not just protecting people from other people who are violating their rights. They're protecting people from non-violent crimes, such as the war on drugs, as well as prostitution, as well as all of these other non-victimless crimes that have absolutely nothing to do with stopping aggression. Well, so all of that money. Excuse me. Like I didn't want to interrupt him. I apologize.
Say that they generate money from non-violent crimes too, like speeding and shit like that.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is also very true. But fundamentally, when you're spending and whenever you have to go out of your way to stop people from doing things that don't violate the rights of another person, you're wasting resources on what could be actually protecting other people. That's billions and billions of dollars that we've been spending on this war of drugs. And as far as I could tell, the amount of drugs has not gone down. The amount of prostitution has not really gone down. If I wanted to, I could call somebody to buy any drug at any time I want. If I wanted to, I could go on the internet and I could find a hooker if I wanted to. But yet we're spending billions and billions of dollars each single year. I would not expect that to happen under Ancap because all drugs would be completely legal because it is a voluntary transaction between two innocent people. So therefore, we wouldn't be spending billions of dollars stopping people from doing voluntary transactions. Prostitution would also be legal. Gambling would also be legal. Most internet interactions would also be legal. So all of this money that is being spent on enforcing victimless crimes would be completely gone, and the only crimes that would need to be. I was going to address that.
What about stealing to feed addiction?
Stealing to feed addiction would be illegal. That's a crime. I'm talking about non-aggressive attacks.
No government.
Huh?
Right.
Well, we go based on whether or not something should be legal or illegal. If you ask an anarcho-capitalist, we believe in the non-aggression principle, and whether or not something should be legal or illegal depends on whether or not you're violating the non-aggression principle of another person. Because I do not believe that having sex with a prostitute or doing drugs violates the non-aggression principle of another innocent person, then you should be allowed to do that. Now, in the case of what Incarnation said, like if somebody steals something. Sorry, I just one last sentence.
I understand your point.
Yeah,
I'm saying I don't understand how the non-aggression principle will actually be implemented in reality.
Well, the same way any other law would be implemented in reality. You would have a group of people who, a large portion of the individuals within that area, that have to agree with it, or at least support it, or not support it, or relinquish enough that they don't care to fight against it. That's how all states run their laws, and it could run very well. It could run very similarly in Lily and Ancapistan. What I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to convince more and more people to support the non-aggression principle.
No, two things. How do they come to that conclusion? I mean, do you want like so one of the things you said earlier was that for these people to have influence, they would need to pool, like millions of people need to pool their wealth to hire a private agency to protect themselves. Again, you've got to demonstrate how they operate at a win, or because I've just looked.
Wait,
it up.
I just explained it.
No, you didn't. You said that our modern police force has a whole bunch of stuff that has to govern a whole bunch of stuff that you consider illegal, or you would consider making legal, and thus they wouldn't have to spend money on it. But if you look at the vast majority of money spent on the police force and the military and the prison system is keeping violent and or semi-violent.
Question. Can I ask one question? Do you really think we're not spending billions and billions and billions of dollars every single year fighting a war on drugs?
It's actually probably not. It's actually probably not billions of billions. It's actually probably only a couple hundred million.
And aren't police stations like not spending tons of, like a large portion of their
majority of people who are incarcerated are not incarcerated on drug-related charges.
Most of the people who are incarcerated, are incarcerated for non-violent offenses. That is a fact.
Right, but irrespective,
most of those people would be free in Ancap.
Irrespective. Wait. I just want to nip this in the butt.
Like,
yeah, I just want to nip this in the butt though. If enough people, right, are violating an ordinance of whatever the fuck you want to call it that impedes on my, regardless if it's non-violent or not, right? You can have non-violent impedance on my NEP. So if somebody is violating and enough people are violating enough people's NEP, eventually people are going to come together and say, hey, we've got to enforce. Right, we've got to enforce people so in a preventive.
Could you give me an
manner,
example?
Right, we've got to prevent people from breaking other people's NEP. So we've got to enforce some level of preventative measure so that people aren't just uselessly breaking each other's NEPs for no reasons.
If you're the owner of your property, you're more than welcome to ban drugs, prostitution, or whatever thing that you want. The only thing that I'm saying is that the state would not have the right to tell me whether or not I can do what I want on my own property. If I want to have sex or do drugs on my property, and I'm not harming any or violating the rights of another innocent person, no person has the right to tell me what to do. Or should have the right.
62% of all people in state prisons are violent offenses, by the way. And the other breakups are either...
yeah, but imagine all the money that could be saved if we released all those non-violent criminals.
Well, the ones that are non-violent are classified. Hold on. The only one you even said, which was drug offenses, that's like 12% of the population of people in prison. And majority, and by the way, I don't know, do you want trafficking? Well, I suppose
trafficking shouldn't be illegal.
Okay, well then that's only 12% of the statewide population of people in prison. So the vast majority of crimes are either property related or violent. By an obscene wide margin is violent and or property related crimes, which of both you want to still enforce.
Can I give the rationale for why making drugs legal is a bad idea?
I don't want to stray away from the point. Could we?
Neon's gonna derail. What do you got, Neon?
No, I just got a question for you, bro. Like, how big was the Jewish guy's dick when he shoved it down your mom's throat, bro?
Okay, stop. All right, I'm gonna stop.
What was it like when a circumcised dick entered your mama?
I mean, Neon gets raped in a debate and then proceeds to cry about it for 3 months.
Yeah, bro. Okay,
hold on, guys, please stop. Please stop.
We
were being so cool. We were being so cool, guys.
This is literally proof that Goyam like you have low IQ.
Oh, God damn it! How do I get it?
Well, I mean, he simply does not. You simply do not understand the problem at all. You are literally brain rotted.
There we go. Okay, there you go. Okay.
Okay, so the reason why we should probably ban drugs is because.
No, you gotta ban them. You gotta block them, bro. You can't just
look at this
block.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not my call. You're infiltrating a completely different
call. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I'm lowering his volume. How do I ban somebody? How do I ban something? Which one?
You gotta go to the top and click block.
Block? Okay, got you.
I don't know, bro. Are you Jewish? What's the problem here? You're a Jew.
Wait, stop. I'm live streaming on the internet. Please.
Not my fault. I'm not doing it. He's the one talking about sucking Jewish dick.
Stop, please.
I knew it.
Okay. He's gone now.
Anyway.
So the reason why we should ban drugs is because at the time of the offense, at the time of an arrest, 25 to 40% of them are on drugs. So if fucking taking drugs makes you be violent, then maybe we shouldn't fucking allow drugs because they're gonna break the NAP. You know?
Wait a minute.
Exactly.
But you could say that about alcohol. So should we make alcohol illegal now?
Well,
yes, it is illegal in certain circumstances.
Generally, it's stimulants like fucking.
So you think it should be illegal?
It's restricted.
Also,
alcohol is restricted.
So it should be
the legality.
Wait. No. I'm not asking you whether it should be restricted. I'm saying whether or not it should be illegal because drugs are illegal, right?
Well, restricting something is limiting its legality. So technically,
okay. So are you going to be bad faith? Are you seriously going to be bad faith?
Can we ignore that part of the debate?
Like, come on.
Focus on the fact that it doesn't really matter if he wants drugs legalized entirely. The point is, his original point is if we stop spending an obscene amount of money, prosecuting these people and policing these people, that we would manage to save an obscene amount of money. And the reality is the breakup of actual people being prosecuted for these types of crimes is low as compared to violent and property crimes. And so that nulls his original point. I don't know why you guys are worried about.
And then there's driving crimes. There's victimless driving crimes such as like speeding.
Well, hold on.
Or pulling.
If I'm swinging a bat around your property and I'm just getting so obscenely close to hitting your property, would you not want to forcibly stop me? You just want to let me there swing at your property up until I kill you and your family.
It depends on whether you're the property owner. The difference, if you're the property owner, yes. If you're the property owner, do you want to hear the answer?
But you already said it. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, is the state the owner of the roads?
Who owns the road? Are you the property owner of the road?
No, but the state isn't.
Okay, well,
either.
let's assume someone owns the road.
Well, the state owns
if
the road.
If somebody does own the road, then yeah, they would have a right to tell you not to speed on it.
Okay, it's also irrelevant because it's still irrelevant because that's actually a profitable way that police make money. They actually don't lose money on policing people.
Yeah,
like
but
they
that's
make money
theft.
on traffic stops.
But
yeah, okay,
listen,
well,
regardless,
but that's a non-point because it doesn't actually discount from the amount of money they spend.
Yeah, but that's money that could be spent right, going out and getting actual murderers and kill. But
no, but that's not okay. Yeah, but you can say that, but that just means that the actual. No, stop. That just means the actual breakup of the money they would have to spend towards that would be more. But that's not. That's against your own point. You already said that they would be that if we stop persecuting these crimes, we'd have more money to pursue other stuff. And I'm saying that under that idea, we would actually lose money by stopping policing. No, if you stop policing traffic crimes, the police departments would lose money.
Good. But I don't think but fundamentally, right? Again, when you combine all the non-violent crimes and all the things that the state goes for and spends our money on, our tax dollars on, and all the equipment that they use in order to stop people from doing these drugs, when it comes to the cars and all of these weapons and all of these guns, they're not buying these guns just for no reason. They're buying against these guns to go after these gangs. And the reason why these gangs are shooting, when you look at the gun statistics, 90% of the gun crime within the United States is done by gang-on-gang violence. The reason why there's so much gun crime is because these gangs, they want to shoot each other and they want to go on drug turfs.
They're protecting property. They're protecting property.
Hold on. Okay, so Incarnation, I don't want to kick you out of the room.
Okay.
I don't want to kick you out of the room.
No, but I just want to establish facts. They're protecting property.
They're not. Right? It's not.
This fits within the
okay, so I have no choice to kick you out of the room because you're not letting me speak.
Yes.
Anyway.
Okay.
I don't think you're still. Your original point is still mute because.
I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished.
No, I get what you're saying, but you're then the problem with these gangs. If you want to say, oh well, they're not gangs because they're peddling drugs. They're gangs because they want
drugs are illegal
and they're doing it through petty means. People
they wouldn't make money if they wasn't illegal.
People still smuggle weed in places where weed is legal, even to transport.
Not if you could buy. But the issue is,
they still operate illegally, even on legal drugs. That's not the point. These gangs are violent and they're disruptors to the society. That's why they're so. And also, they're like, you're literally LARPing on saying, well,
okay, if we let me finish my point. Jesus.
Yeah, but your point breaks down when I say that we're still operating at a loss, even if we stop policing the things you want us to not police.
90% of the crime, 90% of the gun crime within the United States is done on gang violence. The reason why they're shooting at each other is to protect turfs. The reason why they're protecting these turfs is so they can sell illegal drugs. If they weren't allowed, if they were allowed to sell,
exclusively.
Not exclusively. So why do you think these gangs are shooting each other? They're trying to make money on selling drugs and illegal substances.
Why wouldn't they? Okay, hold on. If they're perfectly fine with operating outside the social norms, what makes you think they wouldn't just shoot you to take your wealth? Isn't it a good thing that we try to cull?
See, there's a reason why you don't want to let me finish my point. You're just interrupting me halfway through the point because you're too
I give
scared
up after this. Let Palestinian. I'm not scared at all, but you can take Palestinian after this. It's fine.
Okay, so there's a difference, right? The reason why these gangs are shooting at each other is because they want to have turfs so they can sell illegal substances that would be completely legal under an anarcho-capitalist society. So because of that, there's an increase in crime. The state has to deal with that crime by shooting those people, arresting those people, rounding up people who wouldn't be criminals under anarcho-capitalism. And if you legalize drugs, how often do you see pharmacies shooting at each other and grabbing guns and shooting at each other? How often do you see CVS pulling guns and then shooting at each other? They're selling drugs. They're selling drugs. So the reason, okay, so who is speaking while I'm speaking?
Wait,
let me check.
didn't we used to?
Who's speaking while I'm speaking?
We used to have like private.
All right, Incarnation.
It was fire departments. It was Incarnation.
All right, got you.
No, I wasn't a bit sure.
So the reason why CBS doesn't choose is because they'll lose all their they'll lose.
Next time you interrupt, I'm gonna kick. So I wasn't finished. So the reason why you don't see VC, even though they sell drugs drugs that get you high. They sell drugs that are prescription based, but you don't see them shooting at each other. The reason why is because they make more money selling the same drugs, the same goods and services to individuals. even though, and the reason why that is because if they go shooting their competitors, then the people who are buying from them aren't going to want to buy from them, and then they'll go to somebody who's more peaceful. That's why you don't see CVSs shooting each other, because they're operating in the legal market and they have other avenues. And if one like does something that they don't like, they could take them to court. They have other avenues to deal with that claim. Whereas without that, you're not able to. So yeah, you're going to see less crime.
So, you just said that they make more money. CVS makes more money selling, like, quote-unquote legal drugs. So didn't you just admit that the gangs will still be selling the drugs?
Not necessarily, because it wouldn't be illegal for CVS and all of these actual stores to. What you would see is maybe at first these illegal gangs would probably still sell it, but as it becomes legal to sell these drugs in pharmaceutical stores and all of these other stores, what you will see is all these other stores start selling those stores. It's the same thing with, for instance, if you go to a smoke shop at my local smoke shop, you could buy fake synthetic Adderall, you could buy synthetic you could buy synthetic heroin, basically. They call it kratom. You can buy Delta 8. All those, I don't see any people in the illegal market selling those things, and the reason why is because if you want to buy those things, you could just go to the store.
Well, I mean, that's like...
Can you front it? Can CVS...
With...
Jesus Christ, incarnation, please.
All right, now, Palestinian, please.
So basically, the issue with that is you don't see it, but it still exists. So, like, the #1 way people at my high school made money was having their friend buy legal weed and then selling it to the people who can't legally get it.
Well, you're talking about minors.
Yes.
Okay, but that's different, right? When you're talking about most of the people who do drugs are not minors. Yeah, there are some minors who do drugs, but I would argue they should be restricted from doing drugs because they are minors. So yeah, there might be a little black market for little kids who want to sell drugs to their friends. That might still be there. But for the vast majority of people who do drugs, for the vast majority of the individuals who take drugs, they're going to go to a place where they would more feel safe, which would be a store as opposed to some crack dealer.
Right. Well, except the fact that we have literal evidence to where.
Wouldn't it be interesting that the crack dealer becomes the fucking CVS? So
I mean, so long as he's doing it in a legal way and he's not shooting anybody, I don't see any problem with that.
Can I give you 2 points?
Can I just ask one
Black
question?
Cat, Incarnation first, and then Black Cat.
Okay. In this utopia, would CVS be fronting drugs to bums to keep them booked, or is this like straight up like you have to have cash all the time, like, or go like can they like kind of like play around with that a little bit? That's a serious question.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you see that happening now? And when you buy your prescriptions?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, but
it would most likely work the same way as it does now, but as opposed to prescription drugs, it would be legal drugs. Now, Black Cat, go ahead.
Can I make my point that I've been waiting?
No, Black Cat had a point. I want to let him make his point, and then I'll let you go, Palestinian.
I don't think Black Cat.
Well, that wasn't Palestinian. That was me.
Huh?
Yeah, I didn't have a point.
You did it?
That was me.
Okay, so I made a mistake. Go ahead.
I don't mind letting Katsu go.
Well,
so the reason why people aren't getting high off legal drugs and pharmaceutical drugs isn't because they're legal. The reason why they're not getting high off of prescription drugs that they get prescribed to them is because also I believe it's 73% of drugs on the street come from some kind of prescription that was abused. But even so, the reason why people aren't getting high off their prescriptions is because the way that prescriptions work prevents them from doing so. If I go to my insurance and I request some kind of like pain medication, like high strength pain medication, and then they give me a set amount for a set amount of time, if I utilize that in a way that is going to get me consistently high, like street drugs are used for, that insurance company is be like, we're not giving you this shit anymore. So it's not because it's legal; it's because the parameters that we have set in the legality. That's why.
I don't think I made that point.
Yeah, no. Katsu, you're a little late. The whole overarching point and this whole drug debate stems from that is that he thinks that having these free PMs, not free, but like these fucking whatever.
What are you trying to say?
PMCs. Yeah, him having these balkanized PMCs to enforce certain laws that he thinks are necessary, like property laws and like violent offenses, would then be able to operate at a win rather than at a loss, which is what I made, that our police departments and our military and our fire departments operate at a loss. They do not make money. His point was then, well, if we stopped criminalizing these drug laws, if we stopped incarcerating people for these things, or even traffic laws, then they would be able to make a profit. This was untrue. I proved that earlier by saying that they make up such a small minority of the overall crime rate. And yeah, now we're here.
I can counter that real quick. I could counter that real quick. But there are private security agencies, right, in the real world, and they do make profit. So I don't see why they can't follow. I don't see how they can't follow the same model.
How do you think the ones that even make money, like Blackwater and other ones, they make profit by being paid by either large billionaires.
Not true.
There are the smaller ones. The smaller ones are like these. They do not do what you're wanting them to do. These small and
HOA security officers.
These
don't
small
do
security
what
firms,
police officers do.
No, they can't. They cannot arrest people. They can't even shoot people, dude.
They have privatized police officers. They do have privatized police officers that do that.
That's different, but
that's what I'm talking about.
But if you're a privatized police officer, you operate at a completely different standard than a normal police officer. You cannot engage. You simply have to be on standby. Police are allowed to engage and prevent these things from happening.
Yeah, but they would be allowed to engage.
And yet, even with you mentioning this, how do they make profit? They are not employed by
the same way.
People.
The same way that so there's groups of like HOAs,
how do they make profit, and who
do you want to hear
them?
the answer? Do you want to hear the answer?
I want you to actually.
I'm going to answer the question, but you don't want to hear it.
Okay, I'm going to hear it, and we'll see if you actually do it.
Okay, so there are plenty of private security agencies that make profit, and HOAs that aren't made up of rich people. They're made up of normal middle-class people, and they make lots of profit, right? There are plenty of those going around, and that are funded by HOAs, that are funded by insurance agencies. So these do actually work within the real life. All you need to do is go onto Google, look up how these PMCs are able to make money, and then you could just copy that model, and then boom, there you go. It's perfectly possible for these private security agencies to make profit, and I don't see how it's not possible.
You're wrong.
It is true.
So these groups you're talking about that are like basically privatized police forces, they do not exist. The ones you're talking about are majority times employed by smaller individual peoples, and yet, by the way, they oftentimes, unless they're employed by groups, they're not employed for a long period of time. They're employed in short bursts by pooled wealth usually, or by extremely wealthy people. I know what video you're going to send me.
Yeah, PMCs are generally used to like protect oil, Saudi Arabian fucking.
But there are examples. I could send you an example of normal people using private security. Okay, there you go.
Are you talking about the one that
private
like
security agencies? There you go. I can send it in the chat.
Are you talking about the one? Hold on. Are you talking about the one where it's like essentially a cop Uber?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Yes, in neighborhoods that are hiring private security agencies, their HOAs basically take a portion of their budget that they would have spent on the police, right?
How do they make their budget? How do they make their budget?
Well, HOAs.
Yeah, how do they do that? How do they get money?
They take a portion of the money from the owners that live there.
Forcibly?
No. You sign it before you own the house. It's an agreement that you sign before you own the house.
Okay, hold on, stop. This violates what you believe, dude.
No, it's not. It's voluntary.
What if I want to live in this community, but I don't want to pay for this?
It's not voluntary to own a house.
HOAs are not voluntary? Who's forcing you to join an HOA?
Well, HOAs can come up.
Everyone would be required to join an HOA.
Who's forcing you to join an HOA?
If the government,
if you can't answer who's forcing you to join an HOA, then nobody's forcing you.
I'm gonna give you your counter. The exact.
Who's forcing you to join an HOA? Show me the person.
Someone comes up to your door and they put a gun to your head and they say, "Sign this contract that makes you part of my HOA, where I can then tax you to pay for this."
That's not how it would work in anarcho-capitalism. That's not how that would work.
Yes, it is how it works.
That's not how it would work in anarcho-capitalism.
People who live in an area. Well, your invented system, correct?
Yeah,
so the issue with this,
your non-real system that doesn't.
Can I make a response, guys?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
So the issue is that who's forcing you to join an HOA is like the same thing as saying who's forcing you not to be homeless. It's not that you're forced to join an HOA; it's that you're forced to have a house or you're a homeless piece of shit. So everyone.
Okay, so then you're agreeing with me. Nobody's forcing you to join an HOA.
You are though.
Oh yes, but the contrary is to be homeless. So everyone
I don't
is
care.
Effectively coerced into joining an
Nobody's
HOA.
forcing you to join an HOA. Point me to the person forcing you to join. If there's no criminal, there's no crime. Point me to the person.
Okay,
if you can't point me to the person forcing you to join the HOA, then there's no crime.
I have a question. Okay, wait. I have a question, KingSithis. Can I please expand on this? If you are a neighborhood that didn't have an HOA, okay, you're part of a neighborhood, you're part of a roundabout that didn't have an HOA, you're right in the middle of the roundabout, okay, and all of your neighbors decide to this HOA. What? Are you allowed to say yes or no? Like you
don't have to join. Nobody forces. No, you don't have to join.
Okay,
it's your property.
Okay. All right. So
wait.
Let me finish.
The exact same thing.
Let Incarnation finish, please. Let Incarnation finish, please.
You're right, Pausanic. Let me expand on this. Okay, so let's say you agree to be in the HOA. Let's say you agree to be in the HOA, and then you decide you no longer want to be in the HOA. What do you do then?
You would have to renege on the contract.
So you would have to what?
You would have to go to court and get out the contract. You would have to figure out a way to get out the contract that you signed.
Okay, so
like in real life.
But how? But I'm talking in Ancap here. How would I?
Yeah, you would figure out a way to get out the contract. So, like for instance, if you signed a contract with an HOA, you could be like, "I don't want to be part of this HOA anymore." Generally, there would be some sort of clause in there, like that'll allow you to give up your property or something like that. It really depends on what the agreement that you signed. I can't tell you how it would work in each situation.
Let me ask you something, because it's like it's one you'll argue.
Okay, so I just want a quick answer. Who is forcing you? No, just quick question. Answer. Who's forcing you to go to the HOA?
So if you want to, especially among modern developments, if you want to buy a new home, oftentimes it is paired with, if you want to buy the property, you have to sign the HOA. And
who's forcing you to sign it?
Who's forcing you to buy the property? Who's forcing you to not be homeless? Who's forcing you to not pay taxes?
Nobody. No one.
Who's forcing you?
Somebody is forcing. People do force you to pay taxes.
King, stop. Your logic doesn't stand, because I'm saying, I already offered this to you, by the way. If you want to go live in your Ancap dream world, you can renounce your citizenship. You can renounce your citizenship today and then leave America and not pay American taxes.
Okay, again, you guys ever seen that one meme? Man, things could be better here. Oh, but you exist in the system, so therefore, very interesting. You exist in the system.
Thank you. You
exist in the system. Very interesting.
Not signing the HOA can lead to you being forcibly removed from your property by being buried in legal fees. You are simply
it's not your property if you don't buy it.
No, if you buy a property,
so why are you actually acting like people like you join? You need a house.
Okay, so the fact that you guys are incapable of pointing me, the fact that you're incapable of I could point you to the person who will force me to go to prison if I do not pay taxes. The police will literally come to my house and force me into a cage if I do not pay taxes. Who is forcing you at gunpoint to buy the HOA, pay for an HOA?
Can I just give a logical chain without being interrupted?
Go ahead.
But I can.
You're not going to be able to do it. You're not going to do it, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So no one is forcing you to join an HOA in the same way that no one is forcing you not to be homeless. However, you are being coerced into joining this HOA.
I disagree.
With an absorbent. How do you disagree?
A coercion requires a threat of force. If nobody's forcing you, nobody's forcing. If there's no threat of force going on, if nobody is saying that I'm going to do this to you if you don't sign this contract, and there's no threat of force. If there's no criminal, there is no crime. Unless you can point me to the criminal, you don't have a crime.
Okay.
Point me to the criminal.
This is why I go back
to protect you if you don't join the HOA.
Exactly. This is why
okay,
I go
so
back
you can pay for private security agency. You don't have to be. You can have insurance agents. Listen, HOAs are not the only way to pay for private security. What you can do is you can pay for insurance.
Are you like delusional or something? What's happening to you, bro? You used to be better at this. I'm pointing out that if I'll stop. So say you and a bunch of other people come into an agreement that if anyone is going to buy the properties anywhere near you, they have to sign a contract or they have to be homeless. And also under your system, everyone would have to live in a form of HOA. Yes, they would, because God, by the way, an individual person cannot in a lengthy amount of time. No, they can't.
Insurance. You could insure your private property, right? And then pay a certain subscription amount of dollars a month, right? There's insurance companies who could insure your private property, and they'll have you pay basically like car insurance. Most people are perfectly
an individual at a loss.
Why would not insure it? Because they're going to be, if you have a lot of people, right? Most insurance companies, most insurance companies are perfectly able to make profit by insuring people's private property from people who are meant to destroy that property. So therefore, what they could do is they get a bunch of people that be like, hey, I want you to insure my private property from people who would violate my private property rights. And from all of those people, and all of those people who pay into the pool, anytime that one of those people get money stolen from them, they could pull from that pool of money in order to pay for the restitution to that person whose rights is being violated. And because more often than not, people are generally not robbed, then more often they're not robbed than they are being robbed. What you would see is that pool being taken from in order to pay people for restitution. It's very easy to come up with many ways in order to help people. And then there's also charities, right, for poor people.
You're railroading. Can you shut the fuck up, please? You're railroading.
No.
You're just going on for 5 minutes. My point now. Do you understand?
What did he just say? The N-word?
Do you understand how insurance companies work? They operate... Okay, if I'm an individual who is in opposition to a extreme amount of people, right? Say, I want to live in this neighborhood. I do. They try to force me to sign an HOA, and they're going to do that by, like, maybe destroying my private property or forcing me in some way, and you say I should get insured. Okay, I am now asking this insurance company to weigh the win to loss ratio of insuring me against my opposition. If I am not a profitable proposition, which is, hey, I am facing a pretty overwhelming force. I want you to insure me against this force. They could deny my claim if I am not reasonably profitable. They do this literally all the time. I am asking you, how can I enforce that if my insurance company doesn't see me as a profitable endeavor?
Okay, so 1, there's charities. 2, if you have a lot of people.
My point, not my point.
Okay, so now you're not answering now you don't want to hear the answer.
I don't want to talk about charities. Charities aren't real. No Ancap. Everyone's a guilty piece of shit.
Charities don't real. Yeah, I got you. So charities do exist. Okay, 1.
Charities aren't real.
Charities do exist. Okay, so that is 1. Also, Amit, if you keep interrupting, I'm gonna have to kick you.
Dude. Hey, charity, fund me an army, please.
Chewbacca victory. I am the king of the Jews.
Charity, fund my army.
Hey guys, if all the neighbors put in a charity, and we just every month we throw into a charity basket, maybe we can get some military,
Because he was interrupting, and now you're interrupting, so I'm gonna ban whoever interrupts me next.
Well, you're a fucking coward loser. I don't give a...
Okay, then you can leave too.
Aww. Nigger.
This when we have
Alright, time. And I'll be sure to let the mods know that you were screaming the N-word in here too.
Say this when you get a chance. Can we run through a hypothetical?
Yeah, I do wanna just answer the last arguments that you guys were making.
Are you fucking Owen Benjamin?
Who?
The guy on camera looks like a fucking thick Owen Benjamin a little bit.
I have no idea who Owen
that's
Benjamin
me.
is.
That's me. That's the...
oh my god, he sounds like Quinny.
Who's Quinny?
All right, guys.
Gay man.
Guys.
No,
bro. Damn. Shit, dude. You got me.
All right, you guys
wait,
good?
he's actually gay?
No, I'm not gay.
Hey, does anyone want to hear an instant replay of the slurs?
All right.
Oh my gosh.
So
he's just kicking people.
Yeah, anybody who's not contributing to the conversation, and respectfully, like I don't have time for that. So if you guys don't want to have a conversation, you guys are more than welcome to leave. If you guys want to talk about something else, you could go somewhere else. So we're here to talk about Ancap stuff. That's what it is. Nobody's making you come in this room.
Stop being a pussy, boy.
Black Cat, I guess I'll have to kick you then too.
You ready to get cooked tomorrow, KingSithis?
Fuck your dad, son, right in the motherfucking asshole.
Oh my gosh, what is this, dude? What's it called? You ready to get cooked tomorrow, KingSithis?
We'll see about that.
Nice. Hello.
All right, I can hear you.
All right.
Anyone else want to get kicked or?
Oh, you're still kicking people?
Yeah. I'm not kicking you. You seem all right. So to go back to what I was saying before, well, charities exist, 1, and if you have a whole bunch of people paying into the insurance agency, they would most likely have enough money to pull from in order to help you. That's how most insurance companies are. Most insurance companies don't just more often than not, they don't just cancel people for no reason. Generally, they want to make more money than keeping them on their plan than not having them.
Generally speaking, they either price people out of plans or they just outright cancel plans that they don't want people on.
Is it kind of a problem though? Oh, sorry. Let him go ahead.
No, go for it. I was just gonna. When you have when we have a few minutes, KingSithis, I want to run a roundabout HOA hypothetical.
Well, my hypothetical isn't that, but isn't
Connor,
I
think you should probably not until tomorrow. Because we're gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I really
want to
save
it. We gotta save that because because if we talk now, we're gonna ruin it tomorrow.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Have to. Yeah, I got you, bro.
You know what I mean?
I understand.
So Incarnation, go ahead. Whatever you want.
All right. Okay. So. We all live on this roundabout, right? Like this is like a no exit sort of road. You know what I mean? Like a cul-de-sac. You know, we all agree on the terminology of what that is. And I own the house in the middle, and we're all part of an HOA.
Socialism has never worked.
Now, this HOA offers, road services. They clean the road, but the only entrance, the only way in. The HOA also covers, the cost of infrastructure to, maintain the pipes and the plumbing to bring water and gas and all the stuff to the houses. So I decide that I'm the middle house. I'm in the middle of the roundabout. I decide I don't want to be part of the HOA anymore. And I say, you know what? I'm done. I don't want to pay my monthly dues.
Okay.
So what happens then?
That depends on what the agreement was. What was the agreement? Are you the owner of the house?
Well, of course, but there's still an HOA.
Well, you can either. I mean, it really depends on the contract. I mean, if they have like some sort of clause saying that you could leave if you pay us this money, or you could leave, but there would have to be. I would have to know the contract, you know what I mean? So long as you agreed. For me to answer this question, right, like fundamentally, right, when it comes to contract, right, if you agreed negative easements to your property, we don't have problems with negative easements, which means, you giving up some rights to your property to another person, so long as it's consented to. And if you consented to that negative easement and you want to regale on that, you have the right to. But what comes from that depends on the contract. So there might be a contract that might say, hey, if you leave this contract, you might have to pay us something, right? There might be a clause for that.
Here's why I propose this, all right? And this is all in good faith, right? This is really all in good faith, right? This is just converse over, okay?
Don't worry.
But in a scenario, even in an Ancap scenario where people are living in a roundabout, and in that roundabout you have private properties that share access, so they share one road to get into this roundabout. So there's some sort of collective ownership through the HOA to get access to individual private properties. So what do you do in an Ancap world, in your purview, when you hit an impasse where somebody in the middle or somebody within that roundabout says, I no longer want to be a contributor to the HOA? How do you rectify that conflict? Right, without breaking an NEP, without.
Are you talking about
without breaking?
Kind of like a donut homestead, where basically someone owns land around your land, basically, and.
Do you know what a cul-de-sac? Do you know what a cul-de-sac is?
You don't hold on, please stop interrupting him. Hold on, please don't interrupt him, please. Hold on, we're having a conversation. Jesus, man. Why is it so hard for people not to interrupt other people? Jesus fuck.
You know what a cul-de-sac is, though.
Yeah,
right?
I know what a cul-de-sac. Are you talking about basically similar to like a donut homestead where you have people's land all around you, so you can't really get out without going through somebody else's property?
Well, I would say that your access to your private property is shared with other, like people have banded together to share access to private property, and then at some point within that context, somebody decides that they no longer want to be part of that group that shares access to said private property. Right? The problem is that now 20, 30, 40, 50 years later, right, because everything was working great, you now have piping, you now have like consolidated a lot of your infrastructure so that all of the water comes in through through one pipe and gets distributed. You know what I mean? Like everything is done through that one.
Yeah, so then I guess I would go back to my earlier answer, which would be you would be allowed to opt out, but whatever you agree to in that contract would then happen. So for instance, like let's say, oh, you can leave, but when you leave you got to give us, say, like $500 or whatever, then you would owe that person $500 because that's what you agreed to before leaving. So you know what I mean? So it really just depends on what you agreed to. If they have a no questions asked leave thing, then once you say, hey, I leave, then you just leave, you know.
Right, but then what happens to the shared portion of it? Right, because I was contributing to, like, let's say you live up north and you've got to pass the snowplow. You got to pay every winter to have the roads plowed, right? So you all together pitch in. I'm still going to use the road. I'm just not going to pay to get to be part of that anymore.
Well, then if you're not
right?
it
So
depends on who's the owner of the road.
Well, collectively, everybody is because they're in
it can't be. There must be one owner of the road. So
you're all owners of the road.
Yeah, that can't be so.
You've all come together and said our properties are like designed in such a way that it's just easier for us to go through one road and have all of the utilities pass through one road. So we've all come together and just decided to use one road to get to all our properties.
Yeah. So the problem with multiple people owning the same thing, right, is if one person wants to do something with that thing, and it goes against what the other person believes, then they're basically
I'm not asking
claiming
you
ownership
the fundamentals of it. I'm like,
I'm saying the reason why there can't be that there's gonna always you can't have collective ownership. There has to only be one owner of the road, because when there's a dispute, only one person can have the right to use it. And ownership refers to the right to use a scarce or exclude others from a scarce resource. Only one person can have that right. So therefore, there can't be collective ownership.
You agree that there's not going to be individual water pipes going from a water pump to the house. There's not going to be individual gas pipes going from the gas plant.
There could only be individual
house, right?
Those pipes would have to be owned by somebody.
Right. So if you're insinuating that the only way that this is possible, which is really why this leads into utopia, is that the only way for this to happen is that a homeowner would have to pay to have their own pipe dug all the way to the gas plant so that they could have gas running to their house, or alternatively,
no, not necessarily. There could be a group of people who provide the service of that, and then you could pay them to do it.
I think what that leads to is a corporatocracy.
Not necessarily. We believe in anarcho-capitalism.
Right, but again, so unless you have the
there's no such thing as a natural monopoly.
What was that?
There's no such thing as a natural monopoly. The only time in which monopolies are created is when there's state intervention. We don't believe in a state. We believe in unregulated market.
Okay, so let's say, for example, I own a big portion of town, right? Like, let's say I have this, let's say I start up, like, for example, we go back to like Las Vegas and how Las Vegas was started by a group of people, Mormons, right? And they even got the mafia involved, right? That in itself.
I knew it. I knew it.
You okay, bro?
Anyways, my point is that they're already in a system of power. Right, and so right there, they already have that edge, and if anyone else wants to jump into the competition, they have to compete against this bigger one, and they can basically prevent them from getting resources that they want.
Not necessarily. So long as I never kicked you.
No, he's talking to me because I didn't actually kick him.
Talking about flat earthers or something. I said, how would you feel about me getting kicked for talking about this topic?
I didn't kick you.
Well, respectfully, we're talking about anarcho-capitalism, so...
Alright, my bad.
Yeah.
I'll let you... Oh, okay. So fuck me. I get it.
Well, we're not talking about that right now.
I know, I get it. I'll let y'all talk.
Okay. So, go ahead. Hold on. Can you let buffoonery go, please? Go ahead, buffoonery.
Well, let's say you have like 5 people, and you're just talking about 5 people. One guy has a huge amount of assets. Right? And these 4 guys just showed up. They just showed up. Now, how are they going to acquire assets for themselves? when the one guy is happy with having all the assets?
Well, we don't live in a world where people can own all the assets. We live in a We don't live in a world in a zero-sum game. We live in a world with a lot of resources. So I can't imagine. So unless you can point to me to a legitimate real-world example of a natural monopoly that was okay, great. If you do not stop speaking while others are speaking, I'm going to kick you.
Got you, but
please stop.
All right, bro.
Thank you. Go ahead. So unless you could point, just last sentence. Unless you could point to me like to a real world example of a monopoly that was created without any sort of state intervention, then I would agree with you. But I'm sure you would not be able to.
So what about like cargo ships and things like that? Like the cargo ships can't be from somebody who is a middle class citizen. They'd have to be a pretty well off guy who can afford to buy a cargo ship.
Not necessarily.
So if
people use
certain goods. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were done. I was just gonna say most people
buy
from
that's bringing in all these resources that are like really cheap. You go overseas and you go to China and you get these people, pay them pennies, and you get a whole bunch of resources. Now, if you want to go do that same thing at home, you can't produce those resources for that cheap. So they have an enormous advantage at that point.
Yeah, but that's assuming that there's only one cargo ship and only one company that owns all the cargo ships. But as far as I could tell, there's millions of companies that own millions of different cargo ships. And in anarcho-capitalism, we would not restrict other cargo ships from coming. And also, you don't need to own a whole cargo ship in order to purchase some things from the cargo ship. So, for instance, I buy things from other countries, but I don't own a cargo ship, right? Yeah, so as long as there's nothing restricting the flow of competition to meet the market's demands, then you wouldn't expect large corporations to grow as they are right now. The only reason why you see large corporations is because they use the state to put in laws to make it illegal for people to compete with them or make it extremely costly for people to compete with them.
But if that cargo ship brings a certain amount of goods, right, and they're selling it at a certain price, if you were going to become the middleman and sell those from that cargo ship, let's say you buy a couple of items from that cargo ship and you try to sell it and compete with that original guy, you're not going to beat him because you've already paid that extra fee to get those possessions in the first place. You're paying extra on top. It's kind of like a tariff in a sense.
Yeah, but again, that's assuming that there's only one cargo ship. But there's millions of different cargo ships. There's tons of different cargo ships and tons of different companies. So if one company, hold on, let me answer. So if there's one company that says, "Hey, I don't want to do business with you. I don't want you to compete with him," that would then incentivize his competitors that want to wipe him out to sell to you in order to get themselves better off. And you will always find somebody who will be willing to sell to you because people don't want to keep their goods. They want to sell their goods to make money.
How could they buy from another person if that person...
There's one shipbuilder.
There is no... That's not how the real world works.
But it is how the real world works, right?
Because of patent laws, I agree.
No,
because of how expensive it is.
Because of patent laws, because of regulations.
It's gatekeeping.
Yeah, the state gatekeeps all the time.
Not even building a massive building. Yeah, like building a massive cargo ship costs billions of dollars. It's not anybody who can just do it. It takes people with a large. Not
yeah,
only.
But you're thinking that you're looking at it like this.
Stop. It's not just money that you have to find to build ships. It's also brain power and engineering, which is even harder to find than money. You can have all the money in the world. It doesn't mean you can design and build a ship, right? Like that's like
okay, so there are regulations in place that make it really hard to build a cargo ship. There are patent laws that make it illegal for you to build a cargo ship that copies or mimics another cargo ship.
All the regulations in the world. You can take off all the regulations in the world. China still costs $1 billion.
Is there a demand for cargo ships?
Yes, and
are there people? Is there people in this world that could make money and profit from selling cargo ships?
For now.
Okay.
Anyways,
this is under a free market, what you would expect.
So I have a question.
So hold on. Wait. Whoa. Now you're not gonna cuck me out of this. My response. So, because you have people who want to make profit off of selling cargo ships, like you already agreed with me, and there is a demand for cargo ships. What you would see is other people, if there is a low amount of cargo ships, what you will see is other people putting their money together in order to create more cargo ships to meet the demand. And then the price will go down, and then it's like water sea making its own level. The only time in which
if there's a business plan for it, if there's a business case for it, but if there isn't a business case for it because you're competing against established shipbuilders who already have a pipeline of 100 ships.
Yeah, but again, it wouldn't be illegal for you to start a new one.
You would have to essentially you would essentially have to wait 20 years to turn a profit as a shipbuilder, and there really isn't much business incentive for you to get into it. Which is
not to mention, you also have to start up a company in China. That's also expensive as well.
Right.
Why do you think it's expensive? It's because of okay. Whoa. You're talking. Wait a minute.
Huge buy-in.
Wait a minute. You're talking about countries with regulation. I'm not talking about countries with regulation. I'm talking about a country without regulation. Yeah, it's expensive to start. Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Under the current system, it is very expensive to start a new cargo ship company. Now, of course, but under anarcho-capitalism, you wouldn't have all of these restrictions that the states put in place in order for you to start a company. No, you would not.
Of course you would.
So, if there is a demand, and of course, if there is a demand for creating new cargo ships, and there are people who have the knowledge to create cargo ships, and there is a profit to be made in creating cargo ships, what you will see is people who have that knowledge going around and creating those cargo ships and making the supply of demand.
If my neighbor starts building a cargo ship and ends up sending toxic fumes over my yard and starts affecting me,
that's a completely different argument.
My NAP. No, it's not a completely different argument.
That's a completely different argument.
If no, it's not a complete, because that's where regulations come from. Because it's like, oh, okay, well, you know what, George, go build your ships in the far corner of your property.
If I vandalize your property, right?
That's what
if I vandalize your property, that's a violation of the non-aggression principle. If I put poison in your air, that's a violation of the non-aggression principle. So if so if somebody violates the non-aggression principle, and then they would have to be charged for the pollution that they do to your property. If somebody dumps something onto your property, they would have to pay you for the goods for the violation of that property.
Here's a question.
The problem is right now, as of right now, the state does not charge people. The state does not charge people for the pollution that they pollute, so therefore they're incentivized to pollute as much as they can, or as much as they can get away with, and that's why you see so much pollution.
Make the rules.
Huh?
What if there's 5 big corporations and they start making the rules because they
what
have
you would see? Okay, so what you would eventually see. Yeah, what you would eventually see is as long as there's no regulations or restrictions allowing for the creation of the same products that they are selling, and there's a demand and a profit to be made from selling that product. Hold on. And there's a demand for the product to be made, and there's a profit to be made from selling that good, you would no longer see just 5 corporations selling the same good. You would see many corporations selling that same good in order to meet the demand.
They don't have cargo ships. So if
they didn't have cargo ships, what they could do is they could pay.
One cargo ship going to compete against a fleet?
Wait, okay, so what you would see, so long as there's no restrictions in the creation of new cargo ships, and there is a demand for cargo ships, and that there is a profit to be made from selling cargo ships, what you'll see is people creating cargo ships in order to meet the demand for the supply that is needed, and you would see the price of cargo ships going down.
Why wouldn't established companies just make exclusivity agreements with certain businesses?
Because there would be nothing stopping another business from, because as they don't have exclusive. Hold on. Oh wow! I guess you're gonna just cut me out of the answer to the question. Are you gonna cut me out of the answer to the question that you just asked me?
I didn't cut you off. That was someone else. But
okay, so what? Okay, so what would eventually happen is, because they can't sign exclusivity agreements with every single company. If I'm a new company and I refuse to sign that exclusivity agreement, then I could compete with that business on the market, stealing all of their customers. That would then if you sign an exclusivity agreement with another business, that would then incentivize more businesses to basically chime in and compete with you, because they wouldn't have to deal with that exclusivity agreement, and they could actually make more money from undercutting your product.
If you're a primary supplier of a good, though, why wouldn't, like, you just essentially threaten to cut off someone that may need it? any business starting up.
Yeah,
exactly.
Could you name me one business?
Exactly.
Could you name me one business?
Just go to a primary
Okay,
resource.
so you guys are defending this whole idea that there's such thing as natural monopolies that don't have any state intervention. So could you guys give me one example of a natural monopoly in the real world that has not gotten any aid from the state?
The Italian mafia.
So they didn't go around killing people who were they weren't going around killing people who competed with them?
Yes, they did occasionally, but the thing is, for the most part, they didn't need to.
Why?
Because the fear was already there. They were powerful.
Why?
They had so much control.
Okay, so that was not a
In
criminal.
fact-
Okay, listen to me. That's not a criminal organization and doesn't have the state's interference.
But if there's no regulations, then how can there be criminals in the first place?
Well, I mean, like steel. Steel
Okay,
is
so
highly monopolized.
you guys, so
in
you're
1800s.
admitting you guys can't think of a single example of a natural monopoly that was created without the state intervention and it was not a criminal organization that was forcing its will upon
Bill
others.
Gates.
Carnegie
Wait. The state is the natural monopoly. I don't know.
That's
what
not a
you're
natural
talking about.
monopoly. They're a criminal organization.
Yes, it is.
They're a criminal
To
organization.
you, a state is a criminal. To you, a state is a criminal organization. But
What do you call people who
irrespective,
forcefully pays into their system?
By your purview, the state is exactly that.
Yeah, they force people
So
to pay
Carnegie-
into their system, right?
Okay, wait, hold on. What about?
Wait. You guys are saying no. You guys are saying that the state is not. You guys are saying that the state is not a criminal organization. So explain to me, how are they not a criminal organization? Do they not steal our money through taxation?
No, taxation is not theft.
Okay, so what happens if I don't pay taxes?
Because like you presented, right? Because like you presented in the case for the HOA, where you're like, well, if there's a clause in your contract where you could just
I never
opt
signed a
out of it,
contract.
Then yes, you did.
When did I sign a? Wait, I never signed a contract with the state.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Signed a contract.
Where is it?
Yes,
Show
you
me
did.
it. Show me it.
Okay, let me finish here. You signed a contract with the state when you turned of age of consent. Right?
Show me the contract.
And by continuing, that is part of your citizenship.
Show me the contract.
So by virtue, your passport.
I don't have a passport.
Yes,
That's not a wait. A passport. A passport is a contract.
You have a social security.
Put it this way.
Wait,
I
your
got one thing to
microphone
point
is
out.
really low.
If you're using the roads, the public roads, then you're stealing from those who made it.
So if
So
I
you pay
benefit
your
from a
taxes
service,
so that you can get them.
if I benefit from the service, if I benefit from a service that the state gives me, even if I didn't ask for it, I still I should be forced to pay. Is that what you're saying?
No, he's stealing from me. No.
No, that's not the question that I asked.
So
Okay, so the fact that you guys aren't giving me a hold on, so the fact that you guys aren't giving me a yes or no answer to this question just shows to me that you guys don't actually believe what you're saying. You don't actually believe what you're saying. If you believed what you said, you would give me a yes or no answer to this question. If you believe what you said, you would be able to give me a yes or no answer to you question. Did I sign a contract?
It's a power play. The whole thing is a power play. That's how governments work.
Yes. You signed a contract by virtue of not leaving. If you wanted to leave, you could leave. Just like in your little HOA scenario that we presented, you have the power. You're able. You have the agency to leave.
Is the state the owner of the land?
By virtue of you staying and being an active participant in the economy of wherever you live, you are consenting, and therefore are responsible for paying a vague, or are responsible for paying whatever it is you need to pay. So that's all.
Again, the state is. Whoa, wait! I'm gonna respond to that. You guys are not gonna cuck me out of the response. All right. So there is a difference. An HOAs are made up of owners of that property. They are people who got their land through either consensual I didn't interrupt you, Incarnation. Give me the same respect. So, people who are made up of an HOA, those people got their property through voluntary transaction or voluntary transaction or original appropriation. That's the only claim that I make, and if you disagree with me, you can tell me why I'm wrong. The state did not get its property or the things in which it's in possession of through voluntary transaction or original appropriation. If you did, explain to me how.
So,
if they did, explain to me how.
Okay, so for the same reason that we can hand wave theists who say God is necessary for life to exist, we can hand wave away the need for a state to have acquired its land through just means. The state, at this point, how it acquired its land is irrelevant to the state as it currently operates. And as the state, as it currently operates, as a citizen, I own part of the state. I am a part owner of the state.
All right.
I own part of the state. I own part of the boundary. Yes, I own part of the boundaries. I am an owner to this. So therefore, I cannot steal from myself. Therefore, taxation is not theft.
Also, one, you did sign a contract, and two, you can legally give up your citizenship at 18. And three, there is a law statute for while you're an adult at 18. So if you didn't want to be a U.S. citizen, you should have opted out of the contract you were born into.
Okay, for one, none of you guys actually believe this, and I'll explain why. Fundamentally, you're saying it doesn't matter how the state got its property; it's the owner. You don't agree with this. If I came up to you and I snatched your phone right out of your hand, would I then be the owner of your phone?
If I own the phone, yeah. If the phone is the state, if the phone is representing the state, then yes, me who's stealing the phone, quote unquote, owns part of the phone. Therefore, I'm just taking what's kind of mine.
Anyone else want to answer the yes or no?
I mean, making an argument that like colonialism and like all that shit is gonna like that.
I love your profile picture. Sorry.
But I'm saying that like making an argument about like colonialism and trying to interact that with like kind of just how the nation runs today, I feel like doesn't necessarily work. Though like we could talk about the morals.
Well, they're still stealing from us today. If I do not pay tax, someone's hot micing. I don't know. Taxation. I think that might be you.
Yeah, I have to fix my.
Yeah, just maybe push to talk or something until then. Maybe.
No, I'm trying to mute myself, but now I'm having an issue with Discord. It's not letting me mute myself.
You don't.
So hold on. Let me respond to his argument, and then I'll let you go, Trojan, if that's all right. All right, whatever your name is. I just see the picture, so that's why I said that. So fundamentally, I'm not just saying like, oh, the government stole the land 200 years ago, so therefore they're not the owners. No, I'm saying, yes, that is true that they did steal it 200 years ago, but they're also stealing from us even today based on that on a claim. They're stealing from us today based on a claim that is not true. They did not get the land through voluntary transaction. They did not get it through consensual, they did not get it through homesteading. So therefore, for them to come today and say, you must pay us because now we're the owners, no, I don't owe them anything, especially if I own my own. Hold on, allow me to finish my sentence. You need to allow me to finish my sentence. So, just because they claim that they're the owners of it, that does not give me the right to take my money, especially if I'm on my own property. If I'm my own property, that I got through consensual transaction or homesteading, I have not violated anyone's rights. No person has the right to force me to pay them for anything. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you're on it's their governing body. They are the governing body of the land you stay on. Before you're there and after you'll be there, they're the governing body of that land.
Yeah, so is a mafia is a governing body too. So I thought you were.
Yeah, they have the power. Realistically, they can have a region and they run that area until someone bigger and more powerful takes it from them. And that's pretty much how that works.
So then you're admitting that taxation is theft. You just think it's okay. That's what you're saying.
Well, it's not really theft. You have you can leave. You can opt out of that.
Libertarians fundamentally reject the premise that might makes right. We don't think that their power to exert control over an area of land gives them any moral right to do so. Gives them any moral right to exert that jurisdiction, to collect taxes from people on it, to impose their laws on those people, and so on.
Yeah.
Okay, KingSithis. So, by your purview, would you agree that taxation is not theft in pretty much any parts of Louisiana, Alaska,
Incorrect.
most parts of? Why not? Because the U.S. purchased most of that land.
Where did they get that money?
It was settled.
Where did they get that money?
It was settled through import taxes, through commerce, through mostly import taxes. So people bringing in product into the U.S.
No, that's not true. They got it through they paid for the Louisiana purchase through taxation. They paid for those countries using taxation.
Yeah,
and taxation is theft.
Tax. How do you
if those
think,
hold on, stop. Taxation, yeah, that's theft. Yeah, that's theft.
Wait.
Invalid. If I claim to buy the moon from you, if you tell me that you're going to sell me the moon and I pay you for it, that doesn't make the moon legitimately mine because it was not yours in the first place to sell me. And that's exactly the case for the Louisiana purchase, or for that matter, for any other purchase of land, quote unquote, by one government from another. Because
one
standard,
whoever is the most powerful is the one who puts down their thumb.
Yeah, like
but we're not okay. So I just want to clarify this for every person in the room. Us libertarians do not disagree that somebody who has more power than you is able to steal from you and is able to violate your rights. That is not our claim. Our only claim is anytime that a person uses your property or your body without your consent is violating your rights. So if you believe that it is okay, if you disagree with me, if you think that it is okay to violate innocent people's rights, then you would be in a disagreement with us. If you do think it's not okay, then you would be in agreement with us. We're not saying that we're not going around saying that might makes right. Oh, hey, yeah, somebody could come up to you and stab you in the face. So who cares about your NEP? Well, it's like, yeah, you could say that about any ethic in the whole world. Any ethic in the whole world.
The concept of your property is a lie. Like, what designates that property to be yours in any given
way? We've already explained. We've already explained. I don't know where you guys were earlier, but the only way...
It's the god-defeating...
Hold on. Okay, so do you guys want to hear the... Stop interrupting. Okay, Incarnation, I'm going to have to kick you from the room. If you do not,
I'm sorry. There was supposed to be a drink, Fanta. Yeah. They only knew to give me the Frosty, and I
hold on. Taxation. Mute your mic for a second.
You get a refund on the Fanta. You have a good one.
So, again, we don't disagree that if somebody has the mic to take your shit, that they have the ability to do so. The only thing that we're arguing is that because somebody has the mic to take something from you does not make them the owner. The only way, and from our ethic, the only way in which you could become the legitimate owner of any property is through original appropriation, homesteading, or consensual transaction. That's the only way, the legitimate way.
You have no means of ever proving. Wait, stop. You have no way of ever proving that the land you were quote unquote homesteading doesn't belong to somebody else.
Okay, that is a separate question. That is a completely separate argument.
What standard could you ever present to me apart from some divine penguin, property right penguin that fucking somehow bestows property rights to people? Could you ever present to me to say, okay, this property didn't belong to somebody or belong to somebody? Like, it's.
So you're saying? Are you saying that it's impossible to prove that something is yours?
The Earth is 1 billion years old.
We have two different standards that are going to apply here. Sithis and I, as we discovered like 2 days ago, have actually different standards on this. My standard is that which is man-made is property, that which is natural is not. If I go into nature and I transform it into something man-made, such as a house or a farm or a parking lot or an amusement park or whatever, then that's my property. And if I sell it to you now, it's your property. But if I just find some nature, it's nobody's property, and I can do what I want with it.
What about the land that the house is on? You don't own that.
You do. I mean, if you built a house on top of it, then you do own that. At least the land that the house is on top.
I don't own infinitely down. It's not like if I were to dig, 50 miles below my house, it's not like that would still be my property. I don't own infinitely. Direction.
What you just claimed is a falsehood. You built the land. You built the house on a plot of land. You also then just claimed that piece of land is also yours. That why?
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't. The land that my house sits on top of doesn't have to be mine for it to, in effect, be mine. If my house is not removable from that piece of land, if the product of my labor or exchanges is not removable from the piece of land, then by de facto I own that piece of land. That is similarly.
If there's like a mine shaft? What if there's a mine shaft and I got a big ass machine and I'm drilling, but I'm blocking the doorway so no one else can get resources?
A mine shaft is somebody's property. I'm allowed to dig a mine shaft.
Unless you believe no one should be allowed to own a, unless you're going to say no one should be allowed to own a mine shaft.
Wait, so do I own my property all the way down to the Earth's core? Like, how deep does it go?
No, you don't.
Well, why not?
I forgot to turn off push to
You own the actual... Because all of that soil and rock and molten metal and so forth between your house and the Earth's core is not the product of man. But your house is the product of man. A farm.
So
what?
you're an Ancap,
Sorry,
right?
if I take a machine,
Don't interrupt. Hold on. Do not interrupt,
Okay,
please.
go ahead. I didn't
No, you're good.
realize it was mid-question.
No, you're good. You're good. Just letting you know.
Okay, so if I take a man-made machine and I extract natural minerals from the Earth's core, how do I not own them if they're on my property?
You do. If you remove things from nature and appropriate them to yourself, you physically remove things from nature and appropriate them to yourself, then now those are your property. The simplest form of this, if you pick an apple from the tree, it doesn't make the tree yours, and it wasn't yours just upon looking at the apple or saying it's yours. But when you picked the apple, it became yours.
Yeah, and I agree with him on
if
that.
the apple, well, wait, if the tree is on my property, the apple is mine.
If you planted the tree, if the tree is the product of you or somebody else planted it and you bought it from them, then the whole tree would be yours. I'm talking about a wild tree.
Everything is owned by Monsanto.
I own a 100,000 hectare ranch in the Midwest or whatever the fuck, okay? And there's free access to my ranch so people can walk onto it. And there's apple trees on my ranch. You can grab an apple tree off the ranch. You can grab the apple tree. You can whatever. You can grab the apple off the tree and eat it, but that's still my apple as the owner of the ranch. Like, irrespective of the fact that it's just
make it Caesar.
Wait, so who's setting the rights though? Who's like, oh, hey, look, this is how it should be, and then somebody else is like,
I'm just
who's
using
the one that says
I'm using Ancap standard.
Is there
No,
God
hold on, guys.
I should point out
one at a time. So let's answer that question. I just want to answer that guy's question. Stop interrupting. If next person who interrupts gets kicked. So, if you want to speak, you can ask, and then I will be sure to give you time to speak. But this whole speaking all at the same time is not gonna work. So he asked the question: who sets the standard? No person sets a standard. It's a standard that us libertarians have sort of come up with, that we believe very strong with, Leon. It's kind of the same thing as like the Constitution, right? Who sets the standard for the Constitution? Well, no one individual person sets the standard. It's the people who agree with it that sort of set the standard. That's how it kind of works with the non-aggression principle.
But what if somebody is bigger than you and they decide that they don't like those rules and they set new rules?
Okay, so you're arguing with a ghost, because we do not disagree with you that someone could violate your private property rights. The only argument that we are making is that it's not okay. It's never okay to violate another person's private property rights. So if you think it is okay to violate another person's private property rights, then you would have to make the argument for that.
I think he was asking a different question. I think he was asking, in practice, in an Ancap society, who is the person or people that is actually tangibly applying that standard? My answer to that would be the market of arbitration. That is to say, person A commits a crime against person B, or is believed to have. Person B sues person A. That means they go to their rights enforcement company. They say, this person did such and such to me. The rights enforcement company of person A contacts that of person B. The two agree on an arbitrator that they're going to resolve the dispute with. Whatever are the rules of that arbitrator's court set by that arbitrator will be the standards by which the dispute is resolved. Libertarians, Ancaps that are libertarians, which I am myself, and so is Sithis, but not all Ancaps are, technically. Ancaps that are libertarians hope that each arbitrator would tend to have policies for adjudication that are congruent with libertarian moral standards. It's not inherently going to be the case. However, whatever is the most libertarian law that you could find in a given society, we think will probably tend to be the law found on a free market, for simple reason that it's usually worth far more to me that you don't get to violate my rights than it is worth to you to violate my rights.
The other person has more capital, they can violate your rights anyway. They can hire more goons to do more violence and force on you.
And furthermore, the only thing that binds anything together is some form of unifying doctrine, such as an NAP or a constitution, right? And if the second you deviate away from that, you're just ripe for long conflict, right? One where might makes right. Like the only reason why the Republic works in the U.S. is because there's the Constitution is your unifying doctrine from which you resolve your conflicts with. Whereas what's being proposed here is literally just whoever has the most power and the most money will basically make their laws and adjudicate their laws how they see fit.
Yeah, that's
not what we believe. I heard two basic points just now that I feel I need to respond to. The first one was the one guy can just hire more goons. So that's the basic problem of disparities in firepower, disparities of might, where one party is wealthier than the other. This problem is mitigated by horizontal collective contractual enforcement mechanisms.
You just smashed words together. That does not.
I'll explain the concept. It's actually not that complicated of a concept.
Hold on. Do you want to hear his explanation, or do you want to just keep hearing yourself talk?
I didn't pull it out of my ass.
You gotta allow him to hear his explanation. Go ahead.
I did not pull it out of my ass. This is a historical. I came up with the term for it. I'll give you that. But it is a phenomenon that has arisen historically numerous times. It tends to happen when there is not a clear monopoly on force.
So mob uprising.
So what the horizontal collective contractual enforcement mechanism is, it's a situation in which many parties each recognize that on their own, they are susceptible to be dominated. And in order to prevent that, each party enters into backup agreements with each other party. However, those backup agreements are conditional. So, for example, I enter the security market in Ancapistan, right? I start a business that sells rights enforcement service, a defense company, a security company, rights enforcement company, whatever you want to call it. Now, I realize as soon as I enter the market, hey, I'm not the biggest fish in town. I'm not the biggest army. I need to make sure that I can't just get rolled over by anybody who has a bigger army than me. So the way that I see to it, that I can't just be rolled over, I enter into mutual backup contracts. I call up all the other companies, and I enter into backup contracts that essentially say, okay, I'll back you up if you'll back me up. However, and this is an important point, I'm not going to back you up just no matter what you do. If I give you unconditional backup, that incentivizes you to go commit profitable crimes, knowing you can externalize the cost of dealing with the repercussions to me. If you can submit my personnel, my capital, my resources to your conflict that you've picked, then you have financial incentive to do so. So what I will do instead is I will offer you my backup only conditionally. And with the condition that's always found, it was found in the surety system of medieval Ireland, as well as the alliances between Tuatha. We even see a version of this in modern American prison gangs. You have to do everything possible to avoid conflict if you want my backup.
You literally have this though in the way power is distributed to the states. Like everything you're talking about right now is already in play in the United States through municipal enforcement, through state enforcement, and through right. You're saying you're just recreating the system that already exists.
So you're admitting it would work.
You're not changing anything.
Let me finish. There is a parallel with state, but it's not.
Hold on.
It's not.
Javier, I'll let you go after him.
It's not.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your name.
There is a parallel to this concept with governments, but it's not internal, like municipalities and states and the federal government. What it is international. you do see international alliances that basically say, I'll back you up, you back me up. NATO, the Axis during World War II, the Allies during World War II, and so forth, similar in World War I. Here's the difference. There's a very major difference. States are able to externalize their costs. War is the health of the state. General Smedley Butler wrote a book about this. Was also a long speech called "War is a Racket." I would highly encourage reading this. Governments want to go to war. It's very good for them. They don't go bankrupt from war typically. It makes them better off, at least as governments. Their power is inflated. The nation rallies around them. They can conscript. They can have a wartime economy, usurp the nation's resources, get their war profiteer buddies very wealthy, and get kickbacks and so on. It's very good for the government. In the case of private firms, in an Ancap scenario, war is catastrophe for them. They don't have the power to tax people. They can't externalize any of their costs. They don't have monopolistic control of a nation's currency, where they can just print all the money they want. If they want to go to war, they have to fund it themselves. If they want to fund it themselves, that means having to charge more to their customers. But the customers are not captive.
All right, give 1 second. 1 second, taxation. I just want to tell you, let's try not to stray too long because we do want to let everyone speak. So go ahead.
The long and short of it is, companies go on a private market, on an Ancap system. Companies going to war with each other, they go out of business because costs of war don't decrease with customers lost. The logical conclusion of that is you lose all of your customers and your costs go crazy. You go out of business.
Wait,
So
hold on.
let
Javelina go because I did say I wanted him to go next.
I still don't see how this still doesn't become a countdown until somebody gets enough money to turn Ancapistan into a military dictatorship. Like, it's everything you're describing, there's nothing in place to stop it from just becoming a countdown to that. It's only a matter of time before someone makes enough money and greases enough hands and buys out enough people that you end up with a military dictatorship.
Inevitable consolidation.
Consolidation is largely a product of the state. That is consolidation of markets.
No, it's not. How does the mafia form?
Hold on. If you want, I'll let you go next. Just let him finish.
I'm playing Mafia Old Country right now. That game is so good.
There is a common misconception. There's a common misconception, very prevalent, that people believe that there is some tendency on the free market to consolidate, to oligopolize, to tend toward monopoly. But what we actually find in the real world is that the more consolidated an industry is, the more we can find the hand of the state. There is a direct and clear correlation between the amount of regulation in an industry, the amount of patents in an industry, the amount of limited licensure and subsidies in an industry, and how much market share is held by the top players of that industry. The freer the market is, the more dispersed and decentralized it is, the more firms you have, especially as the demand is something larger and larger, such as, that of a nation and its security demand and so forth. So within this scenario, any given player, be it in the security market, the insurance market, any given player is even if they're the biggest one there is, they're still a pipsqueak in the scheme of things. You can be the biggest company in the entire society, and you're still, relatively speaking, a drop in the ocean.
All right.
What if you've got like the major powers, like let's say the big 5 companies that go, hey, we all kind of agree on the same thing. Why don't we ally with each other and we can outnumber, maybe not through people, but through physical power, like bullying power.
If I could also add to that, okay? Like, sure. There are literal human beings who are more wealthy than 3/4 of countries who some of which have 100 million people in. So this idea that the collective people will come together and somehow overpower the overmounting wealth and power that some of these people have is absolutely asinine to me. Like, it's absolutely insane to me. And we have real life example of this today. There are human beings alive today that are worth more than literal billions of people.
No, why haven't we killed them yet?
I'm in a very loud place right now, so I'm keeping myself muted for now. Give me just a second.
Yeah, I just can't visualize a way that Ancap can result in a stable system that doesn't get overtaken by some power-hungry individual or group of individuals.
Oh, I gotta sign out. I think I have.
Because the thing is, the average person is kind of a lukewarm, kind of, oh, I don't want to just cause any drama type deal. It's not like every single individual on planet Earth will friggin' rise up, or let's say within the country, I should say, will rise up at the drop of a hat.
I'm way
stop what they're doing, stop working, and then boom, I can rise up and defend. You know, it doesn't work that way.
Generally,
like that.
Yeah, I would agree with buffoonery a little bit. I think that generally, like, even if you had a billionaire that has a lot of wealth, generally it's not within their interest to just take people over and just kill them for no reason. Generally, the people who are going around doing stuff like that are people within governments. And
I didn't say that.
Huh? Well, I'm just saying personally. That's what I'm saying. Generally, the people who are going around killing people are people within who want to take over people. Hold on, allow me to finish, please. I respected you when you spoke, and your volume is also very, very low. So I'm not sure if that's me, but you know.
Is it? Wait, no, because my thing is.
It feels low. Is it just me?
What I miss?
No, we're just talking about Ancap stuff. Also, I just want to say, one last thing. This has nothing to do with anything. I am going to be leaving in the next 15 minutes for another debate.
Aww.
So, I've been, I do host these a lot. So, you know, anytime you see it happening, you know. Yeah, so taxation, if he wants to stay and answer questions, he's more than welcome, but I'm going to be leaving. So go ahead.
So this is something that I often want to bring up.
The last thing I heard before I went into the very loud place was the idea of the Big Five. But that was the premise that I had kind of just been addressing just before that. That there, within the stateless framework, there is no Big Five. That is to say, you'll have the 5 biggest companies, but they have 1% of the market share or something like that, at least if we're talking about very large markets and fully free markets. Enabling the Big Five, the top 5 players in a given industry, to collectively between them hold majority market share, that's 100% the state. That is to say, at least if we're talking about a large demand, such as groceries or protection or clothing or something, cars, within that framework, you would have naturally the diseconomy of scale phenomenon. Everybody knows about economies of scale, less know about diseconomy of scale. The TLDR on it is past a certain point, past a certain scale of operation, costs of production begin to increase per unit. And that means that a free market, naturally, very, very large businesses, the mega corporation types, they would be undercut and outcompeted by their smaller competitors, not mom and pops, mind you. Smaller meaning closer to the optimal.
Hold on, allow him to finish, please.
Smaller meaning closer
the last
to the
sentence,
optimum.
yeah, if you can.
Such as medium. Such as medium business. So the dynamic within a free market is to have a much more dispersed market where the top 5 players have between them 1 or 2, maybe 10% of market share. Nothing in the ballpark of majority. But the state right now, as it exists, it shields mega corporations from their own inefficiency by giving them major subsidies and by imposing extraneous and onerous costs on their competitors. For example, they're able to regulate competitors away.
Hold on. Taxation is theft.
Well,
let's hold on. I got you, Incarnation. So let's try to keep the comments to maybe like 2-3 minutes at the most, so that we're not
I want to comment on this too after this guy.
So yeah, did you hear what I said? Taxation.
All I want to say, the only issue you have, the biggest problem you have in your premise, right, is base material management, and the base material is not a Mon Pa that's doing this. There is no Mon Pa mines. There is no Mon Pa copper mines. There is no Mon Pa silicon mines. There is no Mon Pa titanium. This isn't done by small businesses, right? So fundamentally, you will have a monopoly at your base level because you'll only have a few people who can actually do that
Wait. A monopoly for what?
Oh, the market.
What are you talking
anyways,
about?
There's no monopoly for any of those things in the real world. You know that,
fucking
right?
Absolutely there is. There's
For what? For what thing?
What thing? Yeah.
There isn't any regular Joe that's gonna start up a mine. Up in.
Well, just because there isn't
wherever the
average
hell.
people creating a mine doesn't mean that having a mine makes you a monopoly. There's tons of different companies that mine things and tons of different materials. So I'm not sure.
Well,
could you point me
that's
to
not
like
the proper argument? I would say.
No, I mean there's competition. That's what I'm saying.
It's true in economics that having high fixed costs to an industry reduces, of course, the number of players in that industry. However, in the case of almost every industry, very few exceptions to this, the fixed costs are not high enough to where you only get one. There's lots of rich guys out there. There's lots of rich entrepreneurs out there looking to diversify. In actual fact today, despite the state, despite all the regulations, despite all the artificial costs, you have many mines. I don't think there's any mining industry where there's a true monopoly, where there's only one player.
Can I make a better point?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, I think the better point as to why you just typically don't see monopolies is because of profitability and margins. So from the perspective of someone that has capital, right, they want to find a way to deploy their capital that gives them the maximum amount of return on investment. This means that they're going to search for a business that has really high gross margins. Gross margin means that the end price that they sell whatever they're producing, like the good or service, is significantly higher than the cost they put in. They actually do not care that much about what the product is, right? As long as it gives high margins, which means that any business that has high margin, any industry that has high margin, unless there's like some very clear barrier to entry, it just is a tremendous incentive for people to come in and compete. And as long as that's going to be the case, as long as people can freely associate their capital, they have access to capital, of which there's a lot, then it's going to be pretty rare you're going to have a monopoly.
Very true.
I think in the spirit of intellectual honesty, well, I don't think this is a monopoly, but this is an example of duopoly based on high fixed cost in the world today. That's private spaceflight. To my knowledge, there are only two providers of that, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. I believe they both have.
It's actually not true at all. There are many people that do private spaceflight.
Really? Okay, well then.
Oh yeah, there's like I mean, okay, so it's okay, so I will point out so SpaceX is actually really interesting case because they just have technology that's really, really good, right? Like their barrier to entry to competing is just they have effectively is the human capital, right? Like they just are really good at hiring good engineers, but like all those engineers could easily leave another company, so I don't think that's a very strong moat.
All right.
That being said, there's Orbital ATK, there's United Launch Alliance, there's Rocket Lab. Also, if you really want to be technical, the Indian Space Research Organization does private flights. Blue Origin is probably one of the least interesting competitors.
What was that
because
one
they
company
haven't truly...
that Virgin Mobile, didn't they have something show in the States?
So Virgin, it wasn't Virgin Mobile, it was Virgin Galactic.
Okay, got you.
But so what they attempted to do was an air-launched rocket that which is a really compelling design, but interestingly enough, there are probably like 10 or 20 startups that are attempting to get into this space. So no, there's tremendous competition for access to orbit. It's just one company for a time right now is doing really well at it, and I don't think that's like a failure of your mark. I think it's a feature.
Suppose we go back in time to when there was only one. In every industry, at some point, there was a first player. You know, the Henry Ford, I'm assuming he was the first car. At some point, there was the first one. Now, if somebody said, aha, look, it's a monopoly, so the free market does produce monopolies, I would say, in the case of things that are very, very, very expensive to produce, you'll have either a monopoly, at first a monopoly, and then a very small pool of players. And then over time, as people's wealth increases and as costs of, financial barriers to entry decrease, you're going to have more and more players ultimately. But it's going to start off that are extraordinarily expensive to produce. You may have only a few. Private space flight came to mind for me as something that's ridiculously expensive to, break into. There's not common pop. It's true. I'll take your word for it that there's all those that you didn't just make up all those private spaceflight firms, but there's no mom and pops private spaceflight firms, at least not yet. Maybe in 100 years.
Well, yeah, actually,
Can I
interestingly
add
enough,
something?
private spaceflight keeps getting cheaper, so you never know what's gonna happen within the next.
Can I make an argument?
100 years.
I would love a world where some poor person can just go, pull up their bootstraps by starting their own private spaceflight company.
I want to make an argument real quick.
One interesting thing that is happening, and
whatever.
I just want to make one point. So one interesting thing that's happening with private spaceflight is that while it's still kind of prohibitively high to start a rocket company, if you want to start a space company, so a company that utilizes like satellites and cost to orbit, those costs are just dropping like crazy high, right? So it actually, like, within 20 years, it would not be. It might be like a semi-common thing for like really small companies to operate in orbit. Like that's essentially happening.
You know what you're gonna see. You're gonna see a similar resurgence of space-specific like tech companies that build like a sensor for something going into space, right? Like a lot more companies are investing now into satellites or whatever space technology, which means that there's an entire ecosystem that follows around that. Because maybe some engineer who's really good with optics can build a very specific fucking laser that can see you changing your underwear from 150 kilometers high.
You wouldn't want to see that. The more expensive an industry is, the more likely it is to be a monopoly or an oligopoly. So if fucking spaceflight is not a monopoly and isn't owned by the top 4 players or something, then things like groceries and basic rights enforcement service, things that are far cheaper to provide, are clearly going to be all the more competitive.
That's a very good
Well, I think
point.
there's a difference.
Also, can I make one last point? And I just want to jump in real quick on last point. There's nothing that the government could do to make competition easier without violating or taking someone's property or initiating an aggression. And there's a whole lot of things that they can do to make it harder for competition to go, and such as creating licensing laws, regulations, and zoning laws, and all the other things that the state does. Continue.
Can I make a point about monopolies?
Let Incarnation go because he did.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and then you can go next.
So the only thing I was gonna say, the difference between police, in your case, and the other spaceflight, is spaceflight has a for-profit model, right? Neighborhood policing is not a for-profit model, and there really isn't a venture in which you can probably make the prevention of murder profitable. And it's a cost of society.
There's plenty of ways.
It's already been done. I'll give you an example of this. Suppose I'm an insurance company. I'm Allstate, right? And I've got all of these policyholders, and I insure those people. Now, if those people are murdered, I have to pay out substantial claims. Likewise, if they're victimized through arson or robbery, rape, whatever it is, I have to pay out claims. It's a cost to me. I realize that it's also worth something to them to be protected from those kinds of things, not just financially in the form of indemnification, but also physically, to have access to something like a dispatch that'll send officers to their location. So that means I can sell them as individuals, as families, as households. I can sell them protection, or I can sell it to an HOA similarly. I can sell them protection.
Presupposing, so before you go too far into this, are you presupposing that everybody has insurance?
Most people do have insurance. People that really want insurance have insurance.
Right, but in your purview here, this is a presupposition that people must have insurance. Because otherwise, why would insurance companies really give a shit, right? Unless it's an absolute necessity for people to have the policy.
I'm not describing a service that, quote, polices the community. I'm talking about a service that protects you, the customer, and not your neighbor.
Can I make a point about that too?
Sure.
Okay, so first things first, we are already like if you live as part of a state, you're already collectively paying for people to protect you, right? Like you are paying for cops. So the case for private insurance is just you're doing the thing you're currently doing, except you have far more choice. with what to do. Like, you get to actually personally vet the people that will protect you. You get to ensure they do so within your values. You can also have much more control of how much you pay and what level of service that you get. I always find these like weird steelmans or like these real strongmans about like, oh well, the state is the only thing. No, it's like, and this is actually not that unprecedented. Right, in America right now, some like half of all security personnel are private, right? So you're thinking of people that are in gated communities, people that protect private businesses, people that protect theme parks, right? Like there are tons of people that are protecting others, and some of them aren't too.
That sounds so stupid.
I mean, even just the business model itself is flawed, because for there to be like a demand for the insurance, there has to be a substantiated like belief that an area is dangerous. You would have to let an area be dangerous for people to want to get insurance.
Do people only buy homeowners insurance? Do people only buy insurance to indemnify their house against fires in places that have lots of fires?
Well, typically,
we used to have that system. It fucking sucked. Remember the whole plaques on the thing, and then the fire department goes there. Oh, the plaque is not ours. Never mind, we're not helping you.
Do most
typically,
we
most
still
people have car insurance because it's like legal. Like you have to have car insurance. But even if it wasn't like legal, it would be a good idea to have car insurance, considering the amount of people who get into car accidents. If we were able to reduce them to an astronomical low, people wouldn't be paying for car insurance because there's no strong demand to. People don't get into accidents.
No, fundamentally though, there's two fundamental differences. There's two fundamental differences.
Let taxation is robbery respond real quick.
Right. Well, I just want to say this though. There's a fundamental difference between home insurance and car insurance, because a car holds personal responsibility for other people. So you can crash your car into somebody else. You can't crash your house into somebody else, right? So the reason
someone can
why
burn your house down.
Insurance on a car, but again,
a fire from my house.
That's different. The reason why you're mandated to have car insurance is because you hold a personal liability if you injure somebody else. The reason why you're not necessarily mandated to have home insurance is because if you burn your house down and you don't have insurance, that doesn't.
I thought you are mandated to have home insurance.
However,
that's true, but this is in regards to the point about
maybe if you hold a loan on it, right? If you hold a mortgage on it, maybe.
All right, let's let taxation
so in that
go
case,
real
the mandate
quick.
comes from the bank. Okay.
Hold on, let taxation go, and then whoa, guys, stop. All right, so we're not gonna just like talk all over each other, guys.
Sorry.
So we're gonna let taxation go, then we're gonna let punished Lancer go, and anyone else want to go after that punished? No? Okay, go ahead.
I have a separate point to make about monopolies, so you guys can just keep on going.
Yeah, that's fine. But I just want everybody to talk, like everybody have a chance to, So go ahead.
I just wanted to say that the market does, in a sense, have a way to quote unquote make you get insurance. What I mean by that is the government forces you to get car insurance. The government doesn't force you to get homeowners insurance or renters insurance. But people often do get it, not because they felt the need to get it, but because market mechanisms kind of held it as a requirement for some other thing they want to do on the market. For example, if you want to be able to get a mortgage for your home, I used to write homeowners insurance policies on this basis all the time. They were sent to me by my uncle, the mortgage lender. So the mortgage lender requires that you insure the home.
Yeah, but that's a private company asking you. That's a private company giving you money, saying that here I'm extending you a loan only on the condition that you have insurance on the house. Like
that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
right?
Isn't that example of a success of the free market because it's a private company incentivizing an individual to buy insurance?
Yes, they're not forcing you with violence. It's just if you want a loan from them, they're not going to give it to you unless you insure. Similar is true with renters insurance. They won't rent to you. They won't give you space in an apartment unless you show them you've got renters insurance and so forth. Kind of for obvious economic reasons for them. Now, the insurance model of protection that I described, that is one model. It's not the only model. I think it's the most likely to prevail in a modern world, because insurers are in a unique position to provide protection more cheaply than other companies could, other companies that aren't also insuring it. If an insurer protects you, then they're removing money from the pool of what's going out in the form of losses, what's going out in the form of claims they have to pay. So insurers are in an advantageous position to provide you with rights enforcement kinds of services more cheaply than anyone else could. That said, it's far from the only model.
Okay, so the insurance company, so in this model, essentially the insurance company is the one who holds authority because they're the one who are going to contract the private protection agencies, and the insurance companies are the one that are going to go solicit clients for insurance policies, basically. So essentially, it's going to be insurance companies running the racket, and the hope is that the insurance companies are going to be following the NEP.
Well, it's not a racket. Nobody's forcing you. Like, the insurance company isn't coming up to you and saying you have to pay us. If not, we're going to shoot you. That's what happens with the stats. A racket. That's what the state does. This is a private company that is offering you a service, and you could buy it with the conditions that come with it, or you could choose not to. It's different.
The companies in this case are only acting as agent of the customer. They don't have special legal authority to do things the customer would not be allowed to do themselves. It's just they have much more means to do so. But lacking a monopoly on force, they have to play by the same rules.
So who holds oversight on the insurance companies then?
It depends what you mean. If you mean, for example, what stops an insurance company from sending its employees to break into my house and tie up my family and stick stuff up my butt, and do a bunch of mean stuff to me.
What ensures that insurance companies operate within the bounds of the NEP?
So Incarnation, you know what you're doing? You're putting what you're doing is you're implicitly putting a lot of faith into the state. Sorry, go ahead.
Wait, can I finish though? If hypothetically, if agents of Allstate, they come into my house, tie up my family, stick stuff in my butt, and call me a slut, all kinds of stuff I don't like them to do. They're real mean about it. They're total jerks. They come in and do all that. I can then go to Geico or freaking State Farm.
Okay, so what if they all do it? Okay, so they all come together and they all say, "Hey, fuck the NEP," and we're all just gonna do it.
This is a separate question. So that's the scenario of you get a cartel where all of the rights enforcement providers decide that they think robbery would be more profitable than sales, and so they just reform the state. Wait, are you waiting on food? Oh, what's the name?
Let Punish go now.
So Incarnation, you. So I always find this argument really fascinating because it's like, what if private companies behave less self-interested, right?
Private companies' only self-interest is to be profitable.
That's everybody.
I would actually argue individuals' own self-interest is to be profitable, right? And very often it is due to these
companies. Agents of the free
private companies are composed of individuals.
To be profitable. The agents of the free market's goal is to be profitable.
I mean, although I'll also point out something else. You can either be profitable or you can steal. There's no other way.
I should point out
that would still be profitable, though, right?
No.
If you had nothing, and you steal $10, you're $10 richer. You made a profit of $10. You're still profiting.
Right. So the distinction is that if you're electing to operate a profitable business, you're buying into the notion that everyone's going to have to interact with you voluntarily, right? So your mentality will be that of serving people. Right, because you're saying, well, I'm not going to try to steal things. I'm not going to try to coerce them to patron my business. I'm not going to coerce my employees to be here. Right, I'm all going to serve them and appeal to them to do so voluntarily. Where if you're saying, well, I can't operate profitability, well, then your only option at that point would be to start stealing things from people. In which case you're not. You're subjecting them to coercion. You're not respecting their consent.
Right, but if you've run any business, you know that there is a certain threshold between service and profit, and getting too much service eats into your profit, right? So there is a.
That's not necessarily true.
And your
That's actually not true at all.
Yes, it is absolutely true. And there is
many cases where that's not true.
There is so much as often the juice isn't worth the squeeze. It's balanced balancing that is what makes businesses very successful. But by and large, if you follow the most profitable businesses, their ultimate goal is to reduce their base cost and maintain.
That's very much not true.
Right?
Wait. That's very much not true. What are you talking about?
Historically, unless there's market pressures, which if historically, unless there's market pressures, and recently we don't really see the market trend downwards, stuff generally stays at the same price, even if the cost of production goes down.
But what do you? Okay, so yeah, you're ignoring a lot of things about how businesses operate. So the first things first, and I don't know why people do this fallacy of assuming that the only way a business can be more profitable is to reduce its cost. That is one way of being more profitable. There's several other ways, right? So, but one thing.
Hold on, let Punish
by the way,
answer. Let Punish go.
Yeah. So one thing that you're very
I didn't hear.
So one thing you're very clearly ignoring is that probably one of the most common tactics to be more profitable is not necessarily to reduce costs, it's to increase revenue, right? You can do that with a variety of means. You can make a product that's higher quality. You can have marketing. You can try to increase gross revenue by expanding into different markets. There are many ways of operating a more profitable business, or a business that offers you a great return on investment without necessarily making your costs lower. So that's just like this weird straw man that people that just don't understand businesses.
Increasing revenue doesn't by and large increase your profit. If your cost of goods exceeds your cost of sale, then you're not profitable. It's really that simple. So your goal as a business is to bring down your cost of goods as much as possible and keep your sale price as high as possible. That's literally a fucking goal.
Wait, hold on. I just want to point out
the premise of business.
Wait, I just want to point out your tactic. Wait. This is actually really funny. So what you addressed is you just ignored all the things that I said. Right? I said very simply, very simply, you can either reduce your costs or you can increase your revenue, right? I'll point out there are many ways of increasing revenue.
Increasing your revenue doesn't increase your profit. It's wrong. That's wrong.
What?
No, because if my cost of goods, that's wrong. Because if my cost of goods stays the same, right, and let's say my profit margins stay the same. Look, I say I have a 65% gross profit margin, but my cost of goods goes up. Let's say from $10 to $20. I'm increasing my revenue, but I'm not increasing my profit. I'm not making any more money.
So all else being equal. I feel like I'm living in the Twilight Zone. One of you saying that the way you profit more is to reduce costs. The other one saying it's to increase revenue.
He's just intentionally misunderstanding how businesses work, right? Because there's so many.
Hold on, wait. Let's let the taxation go, and then Punish. You can go after him. Okay.
Yeah.
Every business in the world wants to have as little money going out as possible and as much money coming in as possible. They are driven toward cost efficiency, which, by the way, is a good thing. We want that. That means resources can go where they're more urgently needed elsewhere. This is the mechanism through which the market allocates resources where they ought go, where they are most urgently needed, is through the pricing system, where everybody's trying to reduce their costs as much as they can. All else being equal, that is. And they want to take in as much revenue. That means charge as much as they can without losing sales, and have as many sales as they can. I should point out, I wanted to 5 minutes ago, the compulsion to earn money, or I should say not just earn money, the compulsion to increase one's profits, that is to increase one's control of material resources, that is not limited to private businesses on a market. That is all people, and in fact, even animals are in a constant contest with each other to all maximize our own resources, our own control over the external world. And systems that are built around trying to avoid this phenomenon, or that is to say that are dependent on this phenomenon not being the case, such as communism and National Socialism, where the whole thing breaks apart if people are self-interested, well, they tend to find the result of people being self-interested anyway.
All right.
But in the case of the
sorry, I thought you were done.
Yourself by serving others. I was just going to say that on the free market, uniquely on the free market, you serve yourself by serving others. The way you profit on the free market is ultimately by benefiting others as much as possible.
Yeah. So this whole idea that the only way businesses improve is by reducing their costs is just like not seen in how businesses operate. Now, certainly I'll point something out. Most businesses actually don't succeed, right? Like something like 80%, 70%, 90% of businesses fail. But in aggregate, and over time, there definitely do pop up several examples of businesses that can change how they spend their, change how they spend their capital and increase their revenues, thus making them more profitable, right? There are numerous examples of this. A really notable example would be like Apple Computer, right?
If you're taking a profitable model and you're increasing revenue, then yes, sure, you'll increase profit. But if you're taking an unprofitable model and you're increasing revenue, you're not just magically making profit. Like what you're just saying is like it just flies in the face of basic math here.
Okay, so I don't know what you mean by unprofitable or profitable model, right? I mean the whole thing about increasing the whole thing about increasing profit. Yeah, you have to interrupt me to make your point.
Well, I'm just going to clarify. Saying is you don't seem to understand what I said, so I'm going to clarify.
I understand very much, probably considerably more than you do.
If you're in the business of selling hardware and you're selling your hardware at a loss, it's not by selling more hardware that you're going to magically make more money. If your sole revenue is off the hardware, like that's full stop.
Well, I mean, if you're selling your hardware at a loss, you need to have a plan for this. Otherwise, you won't be selling hardware for very long.
Right. Exactly. So
which is a viable business strategy, right? Like Microsoft actually did this with the Xbox, where their goal for the first generation of the Xbox was not to profit off each individual Xbox. Their goal was to expand their market share as much as possible. This also expanded their revenue, right? Like you can expand revenue and be an unprofitable business. Yeah.
They also charged for the service of the Xbox Live as well. That made up for money too.
Yeah, but they weren't really profitable to the Xbox 360.
Mm-hmm.
So the
Xbox itself was not profitable. They sell at a loss.
On a less serious note, no PlayStation hardware has ever been profitable. It doesn't matter. PlayStation 1 all the way to PlayStation 5.
This is known as a razor and blade strategy.
Right? However, Nintendo, on the flip side, all of their models, hardware specific, have always had profit built into it. They've always made cash on their hardware. Their model is built a little bit differently than Sony's and Xbox, just as an example.
Because they're less diversified, they have to.
Right, seems but like they also, if you look at the two companies, however, if you look at how the two companies approach business, because Nintendo makes money on their hardware, they're always sitting on cash, and they always tend to spend on innovation, right? They're always a little bit out there. Whereas Sony, because their model is less cash heavy on the hardware side of it, they tend to innovate a little bit less, and they're pushing more.
Okay, well, if we're going to examine. Okay, so if we're going to examine game console manufacturers, you're providing wonderful evidence about how not every business becomes profitable in the same way, right? You literally just dictating this, and I'll point out that's it's because different businesses have different goals, right? Nintendo has to operate revenue. So Nintendo has to operate profitably because Nintendo has to operate profitably because they can't diversify. They have no choice. Whereas a company like Sony or Microsoft, they have other income streams. So yes, of course they can grow. And that worked very well, right? If you look in the PlayStation 2 era, well, they made a lot of money. Revenue. Yeah, they made a shit ton of money because they were able to sell their start selling their systems at a lost.
PS3 was pretty.
The point that I'm making is that to your
Sony used the PlayStation 2 as a loss leader to gain a foothold in a completely different industry that has nothing to do with gaming. But that's neither here nor there. My point is
actually quite important for the conversation.
My point is that if there isn't a profit model built into your revenue stream, increasing revenue doesn't just increase profit. That's just categorically wrong.
I don't think
increasing revenue can mean a lot of things.
I don't think Lancer was intending to say that increasing revenue by itself while doing something like operating at a loss or while simultaneously increasing your costs to surpass the greater revenue that you're getting, to cut into your margin or diminish it to nothing or diminish it to a negative margin operating at a loss. He was clearly not saying that that's how you increase your profits. When he said increasing revenue is how you increase your profits, it was taken as a given, as an assumption that in doing so, you're not increasing your costs, and in doing so, you're operating at a profit.
My core idea that I'm trying to convey is that not every business is the same, right? So what a lot of people that that will criticize the free market and private businesses, they'll often pose this argument, which is that businesses are always trying to lower costs, they're always trying to pay their employees less, and that's just like not true. There is a tremendous amount of diversity. There's a tremendous amount of diversity in how businesses operate. Not every business even has the same goal, right? So to say that all businesses are trying to say the same thing, I don't understand. Like that just seems like this weird straw man to try to attack what is just like very observably false, right? In fact, it is this diversity in how businesses operate that we get all of the benefits of a free market.
Right. I don't disagree with you fundamentally, but it doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the facts. I mean, if you're saying that your model is scalable, then yeah, absolutely increase your revenue. Great, increase your cost.
Most businesses don't even know.
But that doesn't mean that doesn't lead to success. That doesn't necessarily lead to success, and it doesn't necessarily lead to profit.
Can I blow your mind? Okay, so here's one thing I find really fascinating. I bet you probably will make at some point the argument that businesses are all trying to pay their employees less, right? That could not be further from the truth. Because
I don't believe in that at all.
So fun fact, businesses operate in the highest margin business like environments are ones that have minimal competition, which means that businesses have a much stronger incentive to hire highly educated, highly specialized, and highly varied employees that can allow them to go into these markets. So in a way, businesses want to pay their employees more. They just want employees that deserve to be paid more. And the other thing I find really, really fascinating is because like employees' own fixed costs actually have limits, right? You can only pay people a certain amount until they already have a house, they already have food. When businesses start to do this, then like they start offering their employees equity because it's one of the best ways of incentivizing people. So not only do businesses want to pay their employees more, they actually want the employees to own the means of production.
I mean, in certain instances, sure. I wouldn't say that a large corporation giving you a little stock option is really a means of you owning the production. But hey, if that's
literally owning the means of production,
if that's what you want to put it about, well, I mean, you don't really have a stake on the board. You don't really have. You don't really have a chance to be active in the discussion or in the direction of the company. So really, you don't.
I mean, if it was in a worker co-op, it'd be the same situation, right? Because like your vote, it would be the same as everyone else. It's just the difference in how it's done in the real world in private businesses is that like the amount of influence that an employee has over the business is commensurate with the benefit they're giving to the business, which is like makes a ton of sense. Like, why exactly should it be the case that like you'll have a business and someone that I don't know is responsible for like the quantum computer that's half the revenue? Why should that person get the same level of influence on the business as like a janitor that I will point out could also work at like literally any other business?
You're saying that the janitor should or could not get the same level of influence?
But this janitor should not get the same level of influence for like all for. I mean, like you're free to do this, right? But you also massively disincentivize the person that's going to benefit your business tremendously more. So good luck with that.
I would totally agree with you. I agree and actually disagree with you. I agree with you that companies are, I would say, more so, or maybe not as much now because the labor market's a little weird, but for at least a good little while, companies were incentivized to be creative with their structures and how they would pay people or how they would compensate people, and that's a good thing. I don't have an issue, and as a hiring manager in a shop, I had the same approach for some of my best employees. Like I had one of my best employees love racing cars. He's also one of the best technicians you could have it's one of the best technicians you could have working on a car as well, right? So like I was on a predicament. He's like, well, let me go to my race events once a month, 12 months a year. I'll have to miss, whatever, so many days a year, and I'll be good. I'll make it up somewhere else. And he did, right? So I let him go to his race events, and in turns, he ended up being my best employee. So there's ways to get around it. But the issue is when you start scaling that I had 35 techs. So the issue is when you start scaling that, I can't do that for every guy because not every person is that good.
but it's hard to manage those personalities. So then you start standardizing things and just start telling people kind of this is what it is for everybody. Because it gets complicated when you start scaling personalities. But different story.
What's to stop slavery from rising up?
Guns.
Well, slavery is just like largely not like under liberal markets. They're just not strong incentives for slavery.
Companies that don't enslave their people tend to make more than companies that do.
Yeah, like it's like it's like saying why would a company want to pay for like the labor that benefits them the least? It just makes no
Generally,
sense. And
like,
yes, companies do pay for slaves.
If you buy a person, you have to feed them, you have to clothe them, you have to do this to them. Whereas with a job, you just pay them for the work and then they leave. That's it. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to do any more responsibility. So it's easier for a business.
What prevents
as somebody who
enslaving?
controls a business, as somebody who's controlled a business, I can tell you that it's a hell of a lot cheaper to internalize your costs. So if it means that I can just throw everybody in a cheap bunk with cheap food and cheap everything, and it costs me less, I don't have to pay them as much, then I win, right?
What?
It costs
then why
me
don't
less
companies
to
do
house
that
them in
right
food.
now?
If it costs me, because it's
because of
illegal.
regulations. We live in a society with.
Oh no! I mean, it's not illegal for a company to set up a bunker thing where you can live in it and they feed you and they do everything for you, but you work for them.
Because they have to have standards.
They have to
Some
have
of them actually do
that.
that. Some of them actually, I think
as long as it's
Google like
voluntary.
set up
I mean,
dorms
I
or
don't-
something.
I mean, as long as it's voluntary, I don't
One
care.
could argue about
but
internship.
Generally,
That's another
companies
thing.
don't do stuff like that. Generally, companies just pay you for your work and then you go on your way.
No, man. A lot of companies pay your housing. The military pays your housing. Like a lot of.
That's
lot
a
of
state
companies pay
program.
your
That's a
housing.
state.
Yeah, the state program that's also very, very inefficient and costs a shit ton of money and is bad for the environment.
Yeah.
Wonderful
Being a
example.
soldier in the United States military is indentured servitude, or in the case of conscription, it's just outright slavery. But you mentioned that it's illegal right now to enslave people. It's still illegal in an Ancap society. So long as two conditions are met, you don't get enslaved.
Yeah, guys, I gotta go talk on Reddit. This is fun.
All right. So those two conditions are: number one, that people demand to not be enslaved, that their people don't want to be slaves, and then number two,
ultimately,
that those people are able to be market participants. That is to say,
but ultimately you have no way to enforce this, which thus makes it just a utopia.
Private
which
security.
Is why, we rely. Yeah, but your private security again. The problem is you'll always have this one problem. Is the only way you can get all private security companies to run by the same rules is if you have one sort of authority that makes sure that all of those people run by the same NAP. And that'll be the police.
Hold on, let him
the
finish and
federal
then you
police,
go.
whatever you want to call it, whatever governing, whatever oversight body you want to have that makes sure that all these private companies don't breach the NEP, or if they do breach the NEP, they have some form of consequences. Whatever oversight committee that has authority over those people, those are the ones who run your country. Like that's what it comes down to.
What if you were a middle class citizen, right, and you're working and all that stuff, and you pay for security? You have like a tiny, like maybe two people that cover you for your whole life, right? And now some rich guy says, "I want him dead," and he secretly hires a whole 30 people to go raid and kill him. How the hell is that middle class guy going to survive that attack?
That was introducing. You're just now introducing a second question when the first one had not had a chance to be answered. The previous one was. Fuck, now I'm forgetting what the fuck it was.
Yeah, that's why it's always nice to be one person at a time as opposed to cutting in and asking a question right after another person asked a question.
I had. Oh, I remember what
I'm gonna give you the cliff notes of what I said. Okay, I'll give you the cliff notes of what I said.
I'm gonna lose it again. I remember what it was now. They don't all have to play, the security companies and shit, they don't all have to play by the same rules. They very likely will have slight deviations, but there are some commonalities across demand. For example, everybody wants to not be enslaved. Everybody wants their house not burned down. Everybody wants their daughter not raped. Everybody wants to not be murdered and so forth. So where you have those commonalities, they are bound by demand to play by basically the same rules. may have, for instance,
hold on, Incarnation.
What happens if all 5? Yeah, but let's expand on some of this stuff.
You gotta let him finish. Incarnation.
Yeah,
respectfully, you gotta let him finish.
I don't want to go down sermons.
But if you don't want to have a conversation, you don't have to be here. You need to be respectful and allow other people to speak.
There was already the question technical about the rich guy, so we haven't even got to that yet. It's not time for new questions yet.
No, because you're not answering my question, right? Because my question is very specific. Who upholds the standard, right? That makes sure that all of these private, whatever defense companies are upholding the NAP as it's meant to be. There can't be any deviation. There can't be, people can't have their own versions of the NAP. There has to be one NAP, and that all of the private companies say,
but
no,
there
no,
is
no,
only one NAP. There's only one NAP.
Anarcho-capitalism does not imply universal application of the NAP. They can sometimes deviate. For example, the equivalent of private security companies, the surety contract networks and the Tuatha of medieval Ireland, under the Brehon system, which was a free market legal system, they allowed in their system, in some cases, adverse possession. Some surety contract networks and many Brehon would recognize adverse possession as a legitimate means of property acquisition, and adverse possession is theft. So this is a case where the law within a free market system was not compatible with the NAP. And ANCAPs do not inherit. Okay, maybe you don't have the whole basis of like how the legal system works.
But the legal system works. Wait. No, you don't, because the legal system works based off of either a charter or it bases off of a fucking constitution. Some unifying doctrine that allows conflict resolution to be a habit. This is literally the basis of
you gotta let him finish, man. Hold on, Incarnation. Respectfully, you can't just railroad people who you disagree with. You gotta allow them to speak.
It's not railroading.
Yes, you are, because you're not. You didn't even allow him to. Hold on, you didn't even allow him to finish his sentence, and you're just like continuing to speak over him. So you can either play respectfully and allow him to finish his sentence, or you can just go. One or the other. Pick.
You misconstrued something I said. When I said the legal system, I wasn't talking about existing legal systems under government. I was talking about an ANCAP legal system. In an ANCAP legal system, there's not one unified law. The law is not the same for everybody. The law between me and you is not the same as the law between me and my neighbor. And the reason for that is that I have rights enforcement company A, you have rights enforcement company B, my neighbor has rights enforcement company C. Companies A and B have agreed that they're going to resolve their disputes with amazing adjudication, Court 1. Whereas companies A and C have agreed that they're going to resolve their disputes between with the American Arbitration Association, Court 2. Court 1 has their rule says, for instance, that murderers get the death penalty. Court 2 has an anti-death penalty policy. So if I murder you, then I can be subject to the death penalty. But if I murder my neighbor, then I will not be subject to the death penalty. So there's not one unified law across the entire society. The law varies based on what contracts you have personally chosen to enter.
So we're just talking.
I could send you a video on law without the state.
We're just doing feudalism or kingdoms at this point. Like, this is really what you're describing.
No. I have no idea how you got that from what I just said. No, kingdoms and feudalism. Because you're saying like, well, there isn't a unifying NEP, so basically anybody can come up with their own NEP, and anybody who wants to follow the Lord A, who follows NEP doctrine, such and such. So people are like, hey, I like this guy, so I'm gonna follow this guy because he's the one who enforces the NEP I like. He's the one that protects me, right? Because he believes in this NEP, and he tells people, hey, guys, this is the NEP that is the best NEP, and I will defend you to the death if you follow me. And because that's what it ends up like, that's what you're proposing. Nobody said NAP. NAP is a moral philosophy. It's a libertarian moral philosophy. Anarcho-capitalism doesn't inherently have anything to do with the NAP.
Sorry, are you saying that the justice system doesn't have a form of morality to it? There isn't moral implications to your justice system?
Not inherently, no. No justice system inherently has any
Oh,
form of...
really? So the justice system doesn't try to deal with things morally?
Not necessarily. I mean, look, in the modern world justice system, the laws are written by the highest bidding corporations and banks and so forth, other special interests. In an anarcho-capitalist society,
so
the law
banks
is
are
based
coming.
on...
Hold on.
So banks are writing legislation that allows them to kill people and rape people.
Not them.
Yeah, what this leads to is you have an Ancap society where one side can, because they pay more, they can have better rights than somebody who lives in a poor place with shitty rights.
Not necessarily
That's
true.
what I mean. It ends up being feudalism. It literally ends up in feudalism. What is being proposed here?
Nobody owns you. Feudalism, the Lord owns you. Nobody owns you under anarcho-capitalism. You're a self-owner.
Yeah, you know how they own you? They guarantee you protection. They say, hey, this guy's NEP doesn't allow for slavery and it doesn't allow for raping. And they're like, you know what? I would rather be protected by this guy because he doesn't allow raping and murdering and whatever in his kingdom. So I'm gonna go be subservient to him, and I'm gonna be part of his economy.
That's consensual. Nobody's forcing you to be that there.
I'm gonna be a peasant in his economy.
Yeah, but again,
Whoops,
there's a difference between
the red light
one.
district
Hold on,
and now I'm a slave.
stop. So there's a difference between. Hold on, there's a difference between feudalism, which is people being forced to work on the land, and in which they're literally owned by the person who owns that land. You know, a king. And me choosing to go live somewhere where somebody gives me protection and I choose to work there in exchange for that. That's two completely different things. One is obviously consensual, and the other one is not consensual. Okay. Taxation is not consensual.
So we agree then.
This is consensual.
Then we agree that taxation isn't theft. Then
it is
you
theft.
have the right to leave.
Whoa! Did you not hear a word that I just said?
You have a right to leave.
Did you not hear a word that I just said?
And everything
is the state the owner of the land?
Taxation is not theft.
Is the state the owner of the land?
Yes, the state is the owner of the land. Yes.
No, they're not. They didn't get it through consensual transaction.
The state represents the people, right? The state represents the people, and as a constituent,
it doesn't matter.
As a constituent of the state,
North Korea says they represent the people. North Korea says they represent their people.
Well, I don't know how North Korea works, but I can tell you that in Western democracies, I am a part owner of the state. I own a part of the state.
And the state is not the owner of the land. The state is not the owner of the land. They didn't get it through consensual transaction.
Okay, so the state is the owner of the land.
So you're saying again. So hold on, guys.
Right, because here's what I'm gonna do. Right, I'm gonna define state properly, and I'm not gonna allow you to redefine state. So a state is nothing but boundaries that are governed by a central entity. Therefore, a government, right, governs the boundaries, which creates a state. That's literally what a state is.
Again, so a state does not, the state in which you live in, right, is forcefully making you pay into a system.
It doesn't matter.
I allowed you to speak uninterrupted, and now you're not letting me speak uninterrupted. And the reason why you don't want to let me speak uninterrupted, okay, so I'm just going to lower your volume. So the reason why you don't want to allow me to speak uninterrupted is because you just cannot handle hearing opinions that differ from your own, so you have no choice but to continue speaking as I am speaking, which is kind of weird. So obviously there is a difference between a government and a state. See, when you are the owner of your land and you govern over your property, that does not make you a state. A state does not govern over its property. It governs over property in which it claims by force. There's two very different things. If a person claims over land that does not belong to them and they are forcing the people within it to pay into its system, then that is a state. And why are we against the state? Because it's forcing people who are in the land that does not belong to them to pay into the system. So if you believe that it's okay for people who don't own the land to force people to pay into its system, then you support
I got
the
a
state.
question.
I'm gonna put incarnation volume back up. There we go.
So I'm just gonna completely reject your premise because I'm looking up the definition of state, right? And through any accredited sources, and if you're gonna say that we have to reject any form of scrutiny or any form of credibility to the meaning of words, and we can just make up the definitions to words as we see fit to make our argument work to our needs, I don't see that in any dictionary that describes state. So
is the current state the owner of the land? Did they get it through voluntary transaction?
That is not a necessary. That is not a necessary prerogative.
Okay, so you're saying
for state.
Got you.
So
what you're,
I would like to ask you. I would like to ask you. I would like to ask you. No, because you're not answering my question. Right? This is what it is. You're running away from my question.
Oh, like you were running away from me earlier when I was trying to speak.
You're running away from my question. So why is it that you get to add? Why is it that you get to change the definition of the word state? Because when I'm looking at the definition of the word state, none of it is described how you do it.
Okay. So why do you get to do that? Why do you get to change the entire definition? Your even if listen to me, even if I were to take your definition of the state, question still stands. Okay, listen to me very carefully. Even if I were to take your definition of the state, I could still make the same argument. The argument that I'm making is that the current state that we live in is not the just owner of the land. And if you believe
it's irrelevant to the definition of state.
So I'll lower your volume again. So the only way, and you could be the just owner of a land is if you got it through consensual transaction or original appropriation. If you did not get the goods in which you're possession of through a voluntary transaction or original appropriation, then you simply are not the owner of the goods in question. So, if you do believe that the state is the owner, even though they didn't get it through voluntary transaction or original appropriation, you have to say so. Do you believe that the state is the owner of the land despite the fact they didn't get it through original appropriation or consensual transaction? Yes or no? Go ahead.
It's completely irrelevant.
Okay,
so I'm going to go on a 5-minute. I'm going to go on a 5-minute monologue, and I'm going to describe to you why it's completely irrelevant. Much like I've described to you a religious argument where religious people tell you that it's necessary, right? It's necessary that God exists in order for you to know whatever reality. It's not necessary for the state to acquire its land through just means. Why? Because first of all, it's impossible for you to ever prove your standard. It's non-falsifiable. Therefore, there really is no reason to take your definition of state seriously because it really is unfalsifiable. Furthermore, it really doesn't change the fact that if an entity were to have acquired its lands through, by your definition, unjust means, and now 1,000 years later still owns the same boundaries, the way that they acquired those boundaries 1,000 years ago is irrelevant to the people who are currently living in it, right? And if that's the basis for what you're going to say, then there is no such thing as any amount land or whatever, because there is no way for you to prove that nobody ever owned it.
All right, so again, so you're saying,
substantiate
just let me know when you're done.
Credibility. There's no way that you could ever prove that somebody doesn't own the land, or you could say, hey, I want to have a consensual transaction, unless, of course, you were to believe in a divine property rights penguin that bestows you the initial property rights that allows you to own the first piece of property, because that's the only way.
So I'm just gonna okay, so you're saying, hold on 1 sec. So you're stating that it doesn't matter that the state got its property, it didn't get its property through just means or original appropriation, because they are the possessors, they are the owners. You do not agree with this, and I'm gonna see if you agree with this by asking you a very simple question. If I walked up to you and I snatched your phone from your hand and ran off of it,
this is the most retarded. This is the most retarded
would your
shit.
Cell phone be mine?
If I well, okay, I'm going to answer this question the same way. Because I partly own the cell phone, because the cell phone represents the state, and as a constituent of the state, I partly own the state, then I am technically not stealing the phone.
Okay, so that's not the question. That's not the question that I asked you. So I'm going to ask the question, and I want to get an answer from the actual question that I asked you. So the question is, you own a cell phone, and I come up to you, and I snatch your cell phone out of your hand, and I run off with it. Am I now the owner of your cell phone? Yes or no?
Well, if you're a willing participant in this of the state, and the cell phone represents the state, you technically own part of the cell phone. Therefore, you're just using part of your cell phone.
I'm gonna ask you one last time, and if you don't answer either yes or no, I'm just gonna assume that you are just incapable of answering a very simple question. So the question is, I come up to you and I snatch your cell phone. The phone is 100% yours. You bought it. And I snatch your cell phone from your hand and I run away with it. Am I now the owner of your cell phone? Yes or no?
If the cell phone represents the state, then therefore I am a equal owner of the state.
Okay, so the reason why he doesn't want to answer the question,
phone, you were therefore taking really part of your property.
Okay, so the reason why he doesn't want to answer the question, yeah. So the reason why he doesn't want to answer the question. Huh? Yeah, no, I just want to say one last thing and then I'll let you go. I'll let you go after this one last statement. So the reason why he doesn't want to answer this question is because if he admits that, yes, the person is stealing his cell phone, then he would basically be acknowledging that, yes, just because somebody stole something from another person does not make them the owner. What makes the person the owner is whether they got it through consensual transaction or original appropriation. He's not going to answer that question because he knows that answering that question will reveal that he doesn't actually believe in his own ideology. So all right, so I'm passing it back to taxation as robbery. Go ahead.
No problem. See you later, KingSithis. But yeah, as a collective owner of the cell phone in your hypothetical, you have equal rights to the cell phone.
That's kind of what I was going to say. The whole collective owner thing. Earlier, you said, Incarnation, that the state gets to do its thing and you can leave if you don't like it because the state is representative of the people who own the country. Here's the problem. My property doesn't belong to the people collectively. It belongs to me. The people of the United States have no claim to my house whatsoever. Therefore, neither can any.
The only reason why somebody recognizes your house as yours is because there's like a collective agreement that the house is yours. Otherwise, it's like people don't collectively agree that the house is yours. It's kind of irrelevant.
People don't have to collectively agree that the house is mine in order for me to be able to enforce my claim. In the absence of a state,
they would have to.
In the absence of collectivism, you still have property enforcement. In fact, you find far more consistent property enforcement.
Wait, can I ask a quick question?
If you're enforcing your property, if you're enforcing, in this case, then might makes right. So long as you're enforcing your property with a higher level of might than whoever would want to engross upon it, then yeah, you would ultimately win.
So
might makes right.
Yeah, but wait, if you believe that, wait, Incarnation, are you saying that you believe that might makes right?
Do I believe that Mike makes right? I mean, I think it's an unfortunate fundamental fact of reality, yeah.
Okay, so if somebody has the might to rape you, does it make it okay? Does that make it right?
Nope.
Okay, so then you don't believe that.
Then might doesn't make right.
Yeah, then might doesn't make right.
It doesn't change the fact that it doesn't change the fact. Okay, look, whether or not I think it's right or not doesn't change the fact that if somebody who's stronger than me wants to rape me and they have the means to rape me, they can rape me. Whether or not
we don't
I think
disagree
it's
with that.
right or wrong is irrelevant.
Well,
right?
But
it's irrelevant, right? Right. So bring in. So if you want to just break it down completely, I agree with you. Yeah, getting raped is wrong. But if somebody has the means to rape me saying it's wrong is irrelevant.
Okay, again.
But if people believe that it's wrong, if people take action to prevent themselves from being raped, if people generally agree with each other that they each don't want to be raped, then through one mechanism or another, they are likely to mobilize that belief, or I should say actualize it, to enforce that you don't get to rape people.
Great, so they're increasing their might, right? They're increasing their might to counter the inevitable might of the person who wants to rape you.
Yeah, but even if the person has the might to do so, it doesn't make it right.
And thankfully, because there are more people who don't want to get raped in this world, the might of people who don't want to get raped far exceeds the might of people who can rape people, even though people still unfortunately get raped.
Nobody denies, neither Sithis nor myself nor anyone I've ever met denies that might makes happen. Of course, might makes happen. Right can help to determine how might ends up being applied. If enough people are convinced that X is right, then that may well put might on the side of X. So when we argue against the state, when we argue against statism, when we argue against the evils of conscription and mass murder and genocide and taxation and the war on drugs and so forth, what we're really trying to do is ultimately create a scenario in which might ceases to be on the side of those who are instituting those things and instead shifts to the other side.
But the only way that you can ever defend your values is by increasing your might. And that will always come with a risk. Because if you're increasing your might, even as an individual, eventually you're going to die, somebody's going to succeed you, whatever the case may be. Or if as a collective, you've collected your might as, you know, whatever, a group of individuals who's come together and whatever the fuck, whatever way you want to do it, at one point or another, there's going to be a change of hands, if you will, of this might. And the point of that we hope with societies, and like obviously with Ancap as well, at the core of it, is that we create societies in which, you know, the might is applied in a way that prevents the things that we feel are morally apprehensive.
Yes,
right? Like,
and
that's
I
the whole
argue,
goal at the end of the day.
yes. Absolutely, yes. And I would argue that you are the most likely to arrive at as close of a scenario to that as it gets if might is applied in congruence with market demand on a decentralized market of protection and justice than if you have a monopoly on force that can be hijacked by the highest bidder to be then imposed unilaterally onto everybody. That the latter mechanism has been the means by which genocides and holocausts and nonstop wars and mass incarceration, 100 million bodies in 250 million bodies in the last century alone, not even counting war. All of the worst evils mankind has ever seen has been instituted by that latter mechanism. And what Sithis and
ultimately, but ultimately, right? Even if you were to say that your values are the best, there is a scenario in which you could have to commit a genocide in order to get rid of people who ultimately just want to genocide you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if there's a if there's a scenario for you as an Ancapper where basically these people have launched. If these people have launched a society-ending attack on you, there's a very high likelihood, especially if you've gone through diplomatic means, you've done everything. You're not just going to let them stroll in and like try and completely genocide you, and you not kind of do the same.
Okay, genocide doesn't just mean killing a lot of people. Genocide means wiping out a genos, an ethnic group. For example, rounding up and massacring the Jews, or what Israelis are right now doing to the Palestinians. Genocide.
Right. But so, arguably, it's either that or we occupy you and we force you to comply.
Right. People should defend themselves against any and all initiation.
Are you going to be on the side of those who force us to comply, or are you going to join us, the people who don't want to force others to comply? Incarnation.
Well, I would say that the track record for occupying genocidal countries into being less genocidal is pretty good, I would say, by and large.
So you're saying you would be on our side. You would not want to be on the side of the people who are genociding.
Well, I would say that if 2 nuclear bombs weren't like the onsets of a potential genocide that was going to happen in Japan, or if the Americans walked into Japan and there's going to be a bloodbath of a million of Americans being killed in Japan to end the war, yeah, I think you probably would have seen something very akin to a fucking genocide in Japan done by the Americans to stop the war. That didn't happen because 2 nukes ended up being dropped
on civilian populations.
You know, things changed, but in Germany, you certainly had the onsets of a genocide when the Allies went in, and the Russians. Like when the Russians went into Germany, you definitely had the onsets of a genocide there. If the Russians had completely taken over Germany, you well would have truly had a genocide. Now the Germans equally were trying to genocide other people, right? Kind of what I'm going here.
Well, how about this?
How
about this, Incarnation? It's never okay to genocide. How about that, right? Can we both agree on that?
Yeah, but sometimes that's
of aggressors. There's never a race of aggressors. That is, there's never in the history of the world been an ethnic group where all of that ethnic group is committing violence against people.
Yeah, not even in Japan, everybody agreed with the war. Like there was some people who didn't agree with the war. I'm sure.
At minimum, every ethnic group has babies and small children, and they are not trying to kill you.
Yeah, I mean, you can at least exclude those people,
I disagree
right?
with that. The Emperor of Japan had a very solid grip over Japan, and he, even after 2 nuclear bombs, refused to surrender. So
show me where the baby killed, where the baby attacked you.
Yeah, that doesn't mean. I mean, even if that was true, like even if a large portion of the people did support it, that doesn't mean that everyone supported. Therefore, we need to we need to just indiscriminately launch a nuke and kill everybody in that vicinity. That's just
well, I mean,
immoral.
if people are following the emperor in his genocidal conquest over China
and kill those
America,
people that are with the government. Why, like you bombed, they bombed civilian people. Those not most of them. I would argue most of those people probably didn't want. Maybe I mean, do you think all of those people wanted the war, supported the war, was in it? And you know, like you really think that?
They were pretty brave.
No, but
most of them had nothing to do with war.
Right.
The majority of them were not soldiers participant in the rape of Nanking, the invasion of Manchurian China, and mass murder of civilians. A lot of soldiers did that. A lot of horrible shit happened. But some Japanese 5th grader had nothing to fucking do with that.
Yeah,
even if they were,
schools.
Part of a family that support. Even if they were part of a family that the emperor has convinced that Chinese people are not human or something, that doesn't actually make them an aggressor.
Well, so when you suffer humiliating defeat after humiliating defeat after humiliating defeat, and you refuse to surrender, and as an emperor, right, you have no way of winning this war. But
they needed to kill the children. They needed to kill the children. Is what you're saying.
Stop. Let me finish. So, well, the Japanese certainly didn't give a shit about children. They needed to kill other people's children. So if you, through just means, have tried to end the conflict, and that just means hasn't worked, why is it your issue that you're applying equal force?
Because you're doing it to. First of all, they never tried just means. By the way, there was no need for America. That's who dropped the nukes. There was no need for the United States to be involved in World War II at all. You could make a case that it would have made sense for China to defend itself.
World War II, Japan, the USA was dragged into World War II.
No, the USA was not dragged into World War II. The USA voluntarily, optionally, willfully, and unnecessarily entered World War II.
No, the USA had war declared on them when Japan hit them with Pearl Harbor, and 4 days later, when Germany declared war on the United States and mobilized an army to start attacking the Atlantic. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to here, but the US definitely got dragged into this war. They didn't want to be there, but they got dragged into it.
Pearl Harbor was not the beginning of the United States involvement in World War II. Pearl Harbor was late in the game. Prior to that, the United States had been deploying military forces to the waters of Japan, instituting naval blockades, preventing goods from entering Japan, effectively starving out the innocent people, the civilian population of Japan by force.
Because Japan was genociding people in fucking China.
That's completely
because
irrelevant.
Japan was it wasn't irrelevant. It had, of course, it had massive implications. And furthermore, to say that the United States at that point even had a navy able to muster any bullshit, like the United States had barely a whimper of a fucking military 2 years before World War II started. So no, the U.S. definitely got dragged into World War II. They got dragged into World War II by Japan attacking the U.S. directly, and Germany declaring war against the U.S. literally 4 days later. I don't know what you're talking about.
Japan retaliated against U.S. naval blockades that didn't have to happen. The U.S. could have sat it out, let China and Japan settle their own differences on their own, not get involved at all, not conscript hundreds of thousands of innocent Americans, or millions, not tax millions of innocent Americans, not initiate aggression against millions and millions of innocent Americans, hijack the entire American economy to go defend Chinese people. It wasn't America's business.
Sorry. Are you implying here? Are you implying here that at no point Europe had no plans to attack the United States? That the U.S. was going to be all along with Germany taking over Europe?
Germany
no.
Let me be clear. Let me answer your question clearly. Germany and Italy had absolutely no intention whatsoever at any point in time to try to conquer or invade mainland United States at any point. And Japan would not have attacked the United States if the United States had not attacked Japan first in the form of the naval blockade.
Wait, sorry. So they didn't attack. Sorry. Okay, wait, sorry. So the United States didn't attack Japan. We've just clarified this. The United States didn't attack Japan. Japan attacked the United States, declaring war on the United States, and then Germany declared war on the United States, setting up a blockade and making it harder for a country to go into another country and genocide the little poor Chinese people isn't a direct act of war. That is nonsensical, okay? And the United States did not provoke Japan into attacking their naval base directly. Like, that is, like, the equivalence you're trying to put into this is absolutely nonsensical.
The blockade in question, first of all, even if it was just blocking Japanese military, that's still the U.S. getting involved in something that's not the U.S.'s business. But that wasn't what the U.S. was doing with
blocking the Japanese military. They were blocking Japanese supplies, like fucking private supplies, private companies who were trying to sneak shit into Japan. The U.S. was preventing that because they had embargoes against Japan, because Japan was literally crossing the fucking Pacific to go genocide little poor Chinese people.
Embargoes and blockades are acts of war. These are initiations.
No, they're not.
Violent. Yes, they are. They are initiations. Yeah. All right. If you don't think those are acts of war,
hold on. That's an aggression, though.
Tell me this. I am going to go to your house. I am going to make sure that nobody gets to deliver food there. You don't get to leave there, and I'm going to stand out there with a gun, make sure nobody gets to bring you food. But, I'm not attacking you. You don't get to do anything to me. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, you know why? Because your neighbor called me, and he said he's tired of you trying to fucking kill him and his children, right? And he's asking me for help. But because I don't want to get directly involved, the only thing I'm going to do is make it harder for you to feed your fucking genocidal maniacs that you're sending into the poor Chinese villages that can't defend themselves. So yeah, that's not an attack. That's not a war. That's not an act of war. No.
First of all, I could have hung up on your neighbor. I don't owe anything to your neighbor. And if I can only help your neighbor by attacking a bunch of innocent people, that is to say by cutting off supplies violently, forcibly with military forces, cutting off supplies to millions of innocent people who did nothing wrong, who have nothing to do with you attacking your neighbor. And I'm also attacking millions of my own people in order to do it. That is, I'm robbing people in the form of taxation. I'm enslaving people in the form of conscription. If that's the only way I can help your neighbor, then your neighbor should be shit out of luck. That is to say, I shouldn't get to do this.
So helping a neighbor is reason enough for Japan to create Pearl. So
doesn't excuse aggression.
We'll get this right. So your neighbor, his children are being slaughtered because they're picking rice in a field, and they've never seen they've never seen something like anybody else. Like, it's like the first fucking human they ever see apart from a little fucking village. Some Japanese person coming up to them and trying to cut their fucking heads off, right? So you call up the U.S. like, hey, there's anything we can do. There's anything you can do, and the U.S. like, yeah, any non-violent, any non-NEP breaching way for me to do this would be that, like, I make it a little bit harder for them to get food into their country.
No, that's
and they're like, yeah, do you mind helping that? Yeah, you know what, I'm gonna do that. It is non-violent. You're not actually doing anything violent.
You're using violence. You're using violence to enforce the blockade. Obviously, like, you're not just gonna let people. If I go through the blockade, you're gonna use weapons to stop me, obviously. So you're using violence to stop the blockade. And they're stopping innocent.
If I'm a company.
Sorry, I was just gonna say you're stopping. Like, let's say I'm a person in America and I want to buy something from Japan. whatever they're doing in China has nothing to do with me and that person that's in Japan. If you're blocking me from selling something to somebody in Japan.
But what if I had an agreement? Yeah, but what if I had an agreement with the country that this ship comes from?
That's not my. I didn't make the agreement.
And the only thing I'm doing is making sure that countries that I have an agreement with aren't sending stuff to Japan, and I'm just taking ships.
Yeah, but that shouldn't stop me from sending something to Japan.
Well, you're not supposed to. Like, I have an agreement with those
That's
countries.
my right. If I own something and somebody else wants to buy something, that thing from me, I should be able to sell that to that person.
But they've contracted me to protect them in the water, and I said I'll only protect you.
Yeah, but I didn't contract you. That person I'm selling to didn't. I didn't. They didn't contract
you. I will only protect you if you don't sell to Japan, because they're on a genocidal mission right now in China.
But again, I am buying something from another person in Japan. They are consensually buying it from me. Why should I not be allowed to do that? You're forcing me not to do what I want with my property.
I'm a private security company. You've contracted me to make sure.
I never contracted anyone.
So you're selling. So I'm the U.S. military. You asked the U.S. military to kind of like make sure that there's peace here. Yes, you asked the U.S. military.
No, I didn't.
Okay? You're a company that asked. You're a company that asked the U.S. military to provide some level of protection. You contracted the U.S. military. The U.S. military said, "Hey, not a problem. You can go sell to Korea, and you can go sell to Vietnam and Thailand and all of these other countries in Southeast Asia. I don't give a shit. The only place you can't go is to Japan." And then you're like, "Well, shucks, I really want to sell to Japan." And you're like, "Hey, you're fine. You go sell to Japan. I'm just not going to protect you." You're like, "No, you know what? It's fine. Your protection."
Yeah, but that's not what happened. That's not what a blockade
your
is.
Protection, yes, that's exactly what it is. Your protection is worth way more than selling stuff to Japan. So I'm not going to sell stuff to Japan. So now you decide. Now you decide, however, that you're going to still sell stuff to Japan. The U.S. is like, dude, I'm going to go make sure you're not selling stuff to Japan. Like,
yeah, you're changing the hypothetical.
And then Japan's like, "Oh no, you did wrong. Let me go bomb you. Let me go fucking bomb the shit out of your fucking military."
The fact that there were Japanese ships that were stopped from the blockade, who were not transporting goods that were anything to do with the US. They were from Russia. So again, you're actually incorrect. The blockade is a predecessor to war. War is merely a means of diplomacy, and a blockade is a means of diplomacy. Both can lead to war.
Yeah. If you block me from sending my food to another country, you're violating the person in that country's rights, because you're stopping me person in that country from buying my stuff. That's an aggression.
Yeah, this is the thing. If in the world that you were saying, right, is that the US had an agreement with the company, and then the company went back on their agreement, that is something different, which wasn't the case of what the US was doing with the blockade. They were blocking every ship from entering Japan. Every ship, regardless of where it came from.
Blocking ships.
So that's an act of aggression.
Yeah, that's an aggression.
Right.
The U.S. did not simply decline to protect trade ships that were going into Japan. They sent naval ships to forcibly stop or turn around any ship that is headed into Japan. But if I'm a company, if I'm a tradesman from Korea or something, and I have business with somebody in Japan, and they have a port, and I'm gonna ship them goods, I have the right to do that, and they have the right to receive it. That's between me and them, and whatever their government might be doing, that's not their problem. That's not their fault. They're not liable for that. It's not okay to initiate aggression against me to stop me. I'm entitled to sell goods to people in Japan. And for the U.S. to then come in and initiate violent aggression through naval blockades, that is an act of war. Thus, Pearl Harbor was not initiating a war. It was defensive, it was a clear response to when a war was obviously initiated.
No, it was a preemptive attack. Attack. There wasn't a war. That wasn't a war. There was nobody that declared a war on anybody.
A blockade is a preemptive attack.
No, it's not a war. You didn't declare war. There's a hell of a big difference.
Yeah, but it's an aggression. You're aggressing against that other country.
There's a hell of a big difference between pointing a gun at somebody, okay? pointing a gun at somebody and preventing some oil from going to fucking Japan and trying to slow down their genocidal machine.
You're starving people out. You're starving out innocent.
Okay?
You're literally starving innocent
mainly
people.
oil. It was mainly oil. Like, get over it. Like, it was mainly oil because the U.S. had a massive. The U.S. Yes, because the U.S. had a massive stranglehold. The U.S. had a massive stranglehold. Because of oil is important if you're at war, like Japan was. Because Japan
it's
was
also
at war
important for
China.
everyday life too. People need oil.
No,
right?
not as much as it's not as important as it is if you're at war.
People use oil
and
for
Japan
electricity.
Was at war. Japan was at war in a genocidal war against Japan. It was also eyeing to go into the Philippines and eyeing to go into other places, which the U.S. clearly, by militarizing Pearl Harbor, reacted to that aggression. If you want to put aggression. The U.S. recognizing that Japan's going to start trying to make a major play in the Pacific.
They did the blockade before the Pearl
which is
Harbor,
on their land, which is on their land, and Japan decided to attack Pearl Harbor. Having blockades or preventing somebody from having access to oil so that you can slow down their genocidal machine is not an act of war. Bombing Pearl Harbor is an act of war.
For one, if you're blocking people from selling to you, that's an aggression. That could be seen as an act of war.
Any initiation of violence against anybody in order to punish the people of a country or limit their resources. Any initiation of violence is potentially an act of war, and a naval blockade is an initiation of violence.
Yeah. It's pretty simple. Like, I don't see how you could possibly disagree with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that an embargo is an act of violence. I wouldn't say that the U.S. embargoing.
But they have to. Wait, how do they enforce? They have to enforce that embargo, right?
I wouldn't say because I wouldn't say that somebody who's not acting as a good faith actor, right, has a right.
Wait, but listen, you're enforcing that embargo.
No.
You have to enforce that embargo with violence.
I mean, because the person who I have to enforce it is in a genocidal war against a country.
Okay, but again, you're stopping
so
people who have nothing to do with that war
involved,
from trading with each other.
Why? Aren't you a moral agent? Don't you? If your neighbor calls you and says, "Hey," if your neighbor calls you, wait, stop. If your neighbor calls you, okay, your neighbor calls you and says, "Hey, our NEP is being breached. I need help." What? Like,
if I'm a company in Japan. If I'm a company in Japan that buys food from Korea and sells it to people in Japan, I'm not responsible for the rape of Nanking. You don't get to punish me for that. I got nothing to fucking do with it. I am a moral agent. I'm responsible for my actions, not the actions of the Japanese government. You don't get to punish me as an American because of what the United States did.
Who's punishing you as an American? We're not talking about you as an individual, because this is the problem with you guys and Ancappers. You like to have these grand societal discussions, but you only talk about it on as an individual level. Like societies aren't individuals. Societies are congruence of people. Individuals are different people. So if you as a society aren't one that supports genocide, and your neighbor is calling you saying, "I'm getting genocided, can you help me?" the very likelihood is that you're going to help your neighbor against getting fucking genocided.
The idea of societies is largely a beer goggle. It blurs and obfuscates reality. In reality, only the individual thinks, only the individual reasons, and only specific individuals in Japan went and attacked specific Chinese people. And then other specific individuals in the United States went and attacked some individuals who were sending ships to individuals that had nothing to do, by the way, with the attacking of Chinese people. Thus, people who are
societies are congruences of people. So just like the Germans, as innocent as they may have been, were contributors to the German war machine, so too were Japanese people, as innocent as they may be, were contributors to the Japanese war machine. So if their officials, their people, whom if they wanted to, could likely revolt against, didn't want to be subservient to this genocidal war in China, they could very well have uprisen against the emperor in Japan or potentially the Führer in Germany. Yet somehow, right, they elected the Führer in Germany, and within 4 years, the entire fucking system was completely upheld, like completely turned around in Germany, but people still kind of went with it. And just like in Japan, right? If it wasn't for Americans, because if it wasn't for outside influences, especially from Japanese soldiers who had outside influences, the people in Japan, they weren't living the same life you were living, brother. They were living a completely different world. To them in Japan, you were the fucking monster. You were the one taking away their lifestyle because they were so propagandized. They were so propagandized that they saw you as the enemy. So it didn't matter what you would do. You were always the enemy.
They weren't a bunch of food merchants in Japan were not going to come attack me. They were not going to come do anything to me. Regardless of how propagandized they might have been, and regardless of under duress contributing to the state, because all contributions to the state for the most part are involuntary and done at the point of a gun. You can't hold people accountable for things they're doing under threat of violence. In the same sense, it's an unfair standard to demand that the German people, they either fight back against the Nazis and overthrow them or be treated as liable for what the Nazis do. That's also a completely unfair standard. In either scenario, you're demanding people jump in front of a bullet. People have the right to sit it out. People have the right to not put themselves in front of a bullet.
Well, unfortunately, the choices you make can impact you. That bullet can come today. It can come later, right? But if you put yourself in a scenario where you have to jump in front of a bullet, you have to jump in front of a bullet. If you die from an Allied bomb, or if you die from an Allied bomb because you work in a Nazi factory, or you died from a fucking green shirt who you tried to revolt against in the early stages of Nazi Germany, which one is better? Choice is pretty easy for me. I would have much rather died in the revolt against the green shirts, the brown shirts, than be a fucking subservient to a genocidal war machine.
In the real world, these people are trying to not die at all. I would say, at least from the libertarian perspective, that every innocent individual is entitled to non-violence, regardless of what material circumstances might manifest, which make non-participation in violence difficult.
Oh, okay. So too are other people. So if you are manufacturing weaponry that is enabling other people to die, then you are part of that. This is why I love the show. This is why I love the show. This is why I love the show, The Wire, because they talk about the game, right? And they talk about people who are in the game and who are out of the game. Like if you are making bullets, okay, that are used to put in a gun of a genocidal, methed out Nazi soldier, then you are part of the game, and you are our target.
I don't think you are part of the game. I don't think weapons manufacturers and dealers are responsible for what the people who buy those weapons do. I don't think liability sticks with the person who made it. But even if it did, those people in Japan, and for that matter in Nazi Germany, they were doing so within a mandated, centrally planned system in which they were doing it under duress. It was done by force. Certainly in the case of the Nazis hijacked the entire German economy.
Not necessarily by duress, brother. Like, it wasn't direct. It was. You know when it started to be duress. You know when it started to be duress in Japan and in Germany, when the propaganda started to fail, and the people, the outside world started to creep into Germany, and they started to realize just exactly what the fuck happened. And that's when, and then by that time, Germany was already a fucking piece of shit rubble of a place, because the only way that they could stop the German fucking war machine was by bombing the living fucking daylights out of Germany. And the same thing with Japan. The only way that they could stop the Japanese war machine, and even then, after 2 nukes, the Japanese war machine still didn't want to stop churning. So you keep talking about how these people are innocent, they're innocent, they didn't deserve to die. And I agree, they didn't deserve to die. But the people who were responsible for their deaths aren't the people who fucking dropped the bombs.
Well, you don't think, wait a minute, you don't think the government forced those people into war? It wasn't a conscription? There wasn't a forced conscription in there that forced those individuals into war? That if it wasn't there,
Part
those
of the
people
game.
might have said no.
Like, you're part of the game at that point.
No, so
a lot of
obviously
Germans especially early on, were very consensual.
No, I highly doubt that most of the people who were forced into conscription, like if most of those people wanted to join, hold on, stop. You don't realize how stupid what you just said is. If you don't realize, if most of those people wanted to join the war, you wouldn't need conscription. You wouldn't need to force people to go to war. Why would they need conscription if you had? Obviously, they needed to make people go to war. Obviously, some people don't want to go to war.
Dude, do you think that as a lowly fucking labor guy working for fucking Volkswagen, do you think that a lowly, okay, all right, this is the picture that Germany was presenting the world, okay? That you, KingSithis, were going into a factory to build Volkswagen Beetles. But really what you were building were warplanes. You knew the government was lying.
Okay, so you're not addressing the argument that I just made.
No, stop. I am addressing the argument directly. So if we want to talk about Germany, Japan's a little bit different because Japan was an emperor and he was also genocidal against his own people, and Japan's different. But if we're talking specifically about Germany, for a long time, specifically from like early 30s right up until to the beginning and for the first 2 years of the war, a lot of Germans were very consensual. They were very part of this economy. They were okay with it because, the Fuhrer was taking them out of poverty, was doing all the things he said he was going to do, even though, they didn't fully understood the extent of
why would they
what was
need
actually happening.
Why would they need conscription if they had willing participants in the war? Why would they need conscription?
Why would they need conscription?
If I point a gun at a woman and rape her, can she later say that it was actually consensual because I'm handsome and she would have had sex with me anyway? Whether or not she would have anyway doesn't change the fact that it was rape. In the case of Nazi Germany, years before World War II, they instituted a policy of Gleichschaltung in which they nationalized the entire German economy, turned it into a complete command economy. And within the framework of what was getting produced, such as, for instance, war machines, bullets, and so forth, it was getting produced by force, by state mandate.
Not necessarily by a state mandate, but sure. The industry in and of itself was still completely privatized. People still could go work elsewhere if they wanted to. So people were consenting to building warplanes. People were going into those places, right, knowing full well what was happening. They just didn't understand the consequences or the extent of it.
Nothing in Nazi Germany was meaningfully privatized. You were always either formally or functionally for the, whether you're manufacturing Volkswagens or you're manufacturing MP serving the Reich. You're serving the government directly. The government is who decided how many Volkswagens are going to get produced, how many tires are going to get produced, how many bullets and MP40s, how much food is going to get produced.
But it doesn't matter. The government's not telling you how to do it. The government's not telling you who to hire, what you can do. The government's just telling you this is what I need, and the business is like, oh, great, revenue stream. So the business is taking the revenue. The business is taking the revenue stream. You can say what you want, all you want, but the means of production in and of itself was completely private. The government didn't own the fucking factories. Like that's really not what happened.
That's kind of like
you can make that case with Volkswagen. You can make that case with Volkswagen. That one's a legit one.
It's a lot like you're saying that prisons in America are private. No, they're not meaningfully. Yes, a private corporation officially holds the title. However, all of the money is coming from the government. All of the decisions going into the process are decided by the government. The inmates are sent by the government. It's the government running the show. And that's very much how Volkswagen worked in Nazi Germany. That's how every quote-unquote
it's like when people say the Federal Reserve is a private company. Like, it's quite literally controlled by the government.
Look, I would say that a private company, a private pharmaceutical or chemical company that takes a government contract doesn't make them a government company. So Bayer or any of these fucking companies that existed prior to World War II that are still alive today because of World War II were private companies and still operated as private companies all throughout the Second World War. It's the only reason you can make the argument on your standpoint is that the predominant revenue stream during the Second World War for those companies inevitably, obviously, came from the German government at the expense of the German people. But there were still private people. There were still private entities.
So there's a book about this, about their operations outside of direct command economy, government telling them what to proactively telling them to produce something. It's called The Vampire Economy. I cannot ever remember the author's name. It's like a German name. But anyway, within the Vampire Economy, it goes through exactly the process of trying to run a business under Nazi rule. So if hypothetically Bayer wanted to produce, say, some Pervitin in order to sell it to businesses in other countries or something, Bayer could not simply do that. What Bayer had to do first was, A, fulfill the orders that the government has given them. The government would give them directives, produce this much of that, this much aspirin, in order to either give to the government or we want this much of it for the people. And then, if Bayer had time and resources left over from that, they could, and sometimes did, decide that they want to produce some Pervitin for sale to, for instance, some Italian company. And within that framework, they would have to go through around 30 steps of government bureaucracy, 30 different people or so, 30 different desks that have to approve. By the way, during the process, whatever they're producing for that, say, Italian company that they're selling it to, had to be doubled for the Reich. That is to say, you had to also give that, whatever you're selling to this company over here, you have to also give that much of it to to Nazi government.
That still doesn't not make them private companies.
It makes them not functionally private. You've bastardized the concept of a private company beyond recognition. At this point, they're closer to being agencies of the government than they are
they're
to
an
being
arm
free
of
market.
They're pretty much an arm of the state. They're no different from being a part of the state. Yeah, they may be private in the sense that they own their stuff and they're taking money from the government, but the government is paying them to do what they want. So to us, it's no different than, you know, a criminal organization paying you to rob somebody or take money from somebody or cut somebody's grass. There are criminal organizations that's paying you using money that was stolen from another person. You're basically you're helping that person.
It's kind of like Rothbard actually.
Okay, so just to clarify here, what's your view on SpaceX and Tesla and any of these kind of companies?
These are big crony companies that would probably be able to sustain themselves on a free market, I'm guessing. But right now, that's not what they're doing. Right now, they're cronies that are in bed with the government. They're receiving all kinds of stolen money and all kinds of benefits, probably in the form of suppression of competitors. Certainly in a highly regulated industry like space travel.
Are they private companies, though?
Yes, they're private companies. But private companies...
Okay, fantastic.
But it doesn't...
Well, we agree.
In the modern American economy, and for that matter, most economies for the last 100 years or so, it's not a switch, it's a dial. That is to say, there are fully free market, in theory, there are fully free market driven companies where every single penny of revenue is coming from voluntarily paying customers on the market. And they're not in any way in bed with the state. They're not buying regulations. They don't have any patents and so forth, right? That would be the fully 100% free market company. And then there would be the 0%, the one that is, say, like a quote unquote private prison in America, where 100% of their revenue is coming from the government. Their sole basis of operation is dependence on the government. And then there's a lot of companies, most companies are somewhere in between. That is to say, for instance, okay, Amazon is a good example. Amazon obviously has a legitimate basis on the free market. People constantly, myself, I order things from Amazon. You probably do. Everyone loves Amazon. And it would absolutely be able to operate on a free market. That said, they also have all kinds of massive government contracts. Likewise, the airlines. Okay, I'll give you an example. Last week, I went into a Goodyear tire, right? And while I was sitting in there waiting for my tires to be done, like at 3 different points, police came in. Turns out Goodyear has a contract with the police department of the city of Jacksonville. Likewise, gun companies. That would be another one. They have deals with the military. They have deals with, but most of their sales are to the people on a basis. So it's hybrid. Most companies in modern America are hybrid companies, where on one hand they're welfare, but on the other hand they're also serving a legitimate market function.
Markets are always better than states.
Well, yeah.
Yet markets don't exist.
States are states.
Yes, they do. Wait, that
force.
one's in fact.
That's just
It's funny that you say that. I happen to be
Well, I
writing.
mean, nobody's talking about barter markets, like well-established markets
I'm not talking about barter markets either.
that can sustain scalable societies.
Brett. Not Brett. Brett. Oh, Brett. No one's talking about barter markets. Barter means you don't have currency, that you have to deal with the double coincidence of wants. But that's certainly not inherently the case on markets without government. I happen to be right called markets without government. What you tend to see emerge are currencies. That can be cool. That has historically often been gold, silver. Nowadays, things like Bitcoin, Monero. Money emerges because people want to get around the double coincidence of wants. That is, how many chickens for an airline ticket? It doesn't make sense. If I want plumbing and you're a plumber, and I have chickens, I don't want you to have to want chickens for me to be able to get plumbing from you. Money perfectly solves that problem. It acts as an intermediary between market actors. And they use money where there is no government currency. In fact, there have been more societies using private money historically than there have been societies using government money.
I mean, you can make an argument that the U.S. dollar is operated privately.
What?
The Federal Reserve is private. The Fed is private. We don't know what is backed by or anything, or the auditors. Or
it's not backed by. We know exactly what the dollar is backed by. It's backed by nothing.
What does the Fed back? What does the Fed hold for real assets? We don't know.
Well, our money is backed by nothing.
No, it's backed by the work of the debt.
A currency doesn't need to be backed. A currency doesn't need. A currency only needs to be backed by value, and value can be either material or metaphysical. So, value, if people like stability. So the high value thing for a currency is stability, and for a long time the U.S. dollar was incredibly stable. Therefore, it was a very valuable currency. Like, that's just how it works.
It's always been inflationary. What do you mean?
Very valuable and stable are not the same thing. If it's very valuable, that means a high value, except
it would be deflationary then.
It's valuable for the fact that if you have $1 US, tomorrow you're gonna have $1.000001 US. You're not gonna have less.
What your dollar gets you today versus what your dollar gets you tomorrow changes based off your purchasing power, based off bondholders, debt issued.
Your economy, your economy can change, but we're not talking about economies. We're talking about currency.
We're talking about the strength of your dollar. What your dollar can buy is how much is in circulation. That's based off your Federal Reserve printing it or not. And that's based off Congress.
But that could also be driven by your environment. So your $1 US could be more valuable in a different environment than it can.
You're delusional. No. Environment does not affect
not delusional at all.
Environment does not affect money printing. Sorry. When there's more of something, it's worth less. You need to understand the concept of money.
Sorry. $1 in the $1 goes in New York goes less far.
Look at the DXY chart. Look at the DXY chart. The DXY shows you the purchasing power of the dollar relative to the overall basket of currencies on the global market. What a dollar could get you 5 years ago for coffee versus today is like half. Literally, your dollar lost half its value within about 5 years. And actually, the more money was printed under Joe Biden than the history of all money ever printed in the United States. That's why everything inflated.
A currency is subject to the same laws of supply and demand that decide commodity prices, and the dollar is continuously inflationary.
Yes. Means it loses
That's
value.
not a bad. That's not a bad thing if you're. If that's not a bad thing if you're investing
That's a bad
in
thing
U.S.
if you're
That's not a
holding it.
bad
That's
thing.
a
No,
bad
it's
thing if
not at
you're
all.
holding it.
It's not a bad thing if you're investing in U.S.
Yes, it
debt.
is.
Fuck no, not
Yes,
at all.
it is.
That's why. That's why
It's a
the
bad
U.S.
thing
That's
if
why
I'm
U.S.
holding
bonds
dollars
have
in
been
my bank
so.
account as a consumer.
That's why. That's why
Let
U.S.
Incarnation go,
bonds
and then
have
you can
been
respond.
so good for so
You're
long.
delusional.
It's
You're
because that
delusional.
people were able to buy U.S. debt because the U.S. dollar in and of itself was stably
Okay, so what is
appreciating
the current bond
at
percentage right
great
now? What is the
rate.
current bond yield on the 10 year?
And furthermore,
You know anything about bonds, young
we
man?
want
You don't.
we want a
You
certain
don't.
level of
Inflation is
inflation
more
in
than
our
your yield of
economy.
your bond. You
We
don't know what you're talking
want
about.
a certain
You don't know
level.
what
We
you're
want a
talking
certain
about.
level
You
of
don't know what you're
inflation in our
talking about. You
economy.
don't know what
We
you're talking
want
about.
our value to
Hold on,
appreciate a little bit.
guys. Let's not talk about it at the
Absolutely, we
same
do.
time. Let's try to hear each other
It's on a
out.
fucking diatribe, fucking mono.
Shroom, even I agree with you, bro. I agree with you, bro. But I'm live streaming, and I do want this to be a bit watchable. You know what I'm saying? So,
Oh, I apologize.
No, you're good. You're good. So I just just allow Incarnation, even though what he's saying is completely incorrect and false, and by all metrics. Let's allow him to finish but what he's saying, and then we can respond.
That's why every single economist ever with anybody sort of credibility agrees. I mean, even the Fed, the fucking the people who control the value of the dollar agree. And some level of inflation is good. That's what we want. We want it to inflate at a certain rate, about 2%. For a long time, that was great. The U.S. dollar.
How is money losing value good? Explain that. I want to hear it. Why is your money losing purchasing power a good thing? Go.
Why your money loses? Why? Well, you're talking about individual.
Can you repeat my question, please? So you understand it, because I don't think you understand my question.
Your market valuation increases because your market valuation increases.
What?
Valuation of what?
Your market valuation increases.
Your valuation.
So if you have $1, and in a year from now your dollar is worth $1.2, that means your market has increased. Your dollar has increased by 1.2%.
Your dollar is not worth 1.2.
It's not because it's not because your coffee costs more that it changes the rate at which the dollar increases. So if I put a dollar in a stock and that stock increases at a certain rate, then that's inflation. It's increasing in value. Same thing happens to American currency. If you're investing in American currency, it's inflating. But it's fucking not inflating at a higher. It's not inflating at a quicker rate. It's 2%. Well, we're at 1.7%. Well, 1.7% right now.
I think this will simplify things. Could the government make us all rich by simply printing $500 quadrillion and giving, I don't know what the math would be, giving us all a big pile of dollars, big pile for every person? Could they make us all rich in that way?
Very, very, very temporarily, yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, printing money
very
does not create
until
value.
People spend money.
Printing money does not create value.
If the idea is that, here, let's put it this way. Well, because the value of the currency would only be based off whether or not people are actually using it. So if the idea is that people are just hoarding their cash...
Hold on, Incarnation.
Stop. Wait, let me finish. Dude, let me finish.
I'm going.
If people continue consuming, if the market pressures stay the same, and you just dump a bunch of money in people's accounts, and they don't spend that money, then there's not really going to have that much inflation. The problem is going to happen is if you dump all of that money to people and they start spending
it. That doesn't happen. People spend. If you give people money, they're going to spend it.
I agree. I agree with you. But the act of giving somebody money is not what is inflationary. It's people spending money.
The problem,
that is inflationary.
I understand.
So if the
problem is you're printing money.
Cash, it doesn't.
The only reason our money is valuable is what we can buy. It's the productivity of what we can buy. If you print money and the productivity doesn't match the amount of money that is circulating into the economy, then you're gonna have more dollars chasing a fewer amount of things. That's inflationary.
If I'm an investor, I don't care about local or regional economies. I don't give a shit about it. So if I'm an investor and I predominantly trade in the US dollar, the reason I'm predominantly trading in the US dollar is because it's incredibly stable. I know that tomorrow morning my US dollar is not going to drop in value. Whereas with Bitcoin, it might. Whereas with some other fucking form of currency, it might. So the value in trading in US dollar, I don't live in the US. I don't give a flying fuck about how much it costs you to buy your goddamn coffee in fucking Arkansas or New York. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me, and the reason why I trade in US dollars, is because it's a lot more stable. I know it's going to be worth $1 tomorrow morning.
What? Who trades things that are stable? Why would you want to trade something stable? There's no profit in that.
The currency that I use to trade, to buy stocks with, is going to be something stable. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not.
Yeah,
gonna,
but you're investing in things that aren't stable. You're taking what? See, the problem is,
out my Bitcoin. If I'm exchanging my Bitcoin, I'm exchanging it in US dollars. Why? Because when I park my US dollars, the US dollars are going to stay stable. If I park my Bitcoin isn't as stable as the US dollar. Like that's like so. If I'm a large investor, if I'm a large investor and I want to live on interest, what do? Well, I go exchange my money into US currency and I go park it in US investments, either in the US or offshore. But I park it in US investments because US investments, due to the stability of the US dollar, seems to have a very good, stable, and long-term return.
Well, first of all, it's a petrodollar, right? First of all, it's the petrodollar, and secondly, with inflation, it means the dollar is actually getting weaker.
Only that's not a good thing. Regionally, that's not a good thing. If I look, this is very basic math. If I buy $1 US, okay, and it appreciates in value, okay, by 2% in 1 year, I now have $1.2. I have made 2%.
No, that's not how that works.
Happens. Yes, that's how it happens.
You don't gain money from inflation. You lose money from inflation.
Yes, you do.
No,
the reason why there's inflation is because there's more money.
Incorrect.
Yeah. Oh
no, that's incorrect.
It means your dollar's worth less, which means it takes more dollars to buy the same shit that you could buy 10 years ago.
Yeah, if your money is worth less, that's it's as no different as if the government came into your bank account and took that percentage of money out of your bank account.
If it only took $1 to buy a Pepsi in 1990 and it takes $3 now, how is the value of the dollar?
Yeah, if you had money, okay, so for instance, if you had money in your savings, like $10,000 in the savings, right? And the government inflated the money to double the amount of what it's worth, right? Then that's the same, and you're basically, your $10,000 is now worth $5,000. It's no different than if the government came in and took $5,000 from your bank account. You know what I'm saying? Over time, the value of your money is going lower. It's just, and the government takes that wealth through inflation and spends it on what they want. That's why we're in debt.
If you want something solid, invest in gold. Invest in gold.
Again, if you want to trade globally, okay, you're more than likely going to do it in US dollars. And I mean trade, and I'm not talking about buying a Coke. And by the way, your Coke costing you, right, more money is better if you hold stocks in Coca-Cola. Just by the way,
not necessarily.
This is yes, necessarily. If you hold stocks in Coke and your revenue goes up, your stocks go up.
Higher price doesn't automatically.
You're winning. But anyways, neither here nor there.
It doesn't automatically mean a higher dividend. If the price going higher can.
You kind of cut out. Yeah.
Again, I don't live in the U.S. My stocks are all bought, traded for, and exchanged in U.S. dollars. Why? Because the U.S. dollar is one of the only currencies that I know I can park it for 2 months, forget about it, and when I come back to it, it'll be the exact thing that I fucking left it with.
Yeah, but that's not true.
No,
it's going to be less valuable. It's going to be less valuable.
Over time,
appreciated.
Listen,
sorry. In the last 2 months, it would have appreciated 1.7%. Yay, great.
You can make money on interest, but that's different than the dollar actually losing its value.
The dollar isn't losing its value.
It is. What are you talking about?
Oh my god.
It has been losing its value. What would make you think that? Like,
Depends
what
on
would
what
make
you're
you think
trading
it's
against.
not?
The best way to think of it is in
The-
terms
the-
of like the
because-
gold standard and how much is gold and why does gold keep going up? It's because the value of gold is going up, or is it because we're losing purchasing power to buy gold because of we're losing value on the dollar?
Well, I'd say right now it's because gold is losing value. So when the U.S. dollar starts to drop in value a little bit, gold tends to go up a little bit. But gold's been pretty volatile in the last couple of years. It's been fairly stable. It always goes up, but it's been fairly volatile. Like, it hasn't been
2001,
super stable.
2001, it was $300 an ounce. What is it now?
Yeah, but we're trust me, we're not we're living in a different
What are you
world than we
trying
were
to
in
say?
2001.
Well,
we
come
use
on.
gold a hell of a lot more. Like, we're a lot more technology driven. Like, we use gold a hell of a lot more than we did in 2001.
Well, I don't know, man. That could also be argued to where like we have bigger pieces that we needed more gold, and like now through technology, we actually need less gold for things for like just tiny little pieces and all that. Like, I don't know if we're actually using more or less gold in technology. Can you prove it otherwise?
We're
Can we
using
just
less.
assume?
Okay, so here we'll put it this way: we're using less gold in each devices, but we're building way more devices than we ever were.
Okay, but so then like where's the balance there? Like what are the
Right,
numbers?
so-
I
so in
don't
terms
know
of
the numbers
volume-
either. I don't know the numbers
so in
either.
terms
I
of-
can only assume that
Yeah.
it's probably more gold
Well,
used now, sure.
For sure, there's a lot more gold use now, and also there's a lot more demand for gold jewelry, and like the markets have expanded quite considerably. There's a hell of a lot more people buying into the markets. Absolutely, there's a lot more people with expendable income today than there was in 2001.
So you're kind of wishy-washy on the whole gold and like why it's valuable or not, but you're dead set on why the dollar. Like you're very very like gung ho about the dollar.
I didn't say gold isn't valuable or a bad investment. I have
No,
gold
but like
investments. I just don't find them super like stable.
Gold is one of the most stable things you could invest in.
Yeah, gold is like
but it has its ups and
time.
downs. I can park my dividends and other places and get about 18%.
Why back in the day
which is better than gold. No, I'm just saying, like, in my portfolio, gold isn't like gets me about 8%. Most of my other stuff gets me 15, 18%.
Well, what? Okay, the whole thing. Okay, like back in why did it used to only cost like $800 to buy a brand new car back in the day versus like now where it's like $30,000? Is it because cars are more expensive, or is it because of inflation and our money is just worth that much less?
It's both.
Well, I would also say that like standards in cars are excessive, maybe. So like the standards in cars are considerably further than they were, which drives the price. And yeah, other outside market pressures, like more people fighting for base materials, is driving up the cost of everything.
Well, I would say it's both inflation and the fact that cars are becoming more technologically advanced, making them a bit more expensive.
But there's also people vying for the steel. So like the thing is that like before, the biggest purchaser of steel was the automotive industry, but like people, other markets, other industries are vying for some of that steel volume. So like they're slowly increasing the value of steel by virtue of demand, because the people who are making the steel are going to sell it to whoever wants to purchase it for the best price. So like there is some of the market that's increasing the price of steel, that's pushing up the prices of everything. Right? Like that is also a factor in the stuff costing more money.
I mean,
but
also
inflation is most
rates.
certainly a factor, though.
Yeah, interest rates as well, for sure. Interest rates, for sure.
But interest rates don't even have to be that high. Like you've seen the profits of the credit card companies, right? They're like 51% fucking like actual profit. Like their interest rates don't have to be nearly that high. That needs to be regulated too.
I don't believe
I think it's absolutely asinine that a business has to pay 2.5% on a fucking credit card purchase when the credit card company literally holds like below 2% risk. It's insane to me. And furthermore, the thing that I find absolutely insane is that not only does the business have to pay the 2.5%, but they are liable 100% for the total value of the purchase for at least 30 days post-purchase. Because if somebody does a fucking cancellation, the business is not only out the product, but also out the cash that they fucking didn't make. It's insane.
Question. I don't know what you're talking about. I was hoping to ask
sorry.
an Ancap
One-on-one about credit cards.
Oh, I'm the Ancap. You can ask me.
Oh, it's you. Oh.
Are you an
okay,
Ancap?
Cool. I thought to ask a question. No, I'm not an Ancap.
Oh, Banta, are you an Ancap?
I don't think so, but it seems like we're kind of in agreement with certain things, so I don't know.
We're basically anarcho-capitalist is a no state, full capitalism.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna say no.
Yeah.
Cool. May I ask you a question?
Sure.
About your worldview, I guess.
Whatever you want.
Let's see. What are the like I guess main two or three things of anarcho-capitalism, like the top 3 tenets of it?
Well, there's one big thing that we believe in very strongly. We believe in the non-aggression principle. The non-aggression principle is one does not have the right to initiate an aggression against any innocent person.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about anarcho-capitalism.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's not anarcho-capitalism. I'm talking about, so, for example, anarcho-syndicalism is something like, so the full freedom, the anarchy, and then for syndicalism, it's the autonomy of the collective, and it is the labor, the direct labor system.
Oh, we believe in a stateless free market society.
Got it. Stateless, so
stateless free market
society, and then also you still retain private property is like a big piece of that, isn't it?
Yeah, we believe in private property rights. Yeah.
You got private property rights, and you've got, what was the first thing you said?
Stateless.
Stateless.
Free market.
So that's the anarchy. That's the anarchy part. Is it
free market would be consensual transaction between private property owners, and then private property would be first come, it would be come from like either consensual transaction or original appropriation.
Consensual transaction with coercion or without coercion?
Without coercion. That if it was coercive, it wouldn't be a consensual transaction now, would it?
It kind of would be, because how did Rockefeller get into power so much without
please
coercion?
Let me finish.
Hold on, let him finish.
I haven't asked my question yet, so just making sure that I'm got this clear. So without coercion is what you're saying.
Yeah, like nobody would have the right to force you to get into a transaction. Like if you don't want to sell something or buy something, you shouldn't be forced to.
That would be, and it's anarchy, right?
Anarchy in the sense that there's no state.
There's no state, yeah.
Yeah. No ruler.
Okay, so what if a person sells themselves into permanent slavery voluntarily?
Then it wouldn't be slavery. It would just be a job. Because slavery implies that it's involuntary.
Right, so it's now this would be involuntary exchange. This would be the coercion part. So
you're saying that it's involuntary, but you're saying it is voluntary. If is it voluntary or is it involuntary? If it's involuntary, then it's immoral. If it is voluntary, then it's fine. So is it voluntary or is it not voluntary?
Voluntarily. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so then if it is voluntary, it's perfectly fine, because I don't think you can be a voluntary slave, because slavery entails being involuntary.
Okay. So
that would just be a job. If I choose to work for someone, that's just a job.
You're saying freedom destroys freedom, though. That's going to collapse your system.
No, I'm saying that there's no such thing as voluntary slavery. If you choose to work, that's not slavery.
So you're just saying it's involuntary. So there you go. That you just collapsed your own system.
Did you not hear the words that just came out of my mouth?
Yeah, you said it was involuntary.
I said if it's involuntary, then it is slavery. Saying, yes. But you're saying that it is voluntary. And I'm saying if it is voluntary, listen very carefully, because you don't seem to understand. If it is voluntary, then it isn't slavery, because slavery is involuntary by definition.
Then how do you become a slave if you want to be a slave, though?
You can't voluntarily be a slave. Because whole idea of that's like saying voluntary rape. Can you voluntarily be raped?
No, it's not like that at all.
Can you voluntarily be raped?
You have it misconstrued. It's not
no,
like
no, no.
that at
The
all.
whole idea of slavery is
Not
that
like
it's
that at all.
involuntary. You can't voluntarily be a slave. What the fuck are you guys
It
talking
seems like
about?
that.
I think you can.
Hold on. let
Can
me
you
respond,
voluntarily
right?
be raped?
Let me respond, please.
No.
Okay,
It
so
seems
then
this
you
is the
can't
paradox,
voluntarily
right?
be a
If a
slave.
person
It's
voluntarily
in
sells
the
themselves
definition that it's
permanent
involuntary.
slavery. Let me see there. Let me respond, okay? If a person voluntarily sells themselves into permanent slavery, this is totally coherent
And
with
it's
what you just
not
said.
slavery.
Hold on, let me finish.
You can't. Okay, you for one, you can't sell
Can you please
yourself
let me finish?
because
Can you
you
please go
can't
back, go
transfer
back,
the
go back.
title of your body
Go
to
back.
another person.
I'm talking. Let me talk. This is the paradox, right? This is something that's not my thing, but this is part of what is challenging your system. And I would actually debate you if you can't meet this challenge and want to debate me, because then I'm going to say anarcho-syndicalism solves this paradox. But here it is. Let me respond, okay? So you understand where I'm coming from, okay? So if a person voluntarily sells themselves into permanent slavery, then anarcho-capitalism collapses. And this seems to be with what you're talking. This seems to align with what you're talking about, the voluntary exchange that you mentioned at the beginning. And so the argument is, if all actions are valid, so long as they are voluntary, even selling yourself into permanent slavery would be permitted. And then that's where it collapses. Your selfhood.
Okay, you cannot transfer the title. It's impossible to transfer the title of your body to another person because you cannot relinquish your body to another person while inhabiting it. You are your body. You can't sell your body because you are your body.
Wait a second. You just said that you can transfer the title of your body to another person?
You cannot transfer the title of your body to another person because you
Wait, why
are
not?
your body. Because you are your body. You cannot leave your body unless you die.
Can
You're
someone
saying you
else do
can't
that?
That's even worse.
If
So
somebody forces you to be a slave, then that would be involuntary.
So
And that would be an aggression.
Hold on, though. Hold on.
I looked
Let
up
me
the
respond. Let me
definition
respond.
here.
So you're
In
saying
a condition
that
in which someone is
Let me
owned
respond.
by
I have a-
another person.
I know this. I know
Or
this.
especially involuntary
So
servitude.
Hold on. Let me finish. So, okay, so you said you can't transfer the title of your body to another person, so that's a limit to voluntary exchange. So that's not full freedom. That's not
No,
anarchy.
I'm not
You're
saying that
creating
you're not
categories.
allowed to. I'm not saying that
You're
you're not.
creating
Whoa. Listen
categories.
very carefully.
Yourself
Listen
can't.
very.
So
Stop
you're trying
talking.
to-
Stop.
trying
Let
to
me
implement
explain.
a
Let me
limit
explain.
inside
Don't cuck me.
the
Don't
logic.
cuck me out of responding to your
are-
response. Don't
yeah,
cuck me
you're
out of
not
responding. Don't
you have
cuck me
to
out of
respond to
responding.
this.
So I'm gonna lower your volume, and if you do, I'm gonna keep speaking. So again, I'm not saying that you're not allowed to sell your body. The only argument that I'm saying is that it's impossible to sell your body. And the reason why it's impossible to sell your body is because you cannot leave your body. You can't be a ghost and leave your body and then give your body to another person because you are always inhabiting your body. The only way you could transfer the title to your body to another person is by dying. So it's not a limit on your freedom.
This doesn't escape you.
So can you sell your soul
The
then?
thing that you just said does
A
not
soul
escape
doesn't
the collapse.
exist.
Well,
Yeah.
let's say it did.
I mean, it's not a physical item.
Yeah,
You can't
that's what I'm saying.
transfer
It gets
non-physical
into-
items.
It has a lot.
Well,
it has
labor is
lot
not a
of
physical
stuff
item.
in
It's
there,
just
but
the work
that's not
you
a
do.
defeat or-
You don't own your labor. What you own is your body.
This isn't escaping the collapse.
It's
you
very,
can-
it's very.
you can
Okay,
be
I can
stuck-
explain it
let me-
again
let
to
me
you because
explain, let me
you seem
explain.
you
No,
weren't
let me
listening.
Go back. I was listening. My response is, being stuck in a body doesn't affect your negotiation value, your evaluation, your sovereignty. You're just stuck in a body.
Okay, how do you
So
transfer
that's fine,
explain to me
because
how you
we're talking
transfer
about
the
the
title
paradox.
of your body to
We're
another
talking about-
person? How do you
Well,
transfer the
it's-
title of your body to another person?
Remember, it's voluntarily
I-
self-enslavement,
yeah.
right?
Okay,
It's
so
not
then
because
it's
of
not
right.
slavery. If it's voluntary, then it's
Well,
not slavery.
It can be.
That was
It
the-
can be.
this
It
was
can be
the original
voluntary.
claim. So if you're
Okay,
saying
so
it's
there's no
not
such thing
slavery,
as voluntary
then that goes back
slavery
to the
because
other
you
side of the
can't
razor.
voluntarily be enslaved. The whole idea of slavery is that it is involuntary.
You're
That's like
just
saying someone's
asserting this cannot
involuntary.
escape
Can you voluntarily rape someone?
You're not escaping the collapse.
Can you voluntarily wait? You can voluntarily rape someone, so someone can voluntarily
you can
let
voluntarily,
you rape them.
You can no,
Well,
you can,
that's a totally
you can voluntarily
different thing.
rape
I'm not-
someone.
No,
but
no,
you
no, no,
can't
no.
get
That's not what I
voluntarily
said.
raped.
That's not what I meant. You know that's not
I
what
know.
I meant.
All right, I know. I'm
Okay.
just saying, just saying.
So,
Yeah,
can you
that's crazy,
voluntarily
but
be
yeah.
raped? Yes or no? Coherent.
That's
I mean, no.
paradox.
I definitely
Okay.
means
Why can you not voluntarily be raped?
Because you're not controlling the other person.
Well, can you voluntarily
Because
get
by
shot? Can you
definition,
voluntarily
right?
get robbed?
Listen,
Can you...
listen.
This was what I was
very,
talking
very
about,
easy.
right?
Very easy. You cannot, if you are consenting to the sex, then it's not involuntary. If it's involuntary, that means you're not consenting to the sex. Therefore, you cannot voluntarily be raped, because the whole idea of rape is that it is involuntary. It's very easy. It's the same thing with slavery. You cannot voluntarily, be a slave, because the whole definition of being a slave is that it is involuntary. If you are voluntarily working for someone, then you are not a slave. You are just working. It's very easy.
So yeah, selling yourself into slavery is the same because it's voluntary. Rape is a violation of
I will explain it again. So the whole definition of slavery is that it's involuntary. Slavery is involuntary. If you are volunteering to work, then you are not a slave. Wow.
Wait.
Very
so,
easy.
Like, the thing is, so if we read this, right, the practice of owning or system owning a slave, a condition compared to that of a slave in the respect to exhausting labor or restricted freedoms.
Mm-hmm.
So where does it mention voluntary?
Okay, if somebody owns you, can you just walk out and do whatever you want?
You respond to that.
No. Answer that question. I want you to answer the question. If somebody owns you, could you just do whatever you want?
Physically, yes. Legally, no.
No. Okay. So if somebody owns you, that means that you are involuntarily being forced to work for that person. Correct?
Oh, if voluntary is
right. Right. Okay. So if it's involuntary, that makes it slavery. If it's not, if it is voluntary, then it's not slavery.
Can you volunteer? Can you volunteer to be a sex slave?
No.
Trying to argue that slavery is voluntary. If I would amputate every single one of your limbs, or I say, you work for me, I give you food, but no money, and you have to clean my pool all day.
Are you volunteering?
No, because I'm not
so then it's slavery. If you're being forced to work, it's slavery. If you're not being forced to work, then it's not slavery. There's a difference between being forced to work and not being forced to work. If you're not being forced to work, then it's not slavery. So easy to understand. I bet even a 2-year-old will be able to understand it.
You just talk over people.
Yeah, if you're not forced to work, you're not.
Yeah. Okay. There you
because
go.
It
so then you agree with me.
Because you're going to consent to
Okay. Can a slave, if you are owned by another person, if you are owned by another person, do you have the right to do whatever you want with your body?
Okay. Look. So physically.
But if I consent
okay. So you're not. If I don't hear either a yes or no to this question, then you're dodging the question.
Answer my question.
You're dodging
my question.
What is the question?
You didn't show me where in the definition there was.
I'm showing you by explaining to you. So and you're not now. And I can explain it to you by all you need to do to explain why voluntary is. Hold on. All you need to do to demonstrate that slavery is involuntary is by just asking you. Nope, I'm not done. By asking you a very simple question. If somebody owns you, do you have the right to do what you want with your body? Yes or no?
Doing it. If you consent to this condition, that's a voluntary.
If somebody owns you, do you have the right to do what you want with your body? Yes or no?
Can I answer this question?
If you are consenting, that doesn't make it slavery. If you are not consenting, then it's not slavery. It is slavery.
Red herring.
Can I set up an example here?
Go ahead.
Okay, let's say you're in Africa, right? And the people that are gathering people up, you know, to be sold into slavery, are gathering people up, right? And then, but then you got either your mother or father or son or daughter that they're like, hey, we'll take you guys, and then, but you're gonna be like, no, take me instead. Take me instead for the slavery thing. Like, you're literally volunteering to be the slave.
Hold on. That's not a voluntary.
Yes,
because
you
they're
are volunteering.
Saying, well,
you don't have to. You don't have to go.
Okay, so you want to hear the answer?
How about this? Would you?
Okay, so you guys don't want to hear the answer. So you don't want to hear the answer. Okay, so the answer in that situation, right? They're saying, I am going to kill somebody, right? And you're coming and you're saying, I would rather, as opposed to you killing them, or enslaving them, I will have you enslave me. If the guy if the guy hadn't said, I will enslave that other person, would you have volunteered to be a slave? Yes or no?
Well, if there wasn't fucking people that need water,
you would not.
No, really.
And the reason why, you would not.
Water,
so therefore, that is a coercive transaction. Okay, so you don't want to hear the answer. No, so you don't want to. You just want to hear yourself talk. That's really what it is.
No, go ahead and finish. Just let me rebuttal after that, please.
Yeah, I would, but you didn't even let me finish.
A master's in philosophy.
Sorry, I thought you were done. I legitimately thought you were.
Okay, so because that person is forcing that condition upon you, it is no longer a voluntary situation because there's a threat of force behind the transaction. If there's a threat of force behind the transaction, it no longer becomes a voluntary transaction. Very easy, very simple.
No, it's not like
so
that.
Can I?
It's not like that. Hold on. Let me rebuttal.
Okay. Last rebuttal, then I'm gonna go because I'm getting really tired and it's like 1:30 in the morning.
I mean, honestly, if your family lives in a country that's being attacked, like, you could volunteer to rescue them, but like, otherwise, if they weren't getting attacked, then you wouldn't have to volunteer. So that means that you're not really volunteering.
I mean, if you're volunteering to rescue somebody, nobody's forcing you to volunteer to rescue somebody. But you're talking
literally
about
rescuing someone in that example.
Okay,
though.
you don't want to hear the answer then, I guess.
No,
No, go ahead. Continue talking. Continue talking, and then let me know when I can answer the question. Go ahead.
All right. No, I'm done. Okay, I'm not done. Like literally, it's the same fucking thing. If the country wasn't being attacked, then you wouldn't have to go in and rescue your family, right? But so then you're not really volunteering. But like, if they're getting taken away as a slave, then all of a sudden, like,
give me a situation where somebody is a slave, right? But they think it's okay. You can't voluntarily be a slave. It's by definition involuntary. In the definition, it is literally
the
involuntary.
definition says especially in involuntary servitude. Like the definition that I gave you, posted in chat, like that.
Wait. What did you just say? Involuntary what? Involuntary servitude, right?
No, yeah, the condition in which one person is owned as property by another and is under the owner's control, especially
so it's involuntary. Thank you so much. If you're in control, if somebody is in control of you, it's involuntary.
The keyword here is especially.
I don't understand why is it so hard for you guys to understand such a simple concept. If somebody is forcing you to work for them, if they are saying you don't work for me, I'm going to do this for you, to you, that is an involuntary transaction.
Yes, I hear what you're saying.
That is why we are against the state. You're an anarchist, right? Why are we against the state? Because why are we against taxation? There is a violation. I
want you to look in the side chat. King, please look in the side chat. My response to you. Please just go look in the side chat, okay?
Even if you've
been kind of been up for a little while. Please look at the side chat.
Listen. Okay, are you, KingSithis, are you allowed, are you allowed to, can you consent to allowing somebody else to breach your NAP?
You can't. The only way in which you could breach the NAP of another person is if the person doesn't consent. If the person is consenting, then you're not violating the non-aggression principle. I don't understand why this is so hard for you guys to understand. If a person, because you guys are making the most stupidest fucking arguments I've ever heard in my fucking life. There's no such thing as voluntary rape. There's no such thing as voluntary slavery.
Nobody's talking about that.
It's funny. It's funny that you think rape and slavery are the same.
We're not even talking about rape.
They're both aggressions.
Okay, look.
Can you just look in the side chat and answer my response in the side chat, please?
Okay, let's see what you got on your side.
Perfect.
Kept repeating the flaw of the system. Defines freedom as the ability to permanently destroy freedom in a structure of coherent and coherent. Okay. Voluntary means you choose, and if you choose slavery, you choose to give up your freedom. Even if you're in your body, you are not free anymore. That's the problem with anarcho-capitalism results. That's not what I believe. Fundamentally, I believe it's self-ownership, which means that you have the right to do with your body whatever you want, so long as you aren't initiating any unwanted force.
So why can't you turn your body into a slave?
Whoa! I'm sorry. I didn't know I was finished. I didn't know I was finished.
I interrupted you.
Let him finish.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So there's a difference. Okay. So just let me know when I can answer the question uninterrupted. Just let me know, guys. Are you guys ready to hear the question or the answer to the question? Or no? Okay. So, I believe in self-ownership, which means you have the right to do with your body whatever you want, so long as you aren't initiating an aggression. Slavery entails a condition in which you own another person, which means if another person does something in which you don't like, they will they will violate your rights. They will harm you. They will do something against your consent.
Thank you.
Again, you cannot sell your body. The reason why you cannot sell your body is because you cannot and I'm not saying you don't have the right to. I'm saying that it's impossible. The reason why is in order for you to sell something, you have to relinquish control of that object and give it to that person. You cannot relinquish the control of your body to another person. So let me know when I can answer the question fully.
So yes, you can. It's in my hypothetical that it's
but you cannot relinquish control of your body and give it to another person while. Okay.
So
now I'm gonna answer the question. I'm gonna mute your volume. I'm gonna mute every person that just interrupts me. Okay, because you guys are being really annoying. So the question that I'm saying, the answer is to them: you cannot relinquish the control of your body to another person. The person literally cannot enter your body and control your body. No matter what, so long as you are alive, you are in control of your body. You cannot relinquish that control of your body until you are dead. And so, therefore, you cannot transfer the title of your body to another person, because in order to transfer the title of your body to another person, that requires you to relinquish the control of your body to that person. Again, you cannot relinquish the control over your body while still inhabiting it, because no matter what, you are still in control of it. Very easy, very simple. Now, you can respond.
What are you defining as control?
Control would be like quite literally being able to use it. Like I can move my arm, I can remove it, bring it up, bring it down, right? On my own. Now, if somebody else comes up to me and forces me to use my arm without my consent, they are using it without my consent. Therefore, I'm not giving them control over my body.
Okay, so does that so in your purview, you cannot own. Wait. So in your purview, you cannot stop.
Can't do whatever you want.
So,
okay, so I'm gonna mute Coherence because he's very, very rude and interrupting Incarnation. So go ahead.
So KingSithis, in your purview right now, based off of what you, dude, can you like just stop?
I've muted him, man.
So, if you in your purview, KingSithis, you cannot own animals either.
Animals are not self-owners. Animals do not have rights.
Why wouldn't they have rights?
Do you believe that you can eat an animal?
Pardon me?
Do you have the right to eat animals?
Well, I don't. It doesn't really matter who establishes rights right now.
No, I'm asking you.
Because you just said. Are you a vegan? Because you just said the reason you can't own yourself. Stop.
Are you a vegan?
You just said the reason you can't own yourself is because you cannot transfer ownership of yourself. You can't relinquish control of yourself to somebody else. Well, you equally cannot gain or give control of an animal to somebody else. Therefore, you cannot own or sell an animal.
An animal is not a self-owner.
What difference does it make?
Because
We're
humans
talking about
are
property here.
self-owners. Humans own themselves. Hold on. And humans own themselves. Animals
Well, clearly
do
I
not.
can't sell myself. I don't own myself enough to sell myself.
No, ownership is
Well,
not the
why-
right
why
to.
can't-
Not ownership is not the right to sell. Ownership
Why
is the
can't
right to.
slavery exist under
Okay,
anarchy?
now.
Wait,
okay,
ownership
stop
is the right to
talking,
do whatever
stop.
I want
Okay, I'm
with
gonna
it.
mute.
Wait.
I'm gonna mute.
Ownership is the right to
Gonna
do whatever.
mute. So ownership is not the right to sell. Ownership is the right to control a scarce resource. That means the right to exclude other people in a dispute. That means if you're in a dispute with another person, you would have the right to exclude another person from your body. That's not the right to sell. You do not. That's not what ownership is under the libertarian ethic.
Why
You're
are you
unmuted.
limiting my ability to own? Why are you limiting my ability to own myself?
I'm not
Like,
limiting your ability. I'm not limiting your ability to own.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, I'm gonna mute again. I'm not limiting your ability to control your body. All I'm saying is that it's impossible to relinquish control over your body and give it to another person because you are in control of your body and you cannot relinquish that control. I'm not saying you don't have the right to. I'm saying that it's impossible to. Unmuted. Go ahead, Incarnation. You can respond.
Your living body is literally physically inseparable from the executive dominion of your will. It is the one form of ownership that you cannot even voluntarily relinquish to somebody else because it's physically impossible. You can't give somebody else executive dominion over your body.
Listen, if I can
slavery.
own and sell an animal with which I have zero control over, I can own and sell my body.
Animals are
right, in
not
which somebody
self-owners.
else-
Animals are not
stop,
self-owners.
Stop. There's nothing that prevents somebody from owning a human in which they have no control over, right? Like at the end of the day, there's a huge glaring hole in what you guys are saying here.
Okay,
Because
very
if either
easy.
I own my body,
Animals are
either I
not
own
self-owners.
something, either
If an
I
animal,
own something,
okay,
and
I'll
I
just
can do
mute
any-
again. So animals are not self-owners. The only time in which you would have the right to exclude another
Or you're
person
limited.
from your property
Or you're limited,
is
right?
if you are the owner of that
And then that would
property.
go against the
So
whole,
if you are not the
anarcho
owner,
ethic.
if you are not the owner of your that property, which animals are not owners of their own body, that would mean that you don't have the right to exclude other people from your body. Because we believe that animals don't own themselves, we believe that you can own an animal. Very easy, very simple. And if you do believe that animals are self-owners, then you would have to believe that it's okay, that it would be immoral to eat an animal or kill an animal for any reason. All right, unmuted.
Yeah, so I would say your premise falls completely flat on the basis
So
that
you're
if
vegan?
I own myself, I can get into an agreement with somebody else in which I sell my physical person to somebody else, in which they could do whatever they want with me. And if that means keeping me alive
Are you consenting
for the
to
remainder
it?
of my life, then that is their choice.
Are you consenting
Right?
to
And
it?
that if they want to own me for the rest of my life, that would effectively make me a slave to them.
Are you consenting?
So to be a slave?
Are you
yeah.
consenting to be a slave?
Yeah, to be a slave.
Okay, so then you're not a
exactly. I am
slave because you're
consenting to be a
consenting. Because slavery
slave.
entails
Slave doesn't require consent.
slavery entails that you are not consenting, that you are being forced
can
against
sell
your
myself
will.
into slavery.
No, very easy.
can
Okay,
sell-
I could explain it again to
Yeah,
you
because
because
I don't
it
have
seems like
the-
you were
because I
not
don't
listening.
have
So
the-
I'll just mute you again because you keep talking while I'm speaking. So I'll just explain it to you again because it seems very hard for you to understand. You cannot sell your body, and the reason why you cannot sell your body is because you cannot transfer the title of your body to another person while inhabiting it. Because
Who says you can't do that? You're anarcho-capitalist.
all right, and muting this guy. So again, you cannot transfer the title of your body while you're in control of your body. If you are in control, the only way in which you can transfer the title of a scarce resource from one person to an owner is for you to relinquish control of that thing to that person. If you cannot relinquish control of your body and give it to another person, then you cannot sell your body. It is impossible. Again, I'm not saying you don't have the right to sell your body. I'm saying that it's impossible to sell your body. Again, very, very easy. And the reason why you can own an animal is because an animal is not a self-owner. And if you do believe that an animal is a self-owner, then you would have to believe that it's wrong to eat animals, and now you're a vegan.
Hey, yeah.
Unmuting.
my mod powers actually go. So
No, he just
All right, go ahead.
autopilots and says the same shit. Over
So,
and over
you
and
guys,
over
do you
again.
guys have a response to
It
that or
doesn't.
no?
It really doesn't negate the fact.
there's
it really
a lot of
doesn't negate. It
responses,
really. Yeah, it really doesn't negate the fact that I could sell myself to somebody, right, into slavery, in which afterwards I do not have the authority or the capability of leaving said scenario, which effectively makes me a slave. So your entire premise is completely like useless because the mere fact that I have sold myself into a scenario in which I have lost consent to leave makes me a fucking slave.
Okay,
so I have consented to being a slave. So therefore, you lose because you are fucking stupid. You
Okay,
literally
I'm gonna explain it to you again. Very easy. Very easy.
Please don't go on the 5
easy.
minutes.
So, because you guys are asking me the same question over and over again and acting as if you guys were not listening, because I don't know, I guess you guys have small brains and are incapable of understanding a very, very simple concept. You're saying that you're being a voluntary slave. Slavery does not entail that a person that is a slave is not voluntarily working for the other person. If you're voluntarily working for the other person, well, then you're not a slave. You're choosing to work for that other person. If somebody is forcing you to work for that other person, then you are a slave and they would be violating your rights. But that would be an unconsensual transaction, and therefore it would be a violation of the non-aggression principle, and therefore we would not support that. Again, we do not support slavery. You cannot sell yourself because you cannot relinquish control of your body. Very easy. Now
Turns
you're
upon
unmuted.
like your fucking capitalism. So that means what? Like, so who makes the rules?
We
And
believe
why-
in the
why
non-aggression-
would the
we
rule-
believe in the non-aggression principle.
What do you mean we?
It's Ancaps.
Okay, so you're all in agreement?
Yes.
Every single one of you.
Yep.
So no slavery whatsoever under this.
Nope.
Even though a state can't do anything about it if people actually started doing it.
Again, you cannot sell yourself into slavery because the definition of slavery is that is involuntary. If you're choosing
this
to
is
work
actually
for
total-
another
this-
person,
I'm asking
then it's
total
not
straight up just
slavery.
regular slavery.
Okay, if somebody is forcing you to be enslaved, then you're there violating your rights and would violate the what we support.
Well, who's going to enforce it?
Again, that's a different question as to whether or not it's right or wrong.
Well, that's my question. Is who's
We
gonna enforce
we
it?
believe in rights enforcement agencies and privatizing all the things that the state does to protect us.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that just communism with extra steps?
No, communism is the forceful extraction of wealth and redistribution to the
So
proletariat.
you're either way you're forcing
we don't believe
something
in
about
we don't
somebody,
we don't believe in forcing anything upon anyone.
Well,
we
you know,
believe
I
in
just
being
wouldn't-
voluntary.
Voluntary? If all of a sudden fucking Rockefeller owns all the property, you're kind of forced to work under Rockefeller, aren't you?
Rockefeller was not a monopoly.
I'm just
Not even
using
close.
a name and a hypothetical here.
I can't think it's impossible for someone to own everything. It's
You sure?
Very.
yeah, that's impossible. How could you own everything?
So what if 4 entities own 98% of everything?
But that's also completely implausible in a free market scenario. The opposite happens. You get more and more.
So are you saying we're not in a free market right now?
We're
No.
nothing
No.
remotely resembling
Absolutely
a free market right now. We are light years away from a free market right now.
Yeah, bro, we're in a controlled market by the state.
Don't you think we got to this point because we were in a free market and people cornered the market?
We were
No,
never
we
in
got
a
to
free
this
market.
point because we have a state.
Yeah.
The state picks winners and losers on the market. The state works for the highest bidder and enshrines oligopolies and cartels within markets. It creates a scenario by fiat.
Would the oligarchies and cartels not exist without the state?
That's correct. They would not.
No.
They would not at all. Who would get rid of them?
Us.
It's not that somebody gets rid of them. It's that you could say competitors would get rid of them. That is to say, they would be outcompeted. They would collapse under their
so
own.
when someone eventually, some entity eventually outcompetes their whole competition, then what?
No, there's no outcompeting your whole competition in the sense of becoming the only one.
How
Markets
so?
are not because markets are not some once and for all showdown. you're limited by diseconomy of scale. You're never going to, on a free market, occupy like majority market share because you would be outcompeted by your smaller and more efficient competitors.
Wasn't there like way less regulation back during the railroad tycoons? And wasn't the regulation brought on because of those tycoons themselves?
Yeah. Yes. I wasn't saying yes to you. I was saying yes to the McDonald's and what Uber I'm here for. Anyway, yes, regulations are written by industrial tycoons pretty much always.
Is that not what I'm talking about, though? What do you mean at that time? Okay, tell me why would it be different now than it was back then? Because the only reason we have these regulations, they have the fucking entities take advantage, is because of those fucking tycoons back in the day when there wasn't as many regulations. There's always going to be someone that comes out on top.
Wait. Who's the ones that writes regulations? It's the state. If they're the ones that they're the ones that enforce regulations. So yeah,
at the behest of the highest bidder, the tycoons are only able to wield such power if they have the state as their weapon. If that weapon doesn't exist, if there is no state, then they don't have that power.
Yeah, that's why we want to get rid of the state.
They would still have that power.
How?
Because not if there's no state. The state is their weapon. By the way, the original railroads, it was a young industry. Young industries are more concentrated, high cost, high barrier to entry, and it's the new player in town as far as industrial sectors go.
Yeah, but what about all these other young industries then? Like when Microsoft was blowing up and Apple was blowing up, like that was a young industry at one point, was it not?
And what do you mean? Microsoft, through an ocean of patents and such, holds enormous market share in its given sectors.
Yeah, we don't believe in patents.
Okay. That was actually gonna be my question. Okay. I'm starting to pick up what you're putting down now. Okay, that's kind of making sense, I guess. Like,
because the thing is, when you you got to think about it like this, right? When you think about like businesses competing with each other, if I am allowed to do what I want with my own private property, I'm allowed to start a business at any point with my own private property. What's gonna stop you? What's gonna stop me? I'm a business owner. What can I do to stop another business from competing with me in a free market? Quite literally nothing.
I mean,
the reason why the only mechanism that you could shoot them, but then you'd be a criminal organization. But I'm saying what are my non-violent means of stopping them from competing with me? There's nothing I could do. But there is one way I can do it. I could go to the state and I can have them put regulations and laws and license things in order to stop them from competing with me.
You said non-violent means.
I was saying that is a violent means. I was saying that is a violent means in which companies use in order to stop their competitors. If we didn't have a state in order to put those regulations in place, they would have to compete in the market, and there would be nothing that they could do in order to stop people from competing, because any person could just start up a business and compete with them.
I think I get a drink though.
Hey, I'll be right back. All right.
No problem. He said I'll be right back.
I heard, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just picking up a McDonald's order. I need to wait. I need to make a lot of money in a short time. Thank you.
I like it when you debate with me, taxation.
Aww.
I feel like you have got a lot of good information, man.
By the way, if anyone ever brings up Rockefeller, I don't know if you've heard me make this point, but if someone mentions Rockefeller in the context of monopolies, fun fact about Rockefeller, you've maybe heard me make this case before, I don't remember. Rockefeller did try to monopolize oil. It didn't work. He never had less than 100 competitors. But one strategy he employed that he kind of was a living proof doesn't work is the buyout strategy, where you buy out all your competitors. So Rockefeller adopted a policy for Standard Oil that they were going to buy out everybody that starts an oil refinery. And so this one enterprising, clever man named David...
I missed it.
I was just okay. I was explaining that
it seems like you two are arguing against me. It seems like, so maybe I should hear this shit.
I wasn't really arguing against anybody just now. I was just. I'll back up a little bit. So one argument that people make trying to establish purely market-driven means to establish a monopoly is the buyout theory. The buyout theory is simple. If I'm a big businessman, I'll just buy out all my competitors. Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller, the owner of Standard Oil in its day, he kind of was a walking proof why that doesn't work. So Rockefeller.
Then, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt again, but I'm gonna sometimes, if you don't mind, like sometimes.
I just want to tell a fun little story real quick. So John D. Rockefeller and Standard Oil adopted a policy for Standard Oil that they'll buy out all their competitors, or at least they'll try to. And anyone who starts an oil refinery, they're going to go to buy it. So as soon as people started catching on to what they're trying to do, this one clever, enterprising man named David P. Reigart, this guy built an oil refinery, and for the sole purpose of selling it to Rockefeller at a jacked up price, and made a fortune. And so then what did he do after that? After Rockefeller bought it, he built another oil refinery for the sole purpose of selling it to Rockefeller at an inflated price and made another fortune. And so after Rockefeller bought that one, what does Reigart do? He builds another oil refinery.
Yeah.
For the sole purpose of selling it to Rockefeller and he made a fortune in the process. So what Reigart demonstrated to the world, Reigart and Rockefeller together demonstrated to the world that this buyout strategy of monopolization is essentially like putting up a billboard that just says free money. Just come compete with me and then name your price.
Yeah, because if there's nothing stopping the competition from coming in, anytime that he buys out a company, that will then incentivize more people to then provide that product, so then they can then be bought out by that company. But the thing is, when you have a regulated market, and the government can restrict the amount of companies that could come in, it makes it a lot more easier to buy out those companies, because then you don't have other companies coming in so that they can then be bought out and bought out and bought out. Especially if you have like a patent, where if you buy that company's patent, then no other company would be allowed to compete by selling that product. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of in like a middle ground area where like I don't know, man, because no one knows about Reigart. Everybody knows Rockefeller. Like, everybody knows that guy, and he was still the richer motherfucker in the end.
Rockefeller was rich, and you know what? People hate when I say this, but it's fucking true. Rockefeller earned every penny that he had. Rockefeller was, to my understanding, not based on any moral inhibition,
I don't
but just
think he was
based
a good guy.
what was available to him. Well, look, Rockefeller entered a young industry, the oil industry, and he devised a system to sell oil more efficiently than anyone else did. And not single-handedly, he had a lot of people working for him, but Rockefeller made oil way fucking cheaper. He made the process of producing oil for people much more efficient. And he benefited a lot of people's lives by providing them with oil and, you know, the ability to transport goods and themselves and stuff at a price that wouldn't be as crippling and, you know, devastating to their wallets as it could have otherwise been, or had been.
If the crude was so necessary to productivity, like there's no crippling price. Like, if the demand is way up, it wouldn't have mattered if there was 100 different oil companies or just his.
I should not have said crippling. I should have said painful. That is, paying more for something hurts more than paying less for it. And an individual in a business...
that would have left a lot more room for a lot more other people to make more money.
Yes, he helped a lot of people make a lot of money. In fact, with
that's not what I said. Had he not done the whole buyout thing, there actually would have been more of an opportunistic way for a lot more people to make way more money. But instead, it was him that was making all that money.
The point I was making with the Reigart thing, not only did Rockefeller not stop people from entering the market and competing, he accidentally encouraged it through the buyout policy.
That's all well and good, but I still disagree, though, on certain things.
You disagree
that he had a pretty much monopoly, regardless of the buyout thing.
Okay, that is a myth. He did not have a monopoly. He didn't have anything remotely
resembling. Okay, I said pretty much monopoly, virtual monopoly. He had a lot of ownership. Like, come on.
He had a lot of market share, but understand, what makes the concept of a monopoly economically meaningful is the absence of competition as a factor in pricing and quality. Rockefeller at no point in his career. At no point in his career did he ever have less than 100 competitors. His competitors were always in the triple-digit numbers. That means that he never crossed into the threshold of only elasticity limiting his prices. It was always competition limited his prices, and he was quite effective.
Well, when you got, I don't know what share of the market he really actually had. If you could actually, I don't know, refresh my memory on that one.
Up to 90, and that sounds like a lot, but when you have
a good chunk.
Yes, but when you have 100 competitors, those 100 competitors negate any special monopoly privilege that you could have with a true monopoly.
That's why. Yes, I know. That's why I said he had pretty much a monopoly, a virtual, like, you know, it wasn't a monopoly. I get it, but it was 90%.
It was large market share, and that's to be expected.
You got 100 other competitors squeezing into that 10%, right?
Yes. He had large market share. He had large market share in a very high fixed cost and very young industry. So that's to be expected in a high fixed cost young industry. And that's one rare case where a large market share by one player is not simply the doing of the state. Usually it is. But in the case of a very high fixed cost and or very young market, then it isn't necessarily.
Oh, and also by the time they sued him and broke him up, he was only like 30% of the market share.
Is there a delivery pin on this one?
I don't think so. There couldn't be.
There is not. Okay, awesome. You have a nice night.
Are you still in what are you, door dashing or something?
Pretty much. I'm doing Uber.
Okay, yeah. I just, it's like, fuck, dude. I thought you were already at the drive-thru. Like, what the fuck?
I was at the drive-thru.
That's actually pretty fucking cool, dude. I hear people.
This is my job. I get
taking Ubers.
That's fine.
Every day I drive Uber.
Yeah. No, there's nothing wrong with it. No, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that's actually badass.
Every day I drive Uber, often 12 plus hours a day, and while I'm doing it, I kill the time by going on Discord.
And I actually
talking shit to motherfuckers.
I work a normal job, and then on the weekends I actually do DoorDash to make extra money, and it's really, really good. Like, I make pretty good money. I'm never without money because anytime I want to work, I could just go to do DoorDash.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? What if? Wait. You know what's funny? What if you're debating somebody about like feminism or abortion or some shit, and your passenger that you're Ubering jumps in? That's pretty fucking funny.
I don't think he does the picking up people thing.
I don't do. My car is not new enough to do passengers. I don't qualify.
Uber Eats.
I do Uber Eats and sometimes DoorDash, yes. But I will tell you a funny story from earlier. Earlier tonight, I think in this very call, I had said something. I was walking an order to the customer's door, and I had described a scenario, like, to explain the markets of rights enforcement, in which hypothetically I've got my own rights enforcement company, you've got yours, and let's say you commit a criminal act against me, right? You beat me up and you rob me, you take my phone, you stick stuff up my butt, and you call me a slut. And as I was talking about stick stuff up my butt and call me a slut, I realized that the customer is standing right there.
No! It's not what it looks like, sir.
I bet the explanation was hard, bro. Sorry, I don't like.
It's not what it looks like.
His pants. He's like, he starts slowly unzipping his pants, like, get on the ground, little boy. Like,
he was clearly listening, and he was smiling.
Who wouldn't? I'd be fucking laughing my ass off. That's great, dude. I love it.
By the way, I don't know if you've seen me. I'm not, even if he's a fegula, I'm not usually the type that where they want to stick stuff in my butt. They want me to stick something in theirs.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, to be honest with you, you sound like a juggalo.
I'm not a twink.
Hey. You'd rather be the one sticking than being sticked, right?
Hey.
Well, I would rather look. The only times on the rare occasions that I've done the butt stuff, it's always been me giving it. I've never been the one that takes it. But I'm much more into vaginas and buttholes.
I like this guy. No, dude, you're pretty fucking cool with taxation. You're pretty fucking funny.
I'm kind of honestly, I'm grossed
love this
out
guy.
by buttholes. I'm grossed out by buttholes for the simple reason that that's where shit comes out of. And I'm kind of shit phobic. And when I go to fuck around with femboys, they're always confused. They expect them to be interested in their butt, but I'm just not a butt guy. I mean, I like asses, but not the anus where the shit comes from.
Yeah, you like the cheeks, not the hole, not the.
I like the whole package, but I don't feel the need to like go stick stuff in where there's traces of fecal residue.
Yeah, bro, gotta keep it clean. I mean,
yeah. It's not that I never
clean, boys.
You gotta keep it clean. I mean,
I have on occasion gone in people's butts. It's just that's never my first choice. My first choice is a vagina or a mouth on somebody who doesn't have a vagina. Vaginas are perfect though. It's like it ain't broke, why fix it? But well, so most vaginas are perfect. I've had imperfect vaginas. That is, I've had vaginas where it's well or too tight. I've had both directions. I've had it's like where it's I can't stick it in the girl without like searing fucking pain for her, even if she's horny. Just because I've had a girl who has look, she was a grown woman. She was like 19 or 20 years old. She's a grown woman.
I hope she's a grown woman.
No, man, that's a little dicey.
That's an important preface for what I was about to say. I've been inside of a grown woman that had a vagina that was like what you would expect like a toddler would have.
Okay, wait, okay. Okay, you know what? Pause. You're making this shit weird, bro.
Bro, what if she's a dwarf? What if she's a dwarf? You know what I'm saying? Like, what, you gonna say no?
That's it. No, that's even weirder. That's even worse. Wait,
Imagine
dwarves?
imagine trying to describe the male equivalent without referencing a child. Like, imagine if a dude had like a 1-inch penis that's like the width of a baby cat or like a pinky finger of a woman. You would have to say it's like a child's dick. And so if a woman told that sex story, she'd have to say it's like a guy with like a 2-year-old dick.
It's a dwarven vagina.
Yeah,
hey, when it's super tight, that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing if it's super tight. I would like that.
Yes, it is, because the girl is in searing pain, and it's too squeezy on the dick. There's a such thing. There's a such thing as. There is definitely a such thing. There no. No. There was there is a such thing as too much squeeziness on the dick. Just take your hand, wrap it around your dick, and just squeeze as hard as you fucking can, and tell me that's pleasurable. I mean, maybe some guys.
I'm good.
You don't want to do that. Okay, you don't want a pussy that does that either. It's a lot of men don't understand when women will sometimes complain when a dick is too big. Some women
they want big dicks.
No, most women don't want the big porn dicks. In the same sense that you probably would not want a pussy that is like the equivalent of you take your hand and just squeeze your dick as hard as you possibly can. You wouldn't want that.
Yeah,
well, I'm a virgin, so I don't know.
Women with big vaginas want guys with big dicks. Now, there is a certain elasticity to pussies. Most pussies and most dicks are perfectly compatible, but I've had enough women that I've had the extremes on both directions. A few months back, I fucked this Mexican chick who had a pussy that was like, it was a hot dog in a hallway situation. It was like, I imagine what, like, if I were to fuck a scaled up version of my grandmother, what it would be like. I mean, I had to pick a wall to be touching.
Oh my goodness. Kind of reminds me of what I did.
I had sex once, right? So I'm not too familiar.
I could have easily fisted this girl.
Hey, she might be into that. Maybe that's why it's loose.
It's not
or maybe or maybe Tyrone got to her before you did.
Well, that chick, I think that chick had a kid at home. I think she mentioned that she has a kid. And well, some women don't recover properly from childbirth tearing. Most do, but sometimes it just goes awry.
Sometimes it doesn't go. It doesn't always work out, you know.
It doesn't always snap back into place correctly, right? A lot of women will be slightly looser, but most women are physiologically adapted vaginally for the dick that most men have, and vice versa. Most people fit each other perfectly. It's just you have those outliers. The guys with the porn dicks can't fuck women in like the lower percentages. You know, the lower half basically of cooter size, and
Yeah,
vice versa.
the cervix is only like what 5, actually like 6-7 inches up the cube. So
The what?
and if the cervix, you know what the cervix is?
Oh, well, that's going to depend very heavily, number one, on the woman, and number two, how elongated it is in that moment. Vaginas are elastic. They can stretch more.
Yeah, they can stretch, yeah.
I know, I'm just laughing at the absurdity of this kind of conversation has gotten, because it's all good, though. You're good, though.
If you stick a normal dick in a normal woman, it will conform and squeeze that dick about right. But if you stick a bigger one in that same woman, it can probably, to a certain point of big, it can elongate itself to fit his whole willy, and it can stretch out wider. Up to a point. That's not infinite. Like, most women cannot comfortably take, like, giant porn dicks.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, there's a spectrum to all this, you know?
You know they're stretchy because fucking babies come out of it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they can shove anything up there. They can literally shove a whole fist up there. Fingers, like, you name it, they got it. They can shove it up there.
They're in searing pain
bottles.
in the process of doing that, usually. Most of the chicks that like to be, like, fisted and stuff are highly masochistic. They also like to be smacked around and choked and burned and bit and all kinds of shit.
Now, that's my type of play fun. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Most women want to be choked, and they don't want to be asked for permission. In bed. I mean in bed, not in other
Can I
contexts.
choke
Like,
you, please?
How old are you?
I'm 28.
Oh shit! I thought you was 21, dude.
Wait, how old are you, taxation? Sorry.
I just turned 29.
Oh, yeah, we're about the same, we're the same age, yeah.
Holy shit, you guys sound young as fuck. Don't take that the wrong way. Sound young.
No, I've always
That's not a
had,
bad
you know what
thing.
it is? I didn't get any fucking sleep growing up, so I have a high voice, and I'm short as fuck too. I never.
I get no bitches.
Bro. Nah, that's cool. Nothing wrong with being short. How tall? Wait, actually, how tall are you? 5'5"?
I'm 5'9".
Did somebody know bitches? Because I've had more bitches than 95% of men do in their entire lives.
I probably had sex
Nah,
with
I'm
over
good.
20 women, probably, at this point in my life.
I'm good. I had sex with one who was a bad experience.
Most of them were prostitutes.
Yeah, I had a prostitute too. Y'all want to hear my prostitute story actually?
Hell yeah, let's go.
Funny. All right. So this is my first time ever, right? First time. Never had sex with a woman.
That one's always rough.
Yeah. So, and I'm gonna tell you right now, it's a horrible
All right, y'all,
experience.
I'm gonna end the stream.
God, are we streaming? Holy
Yeah,
shit,
we've been
this is
streaming.
the-
I feel like we're not really talking about Ancap stuff anymore, so. So.
All right.
Yeah. But no,
So
it's
this is
fine. Don't worry. Just give me 1 sec. Go ahead. I'll see. All right, guys. Have a good night, guys.